Date the 8th of April 2321. Time 8:47. Location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Royal Palace, Royal Guest Palace Number 01, Seed World, Inter-Realm City, Sector S0012. Feeling the beacon once again, I was ecstatic. There were no words for my pleasure. Then I immediately made use of my mental strength to turn the ripples in the Blood Rule Pond into a raging wave that charged toward the beacon, calling to me through the ripples in the Blood Rule Pond. It did not take long to finally see the entity I was sensing for so long. It was nothing as I imagined, but every bit intimidating as I imagined. It was a humongous river of blood rule, flowing through the spiritual plane, mercilessly swallowing everything that dared to cross its path, be it the newborn world's will or other celestial being. Their fate was the same: either become one with the river of blood rule or be destroyed in its stampede. It was nothing like the river of blood rule I had seen in the Card World's will. It was entirely different. For a minute I felt frightened, feeling that I got astray and met with the blood rule river of another realm, but I calmed down once I felt a strong sense of familiarity with it. The reason this river of blood rule was different from the blood rule river I met in the Card World's will was that this wasn't the blood rule river but the blood fate plunder river. It was the complete blood fate plunder river, and that was why I felt a strong sense of similarity with it. Realizing that the blood rule river in front of me was truly the blood fate plunger river, I finally understood its domineering stampede in the spiritual plane. The blood fate plunder meaning I comprehended was fully capable of devouring world wills and celestial beings alike. I can see how its ability allowed it to grow from a stream of blood fate plunder born from the blood rule river into a humongous river of blood fate plunder all by itself. Just the feat of a stream born from a river growing into a new river was evidence enough to show the prowess of the blood fate plunder meaning of the blood rule. This much was to be expected from the rule meaning that would force my mutated ego gem to take the assistance of a blood enlightenment array formation to comprehend it. Staring at the humongous wall formed by the flow of the blood fate plunder river, I suddenly had a realization about the wave of blood rule that I surfed in search of it. The blood rule pond that I was earlier in was truly my mastery of blood rule, and the ripples in it were mastery of blood fate plunder meaning of the blood rule. This was the reason why I could not feel the beacon of the blood fate plunder meaning river once I stepped out of the blood rule pond. How was I supposed to sense blood fate plunder meaning river without my initial mastery of blood rule and blood fate plunder? With this realization, I rushed my blood rule wave into the blood fate plunder meaning river. Soon my blood rule wave turned into a canoe floating on the blood fate plunder meaning river, drifting me along the flow of the blood rule. Seated on the canoe, I had the paddle to my comprehension of the blood fate plunder meaning. Slowly I began to become one with the blood fate plunder meaning river. At that instant I felt a huge boost to my understanding of fate plunder meaning of blood rule. Following the boost, my understanding of fate plunder began to increase at an incredible rate. I could not believe my fate plunder meaning's comprehension speed, but considering that I was on the blood fate plunder meaning river and my 90% synchronization rate of my calamity soul gem, it was not that surprising. Soon I found a new understanding of blood fate plunder in my consciousness, and it was then I realized that my understanding of blood fate plunder had broken past its bottleneck and stepped from ultra level to plus ultra level. With my new understanding of the fate plunder meaning, I began to increase my mastery of the fate plunder meaning. Though my understanding of the fate plunder meaning was stuck at the ultra level earlier, my mastery of the fate plunder meaning was at plus ultra level. Now that my understanding of the meaning had risen to the plus ultra level, one hoped to increase my mastery of the meaning to the ultimate level. Without any surprise, with my proximity to the blood fate plunder meaning river, and the 90% synchronization rate of my mutated ego gem, my mastery of the blood fate plunder meaning was rising at an incredible rate. Soon I received a grimoire notification prompt about my mastery of blood fate plunder meaning, plus ultra mastery of the fate plunder meaning of blood rule has advanced to the ultimate mastery. Advancing my master of fate plunder meaning of the blood rule to the ultimate mastery was a huge success, but it was not the end, as it was not enough for me to advance the level of my fate plunder rune. After my understanding of fate plunder meaning was stuck at ultra, meaning I could only advance my fate plunder rune to ultra rune using my plus ultra mastery of fate plunder. But now, even though my understanding of fate plunder had risen to plus ultra, it was not enough for me to advance my fate plunder rune from ultra rune to an ultimate rune. Because to forge an ultimate rune, one requires the ultimate understanding of rule meaning and the ultimate mastery of rule meaning. Though I had ultimate mastery of fate plunder meaning required to upgrade my ultra rune to an ultimate rune, I lacked the understanding of the fate plunder meaning required to do so. Date the 8th of April 2321. Time 13:47. Location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Royal Palace, Royal Guest Palace number 01, Seed World, Inter-Realm City, Sector S0012. For hours I paddled the canoe representing my mastery of Fate Plunder, using my understanding of Fate Plunder on the river of Fate Plunder, hoping to find the thing I needed to increase my understanding of Fate Plunder from plus ultra to ultimate, but I gained nothing. I watched the Fate Plunder river flow unhindered in the spiritual plane, plundering the celestial beings I have never seen or heard of. Those who dared to stand in it were either destroyed or had become a part of it. It only has been hours of unsuccessful search and I was already getting impatient, but imagining that my search could take years or even decades, I could only steel my mind and continue my search, hoping that it doesn't take so long. Even with a 90% synchronous rate, I was having such a hard time achieving full mastery in a rule meaning, so I felt a newfound appreciation for the other card apprentice who had achieved full mastery in their rule meaning despite their lower grade ego gems. I guess there was a limit to how much an ego gem could assist their card apprentice when it came to comprehension of rules and their meanings. Well, the synchronous rate of an ego gem did not entirely determine a person's talent in rule comprehension, but how close the card apprentice could get to card worlds will in the spiritual plane using the spiritual channel of their ego gem, and how many rules were within the range of their spiritual channel. 90% synchronous rate only meant I could use my spiritual channel to go deeper into the spiritual plane, i.e. get a lot closer to card worlds, while giving me access to many rules in it. Considering that I was in Sector S0012 of Inter-Realm City in the spiritual plane, the synchronous rate of my mutated ego gem didn't matter much except for its spiritual channel raising my sensitivity and affinity for rules and their meanings. The synchronous rate of the spiritual channel determines how deeper into the spiritual plane it can lead its user's spiritual body. It could also be interpreted as the length of a card apprentice's spiritual channel. The longer a person's spiritual channel, the deeper it went in the spiritual plane, allowing the card apprentice to get closer to world's will. Some card apprentices believed that the long spiritual channel meant higher sensitivity and affinity to rules and their meanings. Hence, card apprentices started to relate the synchronous rate of an ego gem with a card apprentice's sensitivity and affinity with rules and their meanings. There was evidence supporting this theory. Longer spiritual channels do indeed seem to display higher sensitivity and affinity to rules and their meanings. But the length of a card apprentice's ego gem's spiritual channels wasn't the only factor determining a card apprentice's talent in rule mastery, so it was wrong to say that the synchronous rate of the ego gem determined the talent of a card apprentice in rule mastery. The synchronous rate was more like the level of access. The higher the synchronous rate, the higher the access user had to rules and their meaning when they entered the spiritual plane through their spiritual channel while they were in one with the world state. The synchronous rate of my mutated ego gem helped me find the river of Fate Plunder meaning, but since arriving at the river I have only managed to increase my understanding of Fate Plunder based on my observation of the Fate Plunder river and its majesty. Now, it was proving to be not enough for me to advance my understanding of the Fate Plunder to the ultimate level. I could keep drifting along with the flow of the Fate Plunder river for days, months, years, or even decades in search of an epiphany or sudden enlightenment required for me to advance my understanding to the ultimate level, or I could take action to create the epiphany or enlightenment I need. But the question was, how do I do that? I was on a canoe drifting with the raging river. There was not much I could do here. Then a scary idea crossed my mind. Why don't I swim in the Fate Plunder river? When blankly staring into the river for hours yielded no result, I was bored out of my mind, so swimming in the river which could swallow celestial beings did not sound like such a scary idea to me. I prepared to dive into the river and, plop, taking a plunge into the river, I tried to stabilize my body and swim with the flow of the river, but the unruly currents of the river were too wild and they rolled me haphazardly. No matter how hard I tried, I could not gain control of my body. If this continued, I would drown for sure. I was very close to losing hope, but I didn't. Instead, I steeled my heart and calmed myself to understand the currents of the river, but no matter how hard I tried to understand them, I got nowhere. Just when I felt I was about to drown, I came to a realization and began to consider that these currents were like the ripples in my blood rule pond. Soon, with my understanding of the Fate Plunder meaning of blood rule, I began to counter the currents of the Fate Plunder river. Finally, I began to understand the currents of the river. Then my understanding of the Fate Plunder and the currents of the river slowly came together, forming a kind of harmony that gave me stability in the river, allowing me to swim with the flow of the Fate Plunder river. Harmonizing my understanding of the Fate Plunder with currents or the Fate Plunder river, I felt my understanding of Fate Plunder finally begin to show signs of advancements. Date the 8th of April 2321, time 14:55, location Southern Region, Southern Capital. Southern Royal Palace, Royal Guest Palace Number 01, Seed World, Inter-Realm City, Sector S0012. With my understanding of fate plunder harmonizing with the unruly currents of the river and taming them, I realized my scary idea was the right way to go to advance my understanding of fate plunder meaning further. So, I continued to swim along the current of the Date Plunder River until I finally managed to completely tame the wild currents of the river. However, this was not enough for me to advance my understanding of fate plunder to the ultimate level. I was missing something. After thinking for a while, I decided to dive into the river and swim inside it. Plunging into the river, I went deeper into the river and soon I started to feel shortness of breath. I felt like I would soon run out of breath. The impossibility of this situation puzzled me. I was inside the spiritual plane in my spiritual body where we don't breathe air, but for some reason, I felt shortness of breath as if I was diving in a real river. Considering that ripple in the pond of blood rule and the unruly currents of the river represented my understanding of the blood rule's fate plunder main, I started to wonder if the lack of breath in the fate plunder river also symbolized my understanding of the fate plunder. When I sank into the river, by the surface I did not feel any difficulty breathing, but going deeper into the river I started to feel difficulty in my breathing. It was as if the shortness of breath was telling me that my understanding of the fate plunder was not enough to go deeper into the river. This meant if I wanted to dive deeper into the river I would require a higher understanding of the fate plunder. Coming to this conclusion, I forced myself to dive deeper into the fate plunder river regardless of the difficulty in my breathing, hoping to find rewards in risk. Ignoring the discomfort in my chest and shortness of breath, I stubbornly continued to dive deeper into the fate plunder river. Soon my consciousness began to become a blur. I had only one thought in my mind: to go deeper. They say fortune favors the bold. Well, they were wrong. In my case, my ignorant stubbornness resulted in me drowning. I struggled to breathe as I felt bloated and my body felt heavy. I plummeted into the depths of the fate plunder river at a fast pace. I got what I wanted, but at the cost of my life. Was I being reckless by going the extreme lengths to achieve what I wanted despite having no idea if it would work? Yes, I was, but there was a reason behind my recklessness. I was not the one to gamble my life, but since I knew somebody was watching out for me, I dared to be reckless. The somebody I speak, please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos. Thank you. Was none other than the Devil Merchant Code. I was inside the Sector S0012 of the Inter-Realm City where my spiritual body's health was guaranteed by the Devil Merchant Code for a small offering, of course. Before I lost consciousness, I felt an invisible force grab my drowning spiritual body and drag me out of the river. Soon when I finally got hold of my senses, I realized that I was back in my warehouse in property number 04 of Sector S0012, lying at the center of a broken array formation. Just as I was making sense of my surrounding, a red prompt window covered my vision. Warning: Dear Demon Merchant, if you purposefully put yourself in harm's way, the premium of your security in the Inter-Realm City will increase based on the harm you directed on yourself. This is the first and last warning. Next time your premium for security will increase. Note: please note you have gained 1 strike. Report: Dear Demon Merchant, for devil merchants not to abuse the loopholes in the rules, the Devil Merchant Code has established a strike system. Based on the seriousness of the violations, the said devil merchant will gain strikes, which will disappear with continued good behavior. However, if one were to accumulate 3 or more strikes, they will be punished accordingly. Note: punishment can also result in temporary or permanent suspension of devil merchant privileges and status. Dear Demon Merchant, you have gained 1 strike for violating the rules of Devil Merchant Code security. Please behave to reset the number of strikes. Note: if the number of accumulated strikes increases to 3 or higher strikes, the Demon Merchant is punishable by temporary or permanent suspension of devil merchant privileges and status. I was already aware of the strike system of the Devil Merchant Code. It was a joke. One could avoid these strikes by giving appropriate offerings to the Devil Code. Not to forget, these strikes go away with a period of good behavior. Therefore, I did not hesitate to make use of the Devil Merchant Code despite knowing that it would result in me getting a strike. However, it was worth it as the risk I took was not for nothing. I finally knew what I was missing. Knowing what I had to do next, I sat in the lotus position and concentrated all my attention to find myself drifting with currents of the Fate Plunder River. I was back in the river. This time I did not recklessly dive into the river, but calmly floated, trying to remember the last moments of when I almost drowned in the Fate Plunder River. I focused my mind to remember the last glimpses that I saw between almost losing my consciousness and being pulled out by the Devil Merchant Code. That was where the secret to advancing my understanding of the Fate Plunder meaning lay. I drift with the currents of the river, hoping my familiarity with the river would assist me remember what I couldn't by myself. Date the 8th of April 2321, time 1635, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Royal Palace, Royal Guest Palace number 01, Seed World, Inter-Realm City, Sector S0012. An hour went by as I swam in the Fate Plunder River, trying to remember a glimpse of the understanding I had when I almost drowned, but I couldn't. Prompting me to believe that if I were to recreate the scenario, maybe I could remember it. I did not try to drown myself, but gathering my courage I dove deep into the river until I felt difficulty breathing. Then continued to swim at that depth. The difficulty in my breathing slowly reminded me of the pain I felt when I almost drowned, which then reminded me of the glimpse of understanding of the Fate Plunder meaning I was trying to remember. This understanding of the Fate Plunder meaning was different and new to me, as it was nothing like the Fate Plunder meaning I had known until now. It was not about me plundering the victim's fate through their blood, but me erasing them as an individual and recreating them as a part of me, my individuality. Until now, every level of Fate Plunder has allowed me to steal a certain fate of the victim, but the new understanding I glimpsed into was on a whole other level. Basic level understanding, lifespan, youth uncommon level understanding, skills rare level understanding, fate ingredients, origin cards unique level understanding, physique, trait, bloodline ultra level understanding, ego gem, rule mastery, runes ultimate level understanding. Will the new understanding of the Fate Plunder meaning that I just comprehended allowed me to steal the victim's will. Will as in will of anything and everything. Up till now, I could use the victim's blood sacrifice for the Fate Plunder ritual, but now I can use my blood as a sacrifice for the ritual and steal anything I set my eyes on as long as my power allowed me to. The Fate Plunder meaning was no longer limited to beings or things that bleed everything in the universe. As long as my strength allowed me to kill or destroy it, it could be mine. So, if I were strong enough, I could use the Fate Plunder meaning to refine the world by stealing its will. I would like to call this world my world, but thanks to Fate Plunder meaning I could truly make it mine. This was exactly what I saw the river of Fate Plunder meaning do in the spiritual plane, swallowing everything in its path. I spent hours in it, starting blankly as it flowed across the spiritual plane, stealing everything in its path, but this understanding never crossed my mind. I had to drown myself to learn that what I was searching for was right in front of me all along. Regardless, I finally achieved the ultimate understanding of Blood Rule's Fate Plunder meaning. Now, I could upgrade my Ultra Rune to an Ultimate Rune. Using my ultimate mastery and ultimate understanding of the meaning, Fate Plunder, I successfully advanced Fate Plunder Basic Rune to Ultimate Rune in no time. Ultra Rune, Fate Plunder, has advanced into Ultimate Rune. Rune Name, Fate Plunder Rune Tier, Ultimate Rune Rule, Blood Rune Spirit, Unborn Rune Info. Fate Plunder is an Ultimate Tier rune forged using the Blood Rule, and its meaning, Fate Plunder. Fate Plunder gives the host the ability to steal their enemy's youth, lifespan, bloodline, skills, fate ingredients, origin card, physique, traits, ego gem, runes, and will by blood sacrificing them or oneself in a blood ritual to the rune. Requirements: blood ritual, blood sacrifice, blood fate tome restriction. The authority of the rune's ability is restricted to the highest realm of the host's grimoire grade, and the host's will. Also, the host should end the enemy's fate personally. Blood fate tome. It records all the fate stolen by the card apprentice using the Fate Plunder rune. Note: all the rune cards created using Fate Plunder will be stored in the Blood Fate Tome. The user can use the cards stored in Blood Fate Tome without having to equip them in his grimoire. Just when I wanted to celebrate the fact that I had achieved complete mastery in Fate Plunder meaning of the Blood Rule, another grimoire notification prompt sounded: your mastery of Blood Rule has advanced from Rare Master to Super Rare Mastery. Seeing my master of Blood Rule had advanced to Super Rare Mastery, I wasn't surprised. After all, I had achieved complete mastery in one rule meaning and had forged the ultimate rune of the said meaning. As far as I have learned from Anna and Luna, when we reach a bifurcation point in a certain rule, our mastery of that rule reaches advanced mastery. When we achieve advanced mastery and forge a basic rune in a single meaning, then our mastery of that rule advances to rare mastery. When we achieve complete mastery in a single meaning and forge an ultimate rune of it, then our mastery of the rule advances to super rare mastery. When we achieve advanced mastery and forge a basic rune in two meanings, then our mastery of the rule advances to unique mastery. When we achieve ultimate mastery and forge the ultimate rune in 2 different rule meanings, then our mastery of that rule advances to super unique mastery. When we achieve advanced mastery and forge a basic rune in 3 different rule meanings, then our mastery of that rule advances to ultra mastery. When we achieve ultimate mastery and forge the ultimate rune in 3 different meanings, then our mastery of that rule advances to plus ultra mastery. As for ultimate mastery of a rule, it has to do something with our divinity. That is what I figured despite Anna and Luna not talking about it. Now that I have achieved complete mastery of the Fate Plunder meaning of Blood Rule, I could once again sense the bifurcation point of the Blood Rule which was previously evasive to me once I choose to comprehend the Blood Fate Plunder meaning. Date the 8th of April 2321 Time 1657 Location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Royal Palace, Royal Guest Palace Number 01, Seed World, Inter-Realm City, Sector S0012. Your comprehension of Blood Rule has advanced from Rare Mastery to Super Rare Mastery. Achieving Super Rare Mastery in Blood Rule, you have met the Blood Rule bifurcation point once again. Please choose one meaning of the Blood Rule to continue your comprehension of the Blood Rule. Caution: once you choose a meaning of the specific rule, there is no turning back until you gain complete mastery over that meaning. Notice: due to the host's mutated soul, the host can choose different meanings for each of his consciousness. Recommended: the host is advised to choose the same meaning for each of his consciousness to avoid complications. Without taking a break, I decided to continue to increase my mastery of the Blood Rule by comprehending a second meaning of the Blood Rule. Standing at the bifurcation point Blood Rule for the second time, this time around I directly chose the shade of the Blood Rule that would help me unlock one of the conditions of the third form of my Calamity Soul Gem. I started to comprehend the second meaning of the Blood Rule to hearing the notification of the Grimoire again. Host has crossed the rule bifurcation point and has stepped into meaning of the Blood Rule. Note: please deepen your compression of the meaning of the Blood Rule to see the name of the meaning you have chosen to walk. My understanding of the second meaning of the Blood Rule I had chosen to comprehend was insufficient for me to view its name, but I wasn't worried as I was sure that this meaning of the Blood Rule I was comprehending right now was associated with the Dungeon Calamity Seed part of my Calamity Soul Gem, and mastering it would help me unlock the third of my mutated Ego Gem's transformation. Therefore I did not let my thoughts wander and focused on comprehension of my second meaning of the Blood Rule. I diligently started to peel the layers of the second Blood Rule meaning one by one. The further I went, the more I felt with the Blood Rule. It was as if the Blood Rule was becoming a part of me. The super rare mastery of the Blood Rule gave me a lot of control over the Blood Rule, but right now trying to understand its second meaning I still felt like a beginner who was just introduced to the Blood Rule and its meanings. Either way, I was now connecting to the second meaning of the Blood Rule, and it was connected to me. With every passing second the connection between us grew stronger and stronger. As a result, my understanding of the second meaning of my Blood Rule increased. As the connection between me and the second meaning of Blood Rule deepened, I finally began to realize what I suspected earlier. This Blood Rule meaning responded to the Dungeon Calamity Seed part of my Calamity Soul Gem. To be more accurate, the transformation skill of the Dungeon Calamity Seed, which was part of my Calamity Soul Gem. Yes, I could not help but celebrate, knowing the skill that pointed me to this particular shade of the Blood Rule was responding to the transformation skill of my Calamity Soul Gem. Now as long as I achieve ultimate mastery in this, I could use it to unlock the conditions of the third form of my Calamity Soul Gem. As my understanding of my second meaning of the Blood Rule increased, I finally was able to learn its name, Blood Curse. You have gained basic mastery in the Blood Rule's Blood Curse. Meaning: Blood Curse. I was confused. I did not understand how the Blood Curse meaning was related to the transformation skill of my Calamity Soul Gem. I have heard about Blood Curse meaning of the Blood Rule. It was mostly used to curse targets using their blood. This was why for the life of me I could not understand how this rule meaning would unlock the condition for the third form of my transformation skill. I did not let the confusion get to me. I steeled my heart and mind and continued to walk the path of the Blood Curse meaning, as now that I had started to comprehend it there was no turning back. Only by gaining more understanding of the meaning and increasing my mastery of the meaning would I be able to tell how this meaning would fit with my transformation skill. Though it was not easy for me to not feel disappointed learning that the second meaning of the Blood Rule was called Blood Curse. I thought it would be something majestic just like the third form of the Dungeon Calamity Seed. Instead, it was a Blood Curse meaning of the Blood Rule. I wasn't convinced, but what to do, I had to see it through despite my feelings about it. Only by achieving ultimate mastery in this meaning will I be able to see how it fits with my Calamity Soul Gems, the third transformation. Hopefully, as my mastery of the rule's meaning increases, my confusion would be clarified. Your mastery of Blood Curse meaning has advanced from basic to intermediate mastery. As my mastery and understanding of the Blood Curse meaning increased, my suspicions about it began to come true. This rule meaning did allow me to curse the target of my choosing through their blood. All that anticipation I had built up for the day I would be able to comprehend the second meaning of the blood rule, which would unlock the condition of my third form, had now turned into a huge disappointment. I felt like I just ate a fly. There were no words for the disappointment I felt. Still, I kept comprehending the Blood Curse meaning, hoping for a surprise when I used it to unlock the third form of my transformation skill. Date the 8th of April 2321, time 1846, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Royal Palace, Royal Guest Palace number 01, Seed World, Inter-Realm City, Sector S0012. Your basic mastery of Blood Cruise meaning of the Blood Rule has advanced to intermediate mastery of Blood Curse meaning of the Blood Rule. The host can now forge a basic rune, Blood Curse, using the super rare mastery of the Blood Rule and intermediate mastery of the Blood Curse meaning of the Blood Rule. Note: kindly increase your mastery of the Blood Curse meaning of the Blood Rule for detailed information. I wasn't thrilled receiving the Grimoire notification that I could forge a basic rune, Blood Curse, using the super rare mastery of the Blood Rule and intermediate mastery of the Blood Curse, like I was when I could forge the basic Fate Plunder rune. Fate Plunder meaning of Blood Rule was too overpowered, especially if it were to be the first rule meaning one were to comprehend. It had spoiled me. Of all the Blood Rule meanings out there, Blood Curse was not a worse blood meaning one could comprehend. But it was different for me. Unlike others, I knew a hack for rule bifurcation. Well, it doesn't matter now, and complaining does not help me in any way. I just need to remember, there were no useless rule meanings, only useless card apprentices. I strongly believed this saying. So keeping my head down and ignoring the Grimoire notification, I continued to comprehend the Blood Curse meaning. As my connection with the Blood Curse meaning grew deeper, I felt that I was becoming one with the meaning itself. The super rare mastery of Blood Rule had helped broaden my connection with the Blood Curse meaning. This, in turn, helped me increase my understanding of the Blood Curse meaning drastically, allowing me to comprehend the Blood Curse meaning at a faster pace compared to the speed at which I comprehended the Fate Plunder meaning. Soon, with my increasing understanding of the Blood Curse meaning, I felt my mastery of the meaning advance at a high rate. I felt any movement now I could achieve the zenith of the Blood Curse meaning of Blood Rule in no time. Due to my super rare mastery of Blood Rule, the mystery of the Blood Curse meaning no longer seemed as difficult as earlier. It was as if I just showed the will to understand it, then I would understand the Blood Curse. Thanks to my super rare mastery of the Blood Rule, exploring the Blood Curse meaning no longer felt like a challenge to me. I had no idea how much time had passed since I stopped complaining about the Blood Curse meaning and started to seriously comprehend it. Once I stopped sulking and began to focus on the job at hand, I began to enjoy uncovering and understanding the Blood Curse meaning. I had no sense of time until the Grimoire notification prompt sounded, informing me of my advancement in mastery of rule meaning. This was because I was engrossed in the comprehension of the Blood Curse meaning. I was enjoying the feeling of satisfaction I felt as I uncovered the mysteries of the Blood Curse meaning so much that the sound of Grimoire notification felt a little vague and dreamlike. I was so absorbed in exploring the meaning that I ended up ignoring all the Grimoire notifications I was getting and continued exploring the Blood Curse meaning, not allowing anything to interrupt my flow. But just because I ignored them doesn't mean that the Grimoire notification prompt stopped sounding. Since I can't stop them, I started to consider these prompts more of an achievement than a reminder. I had my Hive AI to thank for this. I had Hive AI hypnotize my mental state to a state where my surroundings and everything in it somehow started to be of help to me to master the Blood Curse meaning. The air I breathed, the sounds I heard, all of it meant to be a catalyst for me to comprehend the Blood Curse meaning. Things that would be considered disturbances during comprehension of a rule or rule meaning had become the push I needed to go further in my comprehension. Prompts of my advancement in rule meaning kept sounding, pushing my comprehension of the Blood Curse meaning to a deeper level, as if my being and everything around me was only meant for my comprehension of this meaning. This neat trick I pulled using Hive AI only made my connection to the Blood Curse meaning stronger and broader, allowing me to increase my comprehension of the blood curse meaning. Also, even though the hypnotic state had increased my connection with the rule meaning and boosted my comprehension of the rule meaning, I still had to do my best to keep my mastery of the meaning and the understanding advance hand in hand. Your intermediate mastery of meaning, blood curse, has been advanced to rare mastery. Your advanced mastery of meaning, blood curse, has been advanced to rare mastery. Your rare mastery of meaning, blood curse, has been advanced to super rare mastery. Your super rare mastery of meaning, blood curse, has been advanced to unique mastery. Your unique mastery of meaning, blood curse, has been advanced to super unique mastery. During the comprehension, except for the blood curse meaning, I saw nothing else. It was as if the comprehension of the blood curse meaning had become the sole purpose of my existence. The reason I was able to comprehend the blood curse meaning and uncover its mysteries without any hindrance and obstacles was because of my super rare mastery of blood rule. Otherwise, it would have been very hard for me to continue comprehending the blood curse meaning. And not to mention, I would not be so engrossed in comprehending it, instead would be bored out of my mind waiting to achieve a small breakthrough or even have a glimpse of it. But there was only so much the super rare mastery of blood rule could help me with my comprehension of the blood curse meaning. Date the 10th of April 2321, time 7:46, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Royal Palace, Royal Guest Palace number 01, Seed World, Inter-Realm City, Sector S0012. I was so entranced in comprehending the blood curse meaning that I had no sense of time, especially since I asked Hive AI to hypnotize me such that everything that could potentially disturb me would instead act as a catalyst to my comprehension of the rule meaning. However, I did ask Hive AI to wake me up on the morning of the auction, and it did. That was when I realized that my comprehension of the blood curse meaning was not faster, but I felt like it was. It took me more than 40 hours to achieve a unique level of understanding and super unique mastery of the blood curse meaning. This rate of comprehension of blood curse meaning was not faster than my rate of comprehension of fate plunder, instead it was quite the opposite. This was because I had gained enlightenment during the comprehension of fate plunder meaning of the blood rule. Thanks to the enlightenment, I was able to comprehend it to plus ultra level mastery in no time. Considering that my blood rule mastery had just advanced to rare mastery after forging the basic tier rune, I would not have had such a rate of comprehension comprehending the fate plunder meaning of blood rule if not for the enlightenment. So, I was only able to achieve super unique mastery in blood curse meaning when I achieved plus ultra level mastery in fate plunder meaning in a lesser amount of time, despite having a higher level of blood rule. Achieving low level mastery and understanding of the rule meaning was easy but time consuming, so I did not plan to forge the blood curse rune until I had met the bottleneck in the compression of the blood curse meaning. Considering my pace of blood curse meaning comprehension, though it was slow, I was far from a bottleneck. So as of now, I had no plans of forging a blood curse rune. Besides, I had yet to refine the rule power I gained through the blood curse meaning. Refining the rule power was very important when it comes to driving a rune, because a well-refined rule power would forge a solid and perfect frame for the blood curse rune. The stronger the frame of the rune, the more efficient the rune when it is forged. Nonetheless, as my mastery and understanding of the blood curse meaning increased, I had a new outlook about the blood curse. It was not just as simple as cursing the target with their blood. For example, I could also use my blood to curse others. Not to mention there were so many types of curses, it felt like I was not comprehending one rule meaning but multiple rule meanings. However, comprehending the variety of curses in the blood curse meaning, I began to feel that the blood curse meaning was more in line with the parent and daughter core ability of Dungeon Calamity Seed rather than its transformation ability. This was just what I had gathered, having achieved super unique mastery and understanding of the blood curse meaning of the blood rule. My opinion could change once I achieve ultimate mastery and understanding of the meaning. It was too soon for me to jump to a conclusion. Because the more I comprehended the blood curse meaning of the blood rule, the more excited the transformation part of my Calamity Soul Gem became. Halfway through the comprehension of the blood curse meaning, I still had no idea how the blood curse meaning would be connected to the transformation ability of my Calamity Soul Gem. But the excitement of the transformation ability part of the Calamity Soul Gem made me look forward to achieving ultimate mastery and understanding of the blood curse meaning, and unlocking the third form of my transformation ability. However, I did not dare to anticipate something extraordinary, instead kept my expectations low so as not to go through the same disappointment I went through when I learned that the second meaning of the blood rule I comprehended was blood curse. Anyways, I exited the inter-realm city, returning my spiritual body to my physical body. Waking up on the stone Viltronian-made floating island, I checked up on my 3 mutated soul clones in the card creation array. They had already created 10 million VR slime cards and packed them in the storage cards which previously contained 10 million common cores. At least they were able to achieve their goal. I say this because I planned to use the 2 days gap before the auction to break through to the card master realm, but I couldn't because rule and rule meaning comprehension was a lot more tedious than I previously assumed. This was especially true when your mastery and understanding of the rule and rule meaning is at the higher levels. I previously planned to attend the auction, but now, I did not plan to do so. Instead, I planned to make arrangements for the 10 million VR slime cards and then return to comprehend the blood curse meaning with the help of my 3 mutated soul consciousness. Or they could refine the rule power while I comprehended the meaning. Either way, I planned to achieve ultimate mastery and understanding of the blood curse meaning as fast as possible, unlock my third transformation, and break through to the card master realm. This was what I had set out to do, and I did not plan to stop until I had achieved it. This wasn't just because I had made a commitment, but also because I felt a sense of urgency to grow stronger. And the fastest way for me to grow stronger was to upgrade my origin card. Therefore, leveling up took priority over watching the auction, which could go on smoothly without my presence. So I took the storage cards containing 10 million cards from my clones and transferred myself out of the seed world to find Anne, Abba, Agatha, and Laura in my bedroom. Date the 10th of April 2321, time 8:26, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Royal Palace, Royal Guest Palace number 01. What are you guys doing in here? Who let you in? I asked Anne, Abba, Agatha, and Laura. A frown formed on my forehead as I wasn't able to find the head butler who was supposed to be right outside the door. What's the problem? If she can be in here, then why can't we be in here? Abba asked, pointing at Arya, who stood in the corner of the room with her presence masked. I am not going to waste time arguing with you. What are you guys doing here? As my bodyguard Arya followed me everywhere, even the bathroom, let alone my bedroom. Abba and the rest knew this, so I did not bring it up just for the sake of arguing with Abba. Instead decided to ignore Abba and get to the matter at hand. Listening to the boy, Abba just nodded in response. The reason Abba brought up Arya instead of answering the boy was simple: she was looking out for her friend Susan. An unwed man and woman spending 2 days alone in a locked bedroom, they were bound to get closer. As Susan's friend, Abba took it upon herself to learn what transpired between her friend's man and Arya last night to report it back to her friend. But, seeing that the boy did not even bother to defend Arya, Abba felt her friend's man and his so-called bodyguard weren't that close, and her friend had nothing to worry about. Quote. Seeing Abba bring her up, Arya wanted to speak. Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos. Thank you for herself, but seeing that Abba was with the princess, she decided against it. After failing one of the missions she was assigned, Arya felt like she deserved this. Apart from being the boy's bodyguard, Arya was recently also assigned another mission, which was to monitor every action of the boy and report back directly to the princess. Especially regarding his VR cocoon card in VR City. To be specific, the information where the boy had procured the necessary ingredients for the creation of numerous VR cards he promised to give away for free. If yes, how, where, and who did the boy procure these ingredients from? Unfortunately for Arya, after returning to the guest palace, the boy had used some kind of mysterious card and hid in space for the past 2 days, so she was never able to execute her mission. Though the princess did not blame her, Arya was too hard on herself, feeling that she had let down the princess. After all, the royal family trusted her and gave her an opportunity to prove herself, but she failed them and her family. The auction will start in an hour. I hope you have the cards ready. The public is already not your fan. Anne felt that if the boy failed to deliver on his promise to give everyone who attended a free VR card, he would be giving them more reasons to hate him. The reason why Anne felt that the boy will not be able to keep his promise was because her subordinates in the royal palace in the Sky Blossom City have been keeping tabs on the boy's every action, and according to them, the boy has never left the royal guest palace and never spotted in the Sky Blossom City or its vicinity. This meant that the boy never procured the required ingredients for the creation of his VR cards. If he did not have the ingredients for the cards, then how would he create the cards? This was the reason why Anne was sure that the boy would not be able to keep his promise. The thought that the boy might have prepared the ingredients for the VR cards beforehand did cross Anne's mind, but she denied it, thinking no matter how well prepared the boy was, how could he have thought of preparing ingredients for thousands of cards that he promised to give away beforehand? After all, the giveaway was decided by the boy on the spur of the moment. And whose fault is it that they hate me? I questioned Anne while summoning 5 VR slime cards from the storage card. Then I passed them to all 5 of them, saying, "The cards are ready." I made slight adjustments to the VR cards since I demonstrated it previously. "Tell me if you guys like it." "How is it possible?" Anne exclaimed in surprise. Unlike Anne, the rest did not know the inside story of the boy not procuring the ingredients for the VR cards, so they were not surprised by the fact that the boy had managed to create the cards as he promised. Arya too looked at the boy in surprise as he handed her the VR card. But she quickly recovered from the shock and went through the card info of the VR card the boy handed to her. "You call this small adjustment? This is a whole new card," Agatha yelled, reading the name of the VR card, VR slime card. Which wasn't the VR cocoon card that the boy had demonstrated previously. "Soul energy digestion," all the ladies in the room exclaimed. The shock brought by the new VR card handed to them by the boy was not small, but learning that it had an awesome passive ability such as soul energy digestion attracted it. They could not help but exclaim in unison. "Wyatt, is this true? Does the soul energy digestion passive effect work exactly as described in the card info?" Agatha asked me enthusiastically. "Has my card ever let you down?" I asked confidently, implying that the soul energy digestion passive effect worked as advertised. "How would I know? I have never used your cards," Agatha quickly answered, using my confident expression to freeze. However, Laura came to my defense. "I am fortunate to own one of his cards. So trust me when I say his card lives up to their name." Date the 10th of April 2321, time 8:39, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Royal Palace, Royal Guest Palace number 01. "Hey, don't look at me like that. I was just pulling your leg, boss," Agatha immediately tried to explain herself, seeing that the boy did not like her joke. Agatha wasn't actually kidding. She honestly wondered if the VR slime cards soul energy digestion effect was as effective as advertised. After all, for years researchers have tried to create such a card and have been pretty much unsuccessful, except for one occasion where they were partially successful. However, Agatha lied, because considering the boy's track record, he might have created a card with a soul energy digestion effect. Not to mention he was her soon-to-be boss. "Well, why don't we put the card to test? Let's have some monster meat for breakfast," I proposed, but Agatha immediately said, "Boss, no need for that, we trust you." Agatha said that, but her eyes seemed to be eager to try out the soul energy digestion effect. She wasn't alone. Arya too seemed to want the same. "Wyatt, are you sure you want to give away such precious cards for free?" Anne asked in concern. She did not doubt the efficiency of the soul energy digestion effect of the card. Instead, she was worried if they were to give away such previous cards for free, it would be a huge loss. Though the VR slime card was just an F-rank card, its effect, soul energy digestion, was too attractive, and rare card apprentices would be willing to pay a fortune to add this card to their arsenal. Not to mention the auction will be attended by thousands of card apprentices, meaning the boy would have to give away thousands of these cards. If one of the VR slime cards was worth a fortune, then the worth of thousands of them would be astronomical. Anne has watched the boy for a while now and knew that he was not the one to make a loss or do charity. So how could he be willing to just give away such a fortune? Was her previous assumption correct? Was he doing this for her? Did he love her so much that he was willing to part with so much wealth for her? Anne knew how much the boy loved to make money, so she was moved to see that the boy was willing to part with such a huge fortune for her. "Yes, no doubt, I have given my word and I will come through," I responded to Anne without hesitation, and for some reason, her gaze started to annoy me. "Why are you looking at me like that? Stop looking at me like that." Anne got hold of herself and immediately responded to the boy, saying, "Just so you know, I appreciate what you are doing for me." Okay, I replied, not bothering to understand what Anne was babbling about. "Wyatt, have you made some changes to VR City, or is it still the same?" Abba inquired. Abba loved her VR experience. So much so that she had spent the entire past 2 days exploring the VR city and dueling with Laura in it. She had managed to explore the entire VR city. If not for her duels with Laura, she would have grown bored with the VR city. Therefore, seeing that the boy had made a lot of changes to the VR card, she was worried if he had the time to make chances and develop the VR city, as she would like to continue her adventure in the VR city. Inside the VR city, no bodyguards followed her around. Instead, she had total freedom to explore it, as here nobody purposefully targeted her because she was demigod Windsor's daughter. Abba was already showing signs of replacing reality with virtual reality. In her present condition, if she were to be exposed to VR universe, then she will become the first addict of virtual reality. Yes, I have, I replied without giving more details on it, as I wanted them to experience the changes I have made to the VR city for themselves. Can I enter it right now? Abba was overjoyed listening to the boy say that he modified the VR city. Unable to suppress her enthusiasm, she asked the boy if she could visit the new VR city right away. No, the new VR city will be open for the public after the auction, I lied, witnessing the crazy hungry look on Abba's face. I plan to warn Agatha about Abba's condition later. I then stretched my hand out in front of Abba, asking her to hand over the VR slime card that I gave to her. Wyatt, can't I keep the card for a little longer? Abba asked, reluctant to return the VR slime card. No, give it back, I said sternly. Seeing this, Laura and Arya came forward to return the cards I gave them, but I did not take the cards, saying, keep it, I am gifting them to you. Listening to me, Laura and Arya had awkward expressions on their faces, and Abba yelled, Wyatt, how could you do this to me? I thought you were my friend. It is because I am your friend that I am doing you a favor by taking this card back. Tell me truthfully, how long have you used the VR cocoon cards? I asked Abba. Just for 2 days, Abba replied. You spent 2 days of your life in an illusion, are you not worried by that? If I let you on this path, you will spend your life inside the VR city. I was not exaggerating. The VR universe created by Devil Merchant Code was more vivid and easily addictive for someone like Abba. Why does it matter? It's my choice if I plan to spend my life in an illusion, Abba argued, and hurriedly equipped the VR slime card in her grimoire. Don't think just because you have a VR card you can enter the VR city. I will block your grimoire ID, so you will not be able to enter the VR city without my permission. Date the 10th of April 2321, time 8:45, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Royal Palace, Royal Guest Palace number 01. Listening to my words, Abba had a betrayed expression on her face and asked, what do you mean? How can you block me from entering the VR city, when I have a VR card? You don't need to know the details, all you need to know is that the VR card will take you to the entrance of the VR city. As for your entry to the VR city, giving a dramatic pause, I announced, that depends on me, the creator and ruler of the VR universe. The women in the room looked at the boy in disbelief, especially Anne. A crazy thought crossed her mind listening to him declare as the ruler of the VR city. VR universe. I noticed that the VR city is mentioned as VR universe in the VR slime card. Is that the name of your VR city? Agatha asked while Anne was still lost in her thoughts, and Abba was too mad at the boy to care about the small, or so she thought. Being addicted to virtual reality, she forgot her anger and raised her ears to hear the boy's response, as she wanted to learn what new changes the boy had brought to the VR city. Kind of, but the word universe has its meaning, I said vaguely. So, what does the universe mean? Abba asked eagerly. Seeing the boy was reluctant to explain the meaning of the word universe, Agatha let it go, but Abba did not. As a fan of virtual reality, she loved to know even a tiny detail about it, no matter how insignificant. Seeing the keen, crazed look in Abba's eyes, I sighed and explained, you know that there are myriad realms apart from ours, right? Abba nodded her head vigorously. Seeing this with a smile, I finished, the space encompassing these myriad realms is what I call the universe. Wait, if the VR city was just an illusionary city, then the VR universe, is it an illusionary universe encompassing myriad illusionary realms? Arya asked in disbelief. Listening to Arya's question, Agatha, Abba, and Laura looked at the boy with anticipation for his answer. Anne, however, stared at him, feeling the crazy thought that crossed her mind earlier might not be crazy enough compared to what the boy had in mind. He did not just plan to become the ruler of an illusionary city, but the ruler of myriad illusionary realms. I did not immediately reply to Arya, instead let out a mysterious smile and said, you and out once you explore the VR universe, and won't you? Quit acting mysterious and speaking in riddles. Just answer her question like a normal person, Abba yelled in frustration. She paid her entire attention to the boy to listen to what he had to say about VR universe, but he spoke a lot of words but in the end revealed nothing. Not getting satisfaction, she had no choice but to yell at him in irritation. Abba, you need to calm down. You are showing signs of addiction to VR, which is bad for you since eventually, you may abandon your real life and only live in virtual reality. So for now, I am banning you from the VR universe, and when I feel that you are prepared for it I will lift your ban. I did not forget the main point of this argument. So what if I prefer the VR life over reality? Why do you care? It's my choice, Abba snapped at me. I ignored her rudeness as the signs of withdrawal from her addiction to VR. I looked at Abba with a determined gaze. Though Abba did not mean what she said, she was right. Why did I care if Abba got addicted to VR? Abba was the soon-to-be hero of this world, and according to the future vision of Clown Mask, by now she should have started climbing the steps of greatness. But thanks to my presence she was on the verge of becoming an addict. I did not need a hero to save me, I could take care of myself. But this world needed a hero and I did not want that mantle. I felt gratitude toward this world for a lot of things, so I did not mind saving it, but I did not want to be its nanny because my end goal was to achieve a chill life. Which meant no responsibilities. That was where Abba came into the picture. She had to become the nanny ahem hero of this world for me to achieve my end goal. This was why I cared so much about Abba getting addicted to VR. Just as I was about to speak, Agatha came forward and made an excuse explaining Abba's rudeness. Princess, Wyatt is your friend, he has every right to care for you. Wyatt, please don't take her words seriously, she did not mean what she said. I know, I said, giving Agatha a gentle nod, and with a kind smile I walked in front of Abba and proposed a compromise. Abba, I will allow you to enter the VR universe under one condition. What is it? Abba asked immediately. As long as she gets to explore the all-new VR universe, she doesn't mind rewarding its creator. I will allow you to spend 12 hours per day in the VR universe. Out of those 12 hours, you will have to spend 8 hours learning martial arts in the VR universe, and for the remaining 4 hours you can explore the VR universe. Do not try to negotiate, this is the only way I will give you entry to the VR universe. Take it or leave it. I made sure to clarify to Abba that I was not negotiating with Abba. If she wanted to enter my VR universe she had to follow my conditions, or else she could have her daddy or use his money to create a new VR universe just for her. Date the 10th of April 2321, time 8:51, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Royal Palace, Royal Guest Palace number 01. What do you mean by I will have to learn martial arts in the VR universe? Please elaborate. If learning martial arts in VR universe is what I am thinking, then we have a deal. Surprisingly, Abba remained calm after listening to the one-sided compromise proposed by me. Instead of acting out, she calmly considered my conditions and then asked her doubts. Seeing the surprised look on my face, Abba smugly explained, Wyatt, you have what I want. My dad says everything has a price and we need to pay it to attain it. Since this is the price I need to pay to enter the VR universe, I am willing to pay it as long as it is reasonable. So tell me, what do you mean by, I will have to learn martial arts in the VR universe? It is what you are thinking. The illusionary beings in the VR universe have their own life and story. They have different occupations and some of them are martial arts masters and teach martial arts. You will be learning martial arts from them. Don't worry about the authenticity of the martial arts taught by them, they are the real deal. It will be like you are attending a martial arts school in VR universe. Is this what you were thinking? I explained in detail, seeing that Abba was being reasonable and so cooperative. I did not lie to Abba. The high-level NPCs created by the Devil Merchant Code were that capable. Unlike the generic low-level programmed NPCs I had introduced in VR City, the NPCs created by the Devil Merchant Code were unique, relatable, very interactive, and vivid. For the NPCs to be unique, relatable, very interactive, and vivid, they needed a story, and those stories created a story for their illusionary realm. The story of the various illusionary realm created a story for the VR universe. A plot of the VR universe, started by Devil Merchant Code to create high-level NPCs but continued by the NPCs themselves and governed by me. While I claimed to be the ruler of the VR universe, I was a mere watcher who could only watch as the plot of the universe progressed but not interfere even if I had the power to do so. Really, you swear? Abba asked with huge anticipation. As someone who had a history of being bullied in school for her identity, Abba wanted to try the school in VR universe where her identity was the same as everyone else. Yes, if you agree to my conditions, I will enroll you in the best martial school in the VR universe, you can attend it right away. What do you say? Seeing Abba's enthusiasm, I proposed. But didn't you say the VR universe will not open until after the auction? Abba caught my lie. I am its ruler. For my friend I can make a few exceptions. However, you cannot goof around but seriously learn martial arts. Got it, I explained. Okay, you have a deal. Let's sign a soul contract. Abba not only agreed to my conditions but also proposed to sign a soul contract. There is no need for a soul contract, verbal agreement is enough. I trust you. I could always ban and kick Abba out of the VR universe if she did not adhere to our verbal agreement. You will say that since you have all the leverage, what about me? My dad has warned of these kinds of situations, Abba clarified. She was right to ask the boy to sign a soul contract. Today the boy was forcing her to attend a martial arts school to play in the VR universe. What about tomorrow? How can she be assured that his demands will not grow? Abba had no leverage to hold the boy responsible for the verbal agreement between them. Not happening, Abba. I am not going to sign a soul contract with you over this. Agatha, explain to your princess the seriousness of the soul contract. I was surprised to see Abba demand a soul contract over something like this. But considering her borderline addiction to VR, I shouldn't be surprised that she wanted to ensure the continuous supply of her fix. Princess, Wyatt is right. If you sign the soul contract with him over this, you will have to follow it to the end of times or suffer the consequences of breaking. Are you sure you are willing to spend 8 hours per day learning martial arts for the rest of your life? Agatha did not hesitate to exaggerate the consequence of the soul contract in order to stop Abba from demanding to sign a soul contract with the boy. Relax, Agatha, I am not dumb enough to sign an indefinite soul contract. I plan to add specified terms and conditions to avoid unnecessary complications. Abba explained that she planned to add terms and conditions to the soul contract. Princess, Wyatt is your friend, why don't you trust him this once? After all, he is doing this for your benefit, Agatha persuaded Abba. What benefit do I get from this? Abba snapped at Agatha for siding with the boy. Agatha was her bodyguard, she should side with her, instead she keeps siding with the boy. Princess, didn't you keep saying you want to get strong to keep up with your friends and not be left behind by them? Wyatt is giving you the opportunity to do exactly that. Don't you want to be as strong as Corey and Wyatt when you all join the university? Princess, please remember what the master used to say to you. Agatha explained and reasoned with Abba, hoping her word would get through to her. As a semi-demigod, Agatha was aware of how serious soul contracts were. They might be assuring at first, but soon they then become obstacles, not leaving any room for development and negotiation. Date the 10th of April 2321, time 8:58, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Royal Palace, Royal Guest Palace number 01. Hero Abba Windsor, who saved the world with her overpowered origin cards, heavenly physique and traits, along with her demigod father's inheritance, was a one-of-a-kind martial arts card prodigy the card world had ever seen. To defeat the three mischiefs that forced the current government and the royal families into hiding, Abba needed to be an overpowered all-arounder. So that she could counter everything they could throw at her. To be able to take on the three mischiefs and end their regime all by herself, Abba was the most powerful and influential being in the card world in the Clown Mosque's future vision. However, the Abba Windsor in front of me was nothing like the heroic figure portrayed in the Clown Mosque's future vision. She did not have any overpowered origin cards nor heavenly physique and traits or her demigod father's inheritance. She was just a spoiled little girl on the verge of being addicted to virtual reality. I needed the heroic Abba portrayed in the Clown Mosque's future vision, not the spoiled little girl in front of me. So, I decided to use Abba's addiction to shape her into my version of heroic Abba Windsor. I could do nothing about the overpowered origin cards, heavenly physique and traits, and demigod father's inheritance that Abba had in the Clown Mosque's future vision, but I could uncover her untapped potential as a martial arts prodigy and make the full use of it to nudge her to walk a heroic path she was destined to walk under the direction of a Song Young. While Agatha did her best to persuade Abba to stop demanding a soul contract, I walked right in front of Abba, bent over so that we both were at the same eye level. Making eye contact with Abba, I said, "Abba, I see you as my friend. So, seeing you go down a path of no return, I had to step in. You know better than planning to live in a make-believe world. No matter how hard you try to avoid it, you will have to face the real world someday. I am not asking you to abandon the comfort of virtual reality, but be smart about it and make use of the comfort of virtual reality to prepare for reality. Trust me, No matter how real the fake thing is, it will never amount to the same as the real thing. In 3 months I will be attending Morningstar University with my friends, and if you consider yourself as my friend you will join as an equal. With the word equal, I highlighted the difference in my and Abba's strength to Abba indirectly. In this card world where jungle rules were unspoken rules, strength was a sign of respect, honor, and pride. Abba gazed into the boy's eyes as she listened to his words, and felt that every word he spoke was genuine and from his heart. Abba's eyes turned moist, thinking, he did consider me as a friend. Then closing her eyes to hold in her tears and control her emotions, Abba said, Wyatt, I know it must have been hard for you to say these words to me in front of everyone with your aloof personality. Thank you, for being my friend and caring about me. I promise you, I will enroll in Morningstar University along with you as your equal. Let us skip the soul contract and let this be a verbal agreement between you and me. Listening to Abba's promise I nodded, to which she solemnly nodded and resolutely declared, I will graduate from the martial arts school in VR universe before the university starts. I believe in you, princess, Agatha cheered. Abba nodded her head in confidence, and then turning to Laura she said, Laura, I am sure the martial arts school teaches sword arts, do you want to attend the school with me? Laura didn't immediately respond to Abba's request, instead turned to Anne and asked, Your Highness, can I learn sword arts in VR universe? The teacher chosen by my grandma to teach you sword arts is stationed at way beyond, he can't leave his post until somebody relieves him. That ain't happening anytime soon. So, if it is possible to learn sword art in VR universe, sure, go ahead. It is better than wasting your time waiting around, Anne answered Laura after giving it a thought. Then Anne, Abba, and Laura turned to look at the boy for an answer. Yes, it is possible. The martial arts school I am enrolling Abba in the VR universe has a sword peak where the practitioners devoting their life to the sword path practice and teach sword art. If you want to, I can enroll you along with Abba. Hearing my answer, Abba and Laura's eyes shone. Abba was enthusiastic about attending school with a friend, and Laura was enthusiastic about learning new sword arts. Thank you, Master Wyatt. Laura thanked the boy for helping her enroll in the martial arts school in VR universe. Great, Laura, we are going to be classmates, Abba exclaimed. Seeing her so happy, Agatha smiled and asked the boy, Wyatt, do you plan on giving this card to Susan? If you have no arrangements for that, I can help you with that. Seeing Abba get so happy to attend a school with one friend, Agatha thought Abba will be happier if she gets to attend school with Susan. Yes, Susan can also attend martial arts school with us in the VR universe. I call her and ask about it right away, Abba yelled with great excitement before summoning her grimoire, preparing to call Susan. Abba, how about you hold off on that for now? The auction is about to start, let us talk business first, Anne suddenly proposed, interrupting Abba from calling Susan. Listening to Anne say that, the atmosphere in the room turned cold. As everyone in the room was aware of Susan's relationship with the boy and Anne's intention for the boy. The cold silence did not bother Anne, as she was confident and not afraid to get what she wanted. Especially when the boy too seemed to have feelings for her. Date the 10th of April 2321, time 9:04, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Royal Palace, Royal Guest Palace number 01. Anne is right, we don't have enough time on our hands. Let us talk business first. I knew Anne's intentions as well as the thoughts of the others in the room. Neither of them was being subtle about it. However, I did not want to waste time anymore and get back to comprehending my second rule, meaning of the blood rule, as soon as possible. So that I can finally break through to the card master realm. Okay, Anne nodded and began to explain the consequences of my offering to give away VR cards to those who attend the auction. Earlier, we had estimated that about 2,000–3,000 people would be attending the auction, but now that you have promised to give away a free VR card to those who will attend the auction, we have no idea how many people will be attending the auction. The greed of a free card, especially a good card, is too big. Since yesterday night, about 1 million locals have lined up outside the auction house to attend the auction. People from the nearby cities and around the world have been coming to the city since your announcement. We think more people will come before the auction starts. The auction can only hold about 500,000 people with the space expansion array working on full throttle. Right now we don't know what to do. Most importantly, do you even have 1 million+ cards to give away to the people? Doesn't the auction house have any registration or ticket system? Agatha asked Anne. No, the auction hall can hold 500,000 at max, and usually it's a huge deal if 10,000 people attend the monthly auction. So we removed the ticket function so that tourists and locals can attend the auction and make up the numbers. And before we cannot make a ticket system now because the crowd attracted by the greed of a free card will just disperse and scare off the people who wanted to attend the auction, Anne explained her dilemma. Here, take these 3 million VR slime cards. Hand them to everyone who makes it to attend the auction before its conclusion. Before I could finish, after taking the storage cards containing the 3 million VR slime cards that I handed to her, Anne interrupted me saying, putting aside the fact that you have created 3 million VR cards, you want me to give away these cards to card apprentices that just show up for the auction, even if they do not plan on attending it. Anne wasn't the only one with questions, others were too, seeing that I declared, first, let me finish then I will listen to your concerns about my plan, makes sense. The girls nodded in agreement in unison, then I began with my explanation. First off, I have created 10 million VR slime cards. Don't ask where I got the ingredients for them as I will not give away my supplier. Secondly, yes, if possible I want to give away all 10 million VR slime cards to 10 million card apprentices for free. Don't give me that look, I have not gone insane, trust me I have a plan. You will learn of it once you guys start to explore the VR universe. Lastly, about the auction, let the first 450,000 people into the auction, and save the remaining seats for friends and guests from other regions. As for the remaining people, give them a free VR slime card and send them packing informing them that the auction house is at full capacity. And, what I am going to say next will be unethical, but if you want to promote your monthly auction to another level this will help you achieve it. I will tell you about it if you are open to it. I have a lot of concerns about this but for now I will trust you and along with it. But before I decide about the auction promotion can you tell me how unethical your promotion idea is? Anne was shocked to learn that the boy had created 10 million F-rank slime cards in 2 days. She was not surprised about how little time it took for him but about the ingredients he needed to create so many F-rank cards. However, Anne suppressed all her concerns and prioritized the matter at hand, the success of the auction, especially when so many eyes were watching. Listening to the boy say he wanted to give away all 10 million F-rank VR slime cards for free, Agatha's heart raced. The VR slime card was worth a fortune even if it was an F-rank card because of its soul energy digestion effect. If she were to hoard a few 100,000 of these free VR slime cards she would no longer have to worry about having enough funds for her retirement. Highly unethical, but it is guaranteed to give results regardless of whether we get caught or not, I responded to Anne frankly. Though Anne looked like Anna, they were polar opposites in nature. So, I knew Anne would not be open to unethical things, so before I pitched the idea and became the bad guy, the first asked Anne if she would consider implementing my plan. If it helps my land and people, I don't mind playing Rouge, Anne said resolutely. Good, I nodded, seeing Anne's resolve in her eyes, and illustrated, get a few highly loyal card emperors and semi-demigods to attend the auction. To bid for the cards that nobody plans to buy and increase the bids of good cards. Right now the whole world is paying attention to this auction, so I think you should use this opportunity to show how successful the Southern Capital's monthly auction is. I don't think I need to explain what you stand to gain from doing this. If you play this right, the average number of auction attendees of 2,000, 3,000 will easily increase to 200,000 minus 300,000 at least for the next few months. Date the 10th of April 2321, time 9:12, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Royal Palace, Royal Guest Palace number 01. Well, the auction house director had also suggested something similar to me. He defended this idea, claiming that many auction houses do this. I will give it a thought. Having said that, Anne summoned her grimoire, receiving a call but rejected the call with a text and continued to say, "Speak, please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos. Thank you of the devil, it is the auction house director. Calling to ask if you have created enough giveaway VR cards. Speaking of which, it's time for us to go to the auction house. I will not be attending the auction," I declared, surprising the girls in the room. You are the MVP of the auction. Without you there, the auction will not be the same. A lot of people will be disappointed. Especially, the influencers who have come just for you and your VR cards. Anne tried to persuade me, but just as I was about to reject her again, Arya spoke up saying, "Your Highness, considering the recent tensions, for Master Wyatt's safety, I think it's best if he doesn't attend the auction and stays within the royal palace's confines." The commotion made by the VR city was not small, many world leaders showed interest in it. However, regardless of how they obtained my grimoire contact ID, I ignored them all. Since they could not reach me directly, they tried to contact me indirectly through the Southern Royal Family. Why would the Southern Royal Family let the world meet its golden egg-laying goose? As a result, their requests to meet me were either ruthlessly rejected or brushed off, which resulted in high tensions regarding this matter. Under such circumstances, Arya felt that it would be best if I stayed far from public places, whereas Anne thought that with her grandaunt watching over the city and the dual-gate dungeon in its vicinity, the boy's safety was assured. But before Anne could speak, please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos. Thank you. Her mind, the boy explained. I am close to breaking through to the Card Master realm, so if you guys conclude this meet fast, then I get back to breaking through my current realm. Learning that the boy did not want to attend the auction because he wants to break through to his active soul control, Anne no longer tried to persuade the boy to attend the auction, saying, "Good, I will leave you alone for now, but remember, you owe me a lot of answers, mister." Anne had a lot of questions regarding the 10 million F-rank VR slime cards created by the boy. However, currently, the auction took priority and it was about to start in a few minutes. So she decided to save her question until after the boy has broken through to the Card Master realm, when they both will be free. Sure, I replied to Anne casually. Then Anne turned to the girls and said, "Let's go." Anne, we two are not attending the auction. I and Laura plan to enter the VR universe and attend martial school, Abba informed Anne. Then, feeling Anne's gaze on her, Agatha reported, "I am the princess bodyguard, so I cannot attend the auction." Fine, I will attend the auction by myself. By the way, Wyatt, I think I can give away a 1.5 million VR slime card at the auction. What do I do with the leftover cards? Anne asked. Give them away to the soldiers, students, and anyone who will appreciate them for free. Do as you see fit. I don't care as long as each of these cards is equipped in a card apprentice's grimoire, I said nonchalantly. All I cared about was that the VR slime cards were equipped by summon and not eating don't in a card folder or storage cards. No matter how skeptical one was, one cannot escape the production of fully immersive virtual reality. Fine, as the interim Southern Emperor, I will give them away to the Southern Watch. They will make good use of this card's effect, soul energy digestion. Okay, see you later. Anne bid her goodbye before teleporting to the Southern Capital auction house. After Anne left, Abba looked at me and asked, "Wyatt, can I and Laura attend the martial arts school in the VR universe now?" "Yes, I have already enrolled you two in the martial arts school. So, go find an empty room in the guest palace and use the VR slime card to enter the VR universe." Since the VR universe was hosted in my realm network with the Hive AI as admin, I could just relay my orders to it and Hive AI will follow through. That was how I was able to enroll Abba and Laura in the martial arts school in VR universe without me entering it. Why find an empty room? Since you do not plan on using this room, they can just use this room, right? Agatha suggested. Abba did not need Agatha to remind her twice. Before I could protest, she dragged Laura to the king-size bed in the room and said, "Come, Laura, let us enter the VR universe." Climbing the bed, Abba and Laura summoned their grimoire and activated their VR slime card. Soon their grimoire conjured slime which swallowed them whole and began to harden, turning into a giant crystal. Looking at the two crystals on the bed, Agatha asked, "Will they be okay? Are you sure an F-rank card is enough to help them transfer their consciousness into your VR universe?" "Don't worry, the card is safe. I have tested it. As long as they do not reject the effect of the card, they will enter the VR universe without any problem," I assured Agatha. "Fine, I trust you," saying that Agatha then continued to say, "So, of the remaining 7 million VR slime cards in your hands, how many cards do you want to distribute to me?" Listening to Agatha, I smiled and shook my head. Then with a gentle smile, I asked her, "You tell me how many of these cards you and your group can move." "We can move all 7 million of the VR slime cards. Trust me," Agatha answered. Date the 10th of April 2321, time 9:23, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Royal Palace, Royal Guest Palace number 01, all 7 million of it. "How long will it take you guys to move them?" I wasn't surprised Agatha wanted to move all 7 million VR slime cards to herself. I did not doubt her and her friend's ability either, but I wonder if they will be able to unload all 7 million of the cards within a week or less. "In a month I will give each one of the 7 million VR slime cards a new home," Agatha promised confidently. Agatha's confidence did not stem from her liability as a salesperson but from the Soul energy digestion, effect of the VR slime card. With such a miraculous effect, those 7 million VR slime cards would sell themselves. Not fast enough. I judged listening to Agatha say that it would take her about a month to unload all 7 million VR slime cards. Fine, in how many days do you want me to sell these cards? Agatha asked the boy to specify a time since he felt that a month was too long to sell 7 million VR slime cards. Sell. Just so we're on the same page, I don't want you to sell the VR slime card but give them away for free across the world, I corrected Agatha, informing her that I did not want her to sell the cards but give them away across the world for free. What, if we give away the cards for free we stand to make no profit? Wyatt, you said you had a huge deal for me, Agatha complained, listening to the boy say that he did not want her to sell the VR slime cards but give them away for free across the world. The only reason why Agatha agreed to sell the VR cards was because she thought she could make a killing selling the VR cards, but now hearing that she would be giving them away the cards for free, Agatha was no longer enthusiastic about helping the boy unload the cards across the world. In the beginning, did you not hear me say that I wanted to give away all 10 million VR slime cards for free? I started at Agatha, wondering if she did not hear me at the beginning. You said, if possible. So I thought you meant to give away all 10 million VR slime cards for free to those attending the auction. How would I know that you meant it in general? Agatha defended herself. Sorry, I wasn't clear about this sooner. Earlier, I did plan to sell VR cocoon cards for their appropriate price as their ingredients would not be cheap, but now that I have replaced them with VR slime cards which are very cheap and can be used by any realm card apprentice, I decided to give them away for free, I explained to Agatha, as I did say that she would make a fortune helping me sell the VR cards. I understand. I can help you move the cards for free considering our friendship, but my friends will not. Agatha explained that if her friends did not stand to make a profit they would not help them move the cards across the world. I needed to sell the remaining 7 million VR slime cards across the world so that everyone in the world would be aware of their existence. And not consider them as a myth or worse, a rumor. This was why I needed trusted sellers who would help me unload these cards across the borders. After all, who knows how long before I gather enough capital to create another batch of VR slime cards. If all 10 million VR slime cards find a user, then it will not take long. How about this? I will give them each 100 VR slime cards which they can sell at their discretion. Once all 10 million VR cards are given away, their effects will create a demand, and card apprentices will search for card apprentices who are willing to sell their VR slime cards for a fortune. Then your friends can use the 100 VR slime cards in their hands to amass huge wealth. What do you think? Will they be open to such an arrangement? Understanding that nobody would work for free, I proposed a reasonable arrangement so that Agatha and her friends can help me unload the VR slime cards across the world. Give 1,000 VR slime cards for each seller and 10,000 VR slime cards for me as payment for our services, then we have a deal, Agatha negotiated. She shamelessly demanded 10,000 VR slime cards for her service when she just said that she would do it for free considering her friendship with the boy. Nope, I will find someone else to help me with this matter, I said, showing Agatha that I wasn't negotiating with her. Come on, Wyatt, there are millions of VR slime cards, giving us a few thousand cards for our services will not matter much. Agatha tried to persuade the boy to agree to her price for her services. Do you know how much money I have invested to create these cards? Yet, I am willing to give away these cards for free to card apprentices across the world. Do you know why? I stared into Agatha's eyes and questioned her. How would I know? Agatha replied while gazing right back into the boy's eyes. Then how do you know that giving you and your friends a few thousand VR slime cards out of millions of VR cards will not matter? Don't be greedy, Agatha, I warned Agatha, declaring that the payment arrangement proposed by me was more than appropriate compensation for Agatha and her friends' help to unload the VR slime cards across the world. Fine, so how many cards do you want us to unload? Agatha caved and agreed to the payment arrangement proposed by the boy for her services. 3 million VR slime cards, and I need each of the sellers to take an oath that they will not participate in any kind of malpractice while giving away my VR slime cards. Date the 10th of April 2321, time 9:42, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Royal Palace, Royal Guest Palace number 01, just 3 million VR slime cards. What about the remaining 4 million cards? Learning that the boy only planned to have her move 3 million VR slime cards, Agatha was a little disappointed and did not try to be subtle about it. Need I remind you again, I have other distributors lined up. By other distributors I meant Jill. Speaking of Jill, the auction has already started, so she should have contacted me by now. Did she not arrive in the city yet? That's unlikely. She will never be late to an opportunity to amass wealth. Maybe I should check up on her later. Who is it? Agatha did not believe the boy had other distributors because, like the Southern royal family, she too was very clear about the boy's social network. This was the first time he had left the Blossom District. There weren't many people in his life who could move 4 million VR slime cards. One has to know as soon as these cards get introduced to the market they will be in high demand. Which means they will attract a lot of unwanted attention. Many people will try to get their hands on as many of these cards as possible by hook or by crook. The distributors of the VR slime card will be these predators' first targets. So the distributors did not only have to be skilled salespersons but also strong. Right now the millions of people who will be receiving the VR slime card will become the prey of such predators. If they do not have the power to keep these cards, it will be in their best interest to sell these cards to whoever was willing to buy them. Yes, cards cannot be taken out from the grimoire of a dead card apprentice using normal means, but there were many dreadful ways for the perpetrators to force the card apprentice to give them the VR slime card. Anne and Agatha both knew that the idea of the boy, to give away VR slime cards for free, was flawed as soon as they saw its miraculous effect, but they did not say anything because he had already publicly announced to do so. There was nothing much they could do as the situation had already grown to the point of no return. You don't need to worry about it. Just make sure your people give away all 3 million of the cards across the world within this week, I said, telling Agatha to stop asking questions and get to work. Sure, but how do we choose whom to give these cards to? Agatha asked the boy as he had asked them to take an oath to not participate in any sort of malpractice when distributing the cards. Target the academic cities, mostly students, they will make good use of these cards. Honestly, as long as all these cards are in use by the end of this week I don't care. I say this because teenagers were most likely to like the VR universe as they were considered to be open to new experiences and students have the time and leisure to explore the wonders of VR universe. Not to mention that VR universe wasn't just an illusion but a land opportunity thanks to the generosity of Devil Merchant Code who created high-level interactive NPCs, civilizations, and timelines. There was a lot for a card apprentice to learn in the VR universe as long as they had patience and kept an open mind. Also because academic cities were highly protected by authorities of their region, so those who were lucky enough to get a VR slime card, as long as they were smart enough to avoid unnecessary attention, then they could make something of themselves with this card. The thought of the VR slime cards endangering the lives of card apprentices who got them for free did cross my mind, and some card apprentice trying to sell their free VR slime card did cross my mind when I created the card, and I still went ahead with my plans because the VR slime cards were an opportunity to the card apprentices who were lucky enough to get them. Now it was up to them if they could or how they would make use of this opportunity. Got it, boss. Our primary targets to give away the cards will be students. I will leave Abba in your care, Agatha agreed. Then taking a look at Abba inside the VR slime crystal, she left the room to make arrangements for the distribution of 3 million VR slime cards. Before I could reject Agatha's request to take care of Abba, Agatha vanished like a swift wind. Then turning to look at Arya, I ordered, "Take care of Abba for me. My job is to protect you." Arya denied the boy's order by stating the fact. Sigh, letting out a sigh, I arranged a space isolation, alarm, and protection array around the bed on which Abba and Laura were using their VR slime card. Then summoning my grimoire, I called Jill, to check on her before returning to Seed World to comprehend the blood curse, meaning of blood rule. Wyatt, Jill answered my call. From her tone, I could hear irritation. Where are you? I asked, not bothering to ask what was bothering her. In front of the southern capital city gate number 02, Jill's irritation became more obvious as she spoke of the southern capital city gate. So you have arrived at the city, head straight to the royal palace. I am not attending the auction. We can meet at Royal Guest Palace number 01, I instructed Jill. About that, the city guards are not letting me inside the city, and they are not giving me a clear reason why they are denying my entry to the city, Jill yelled in distraction, not getting the answer why the city guards would not allow her entry to the southern capital. Hold on. Listening to Jill, I immediately understood what was going on and turned to Arya and asked, "Is Anne behind this?" My job is to protect you. Arya feigned ignorance by stating the fact. Date the 10th of April 2321, time 9:56, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Royal Palace, Royal Guest Palace number 01. Seeing Arya dodge my answering my question, I was assured that Anne was the reason why Jill was being denied entry into Southern Capital. Wyatt, are you still there? Jill asked impatiently. Jill, I will make a call to see if I can get you entry into the city, otherwise I will meet you outside the city, I replied. Please hurry, I am fed up with this bullshit. Jill agreed and hung up the call. Then I texted Anne asking her to allow Jill entry into the city within the next 5 minutes, or else I will go outside the city to meet Jill in person. Now it was up to Anne to take this text as a request or an ultimate. Honestly, I too was starting to get irritated by Anne's actions, which were the result of her one-sided feelings for me. Do I have to talk to her about it? I do not think so. Anna will take care of that for me once she returns after serving her punishment. Soon I received a text from Jill informing me that she was a temporary entry to the city and was headed to meet me at the Royal Guest Palace No. 01. While I was waiting for Jill, my grimoire received a conference call invite from Agatha. Understanding that she planned to introduce her friends, employees to me, I joined the conference call where all the distributors of VR slime cards working for Agatha took an oath and signed a soul contract stating that they will not abuse or take advantage of or misappropriate the free VR slime cards they were asked to distribute. A few minutes later, the head butler of the Royal Guest Palace No. 01 Colton arrived informing me that Jill had arrived. Seeing that 2 young girls were using the room and bed allocated to me, to not be misunderstood, instead of inviting Jill over, I decided to meet at the Guest Palace Hall. Following Colton, I arrived at the hall, where once again I got to meet Jill, whose slender yet curvaceous figure was hidden under her oversized white lab coat. I guess her sense of fashion and her wardrobe have not been updated since we last met. Wyatt, I see the Southern royal family is treating you well. I don't blame them. I would expect nothing less from a genius who created a card for soul energy digestion. How did you achieve that? On her way over, Jill had the opportunity to hear about the VR slime card and its miraculous effects. She could not believe the boy was just giving away such capable cards for free. As a researcher, you should know better than to ask such questions, I said with a playful smile. What can I do? I can't help it, saying that Jill got up from the couch and walked over to me. Seeing her expression, my face panicked, thinking, how can this happen? I make sure to suppress my body odor before meeting Jill in person. Seeing my reaction, Jill, who was walking toward me, suddenly laughed out loud, saying, you should see your face. Relax, it's not my physique but my heart. It wants me to get closer to you, talk to you, and get to know the genius in you that created a card with soul energy digestion effect. Ever since her sexual awakening in the dungeon with the boy, Jill felt that she was no longer indifferent toward the opposite sex. Not all opposite sex, just the boy. It was as if her physique had given her heart and mind permission to think and feel for the boy. Since then her nights have been restless, special when she learned that the boy had created yet another miracle called VR City. This was when Jill finally had the answer to the question which her friends frequently asked her, what type of man is she attracted to? Because of her physique, Jill was never attracted to the opposite sex, so she never understood how to answer her friends' questions. She had no answer. But now she knew what type of man she liked. Her type was a highly intellectual and authoritative man like her father. And the boy had both qualities. Make him her ideal type mentally and physically. Well, for now, let's talk business. I was embarrassed to hear Jill straightforwardly express her feelings for me. I was used to Anna's rogue way to express her feelings for me, but this was new and sudden. Sure, then regardless of the outcome, let's get to know each other with the expensive whiskey the Southern royal family can spare for its valuable guests. Jill surprisingly prioritized her feelings over amassing wealth. No, I plan to break through to the card master realm after I am done negotiating with you. I rejected Jill without a second thought because I had a feeling that a few bottles of whiskey might end up with my death. Well, let us see where the negotiation takes us. Jill did not take the boy's rejection seriously. She was very confident about her beauty and charm. Okay, here, have a look before we start with we carry on the negotiation. Saying that, I summoned my grimoire. Taking out a VR slime card, I handed it to Jill. Thank you. Taking the VR slime card, Jill directly equipped it and began to eat the refreshments placed on the tea table. These refreshments were made of processed monster meat. Jill was the first to so brazenly test the soul energy digestion effect of the VR slime card right in front of me. Well, the card's soul energy digestion effect is surprisingly good despite its rank, Jill exclaimed. As a card king, She had full control over her digestive system and could easily tell the boost her digestive system gained under the soul energy digestion effect. The effect doubles if you are inside the VR slime, I add. Date the 10th of April 2321, time 10:08, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Royal Palace, Royal Guest Palace number 01, its effect doubles inside the VR slime, I added. You would love to see my body covered in your sticky slime, won't you? Jill said, biting seductively on her lower lip and throwing a flirtatious gaze toward me, while maneuvering her slender yet voluptuous waist in such a way that it emphasizes her curves despite the oversized lab coat she wore. Gulp. I swallowed my saliva, mesmerized by Jill, suddenly feeling the urge to have my way with her right here and now on the fancy tea table. There was something about Jill that made me lose control of my body to my primal instincts. Anna got into my bed naked, but after a short struggle, I controlled myself. In Jill's case, however, it was different because of some reason that eluded me. Blaming it all on Jill's carnivorous womb physique, with great difficulty I fought my primal instincts and clarified, VR slime is not sticky, instead it solidifies into one big crystal to protect the unaware body of the card apprentice hibernating in it. You know that was not what I was talking about. Jill did not seem subtle about her intentions. Ahem, Jill, business first. Clearing my throat, I reminded Jill as her provocative behavior was taunting my primitive instinct to pass on my genes, ensuring my bloodline. Only if you promise pleasure later, Jill spoke using her sexy voice, which made my blood rush to both my heads and I felt as if I should press Jill down and pump my seeds into her wet canal. Fuck, I cussed, suddenly snapping out of the funk thanks to Hive AI reporting abnormality in my body hormones. Then I looked at Jill in caution and asked, did your physique grow stronger since we last met? No, if anything its grasp on my mind and heart seems to have grown weaker. For the first time in my life, I am experiencing new, unknown but wonderful feelings. I never knew a person could feel such a way about someone they just met and know very little about. But it aches to know that someone doesn't feel the same way. Jill seems to have thrown subtleness out of the window and poured her heart out. I don't mean to sound insensitive, but I am on the verge of breaking through to the card master realm, so if we could wrap up things here quickly I can get back to it, I said, trying to not sound rude while assuring Jill that I acknowledged her feelings. Hopefully, it worked as it played out in my mind. I acknowledged Jill's feelings but did not reciprocate them. There was a huge difference between these two words. I see. Disappointment was clear on Jill's face after listening to the boy. She was fine with the boy not answering her feelings for him, however, she did not like the fact that he did not acknowledge them but instead ignored them. She gained a deeper understanding of the pain that was the one-sided love her girlfriend talked about. I have 4 million VR slime cards left on me. Do you think you can handle all of them, or should I? Before I could finish my sentence, Jill yelled, interrupting me midway, I will take all 4 million of them, name your price. I wanted to correct Jill and inform her that I was not selling the VR slime cards but giving them away for free. However, I stopped, seeing the crazy light in Jill's eyes. I could see that she would pay a sky-high price for all 4 million VR slime cards on the spot, so I immediately decided to keep my production line of VR slime cards in continuation. I don't mind selling you all 4 million VR slime cards if you agree to my terms and conditions for use of the VR slime cards. You plan to set terms and conditions for the use of the cards that I bought from you. Ain't that rich? Even the Card Creationist Association doesn't dare to demand something like that. Jill sneered sarcastically. The Card Creationist Association doesn't dare because they do not have a fine product like mine. Besides, I am willing to give you an exclusive discount, just for you, if you agree to my terms and conditions for the usage of the VR slime card, I said, knowing that the word discount gets the attention of every buyer. An exclusive discount? Huh, I am listening. Let's hear your terms and conditions for usage of the VR slime card. Jill squinted her eyes at the boy, wanting to figure out what he was up to with the terms and conditions for usage of VR slime. I only have 2 simple conditions. You cannot sell the VR slime cards you bought from me. You can gift them, and secondly, you cannot hoard them and have to distribute each of the VR slime cards to a card apprentice as soon as possible. Instead of my giving away VR slime cards for free, I plan to have Jill buy them from me and give them away for free. Preposterous. These 2 conditions are outrageous. No one will buy these cards with such ridiculous conditions, Jill yelled, learning the 2 conditions of the boy. Then added, even if I find 4 million people to fight the 4 million VR slime cards, how do I get my investment back along with some profit from my troubles? Jill, don't act dumb with me. You and I both know you have buyers lined up for these 4 million cards. I bet your father would love to give his army of assassin VR slime cards as this year's bonus. World leaders would be willing to pay a fortune to equip their men with VR slime cards. I bet they will be willing to pay a hefty commission if you help them with this. I did not need to explain to Jill how to do her work. She knew that better than me, however she was a conniving one that liked to squeeze out the last drop of juice from a lemon. Date the 10th of April 2321, time 10:19, location Southern Region, Southern Capital. Southern Royal Palace, Royal Guest Palace number 01. It seems you are aware of what part of the market you want to target with your VR slime cards. Jill was not surprised that the boy did not fall for her act, but was shocked that he knew exactly what she planned to do with the 4 million VR slime cards. Well, considering that she contacted him not long ago asking him to let her father and his friends invest in his VR city project, she understood how the boy came to such a conclusion. Considering the prices of these cards, I do not have many options now. I am clear that if I were to sell the VR slime card for its original market value, only the rich and powerful could afford it. In this world, the rich and powerful were the world leaders. So guessing my target clientele wasn't hard. I just contacted my father. He is willing to buy all 4 million VR slime cards, agreeing to your odd set of terms and conditions. So name your price. Jill's father knew the significance of the soul energy digestion effect for an army, so he did not mind spending a fortune to equip his army with the VR slime cards. 60 devil grade ingredients for 4 million F rank VR slime cards. I stated the first sky-high price that came to my mind. I was able to make 10 million VR slime cards for the cost of 19 devil grade ingredients, and for 60 devil grade ingredients, I can roughly make 31.5 million VR slime cards. Even if I give away half of them for free, I can sell the rest of the cards for the same price to other wealthy world leaders trying to strengthen their personal armies with the soul energy digestion effect of the VR slime card. Devil grade ingredients. You sure want to trade using devil grade ingredients? Jill asked the boy in confusion because she has never heard anyone conduct such a big transaction using devil grade ingredients. Yes, it is less hassle that way, I said casually, not going into detail about it. Your choice, however. 60 devil grade ingredients for 4 million F rank cards is too much, and adding your absurd terms and condition on the usage of the cards, it's not the correct valuation for the cards. 30 devil grade ingredients, that is how much I am willing to offer. Jill knew the valuation of 4 million F rank VR slime cards could easily suppress 60 devil grade ingredients, but the two conditions art by the boy lowered their valuation by a huge margin. Considering that the buyer cannot resell them but only gift them, the 30 devil grade ingredient valuation of hers for the 4 million VR slime card could be considered more than generous. Jill, you are not just any F rank card, it's the VR slime card. It has the coveted soul energy digestion effect. You and I both know that these cards are worth more than 60 devil grade ingredients, let alone the 30 devil grade ingredients that you offered. Yes, the condition I set for buying the VR slime cards was extreme, but considering that Jill's father was buying these cards to strengthen his army and not make a profit by selling them, this condition did not affect his purpose. So I felt that it was a bit shameful on Jill's part to use those conditions to lower the valuation of the cards. Wyatt, regardless of their effect, the conditions set by you for the buyer are extreme, so I think the price I state is generous compensation for those cards. Jill brushed off the soul energy digestion effect of the VR slime card and continued to focus on the conditions set by the boy to decrease the price of the cards. She shamelessly downplayed the effects of the card despite being fully aware that the only reason her father was buying the VR slime cards was for their soul energy digestion effect. Jill, by now you should know better than to play these obvious games with me. Since you do not get it, let me make it clear. 70 devil grade ingredients for the 4 million F rank VR slime cards. If you think the price is too steep or don't like the price, find someone who will sell you the cards in your price range, I said, implying that I was the one person she could buy these cards from, so she should not piss me off by trying to rip me off. Fine, what about the exclusive discount you offered me? Jill knew, combining her father and his friends' personal armies, 4 million VR slime cards would not be enough for them. They will need more, so she wanted to control the pricing of the cards right at the beginning, but she was taught by the boy that many buyers were lining up to buy his VR slime cards, but there was only him selling these cards. Jill did not need the boy to remind her that there was only one seller and many buyers, so the seller controlled the price by default, but she hoped that she could bullshit the boy into getting her way. Considering her past with the boy, she knew her plan had very low chances of working on him, but she thought it wouldn't hurt to try. 60 devil grade ingredients for 4 million cards, that is my selling price after the exclusive discount. Take it or leave it, I said nonchalantly, knowing that Jill would get a bigger commission if she were to get the cards for a lower price. Since she could screw me over to increase her profits, I did need to be subtle about my monopoly over the cards with the soul energy digestion effect. Okay, you win. 60 devil grade ingredients for 4 million VR slime cards. Jill surrendered, knowing that the boy held the monopoly and she could only bow to his will. Good, let us draft a soul contract, I nodded in satisfaction, seeing Jill throw in the towel. Occasionally missing content, please report errors in time. Date the 10th of April 2321, time 10:27, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Royal Palace, Royal Guest Palace number 01, sure. Jill agreed to draft a soul contract and then continued, adding, Wyatt, if we pay you another 60 devil grade ingredients up front, then will you create another 4 million VR slime cards? Sure, I can, as long as they are willing to adhere to my previously mentioned conditions. I wasn't surprised that Jill wanted to place an order for another 4 million VR slime cards. And also had a feeling that these 8 million VR slime cards will not be enough to equip Jill's father and his friends' armies. Good, I will get you the promised 120 devil grade ingredients by the evening. Before Jill could finish, a figure suddenly appeared in the hall. It was Anne. Ignoring Jill, Anne excitedly exclaimed, Wyatt, your cards were a big hit. I know. I knew Anne did not rush here to pointlessly state the obvious to me. Her real intention was to impose on my meeting with Jill. If it was some other time, I would be pissed at Anne, but her presence was acting as a buffer. Considering that Jill's physique had grown strong enough to confuse me, I appreciated her imposing in our meet. Anne, since you are here, why don't you have a seat beside me? I said while pointing at the space on the couch next to me. Anne's pheromones in the air seemed to dampen the effect of Jill's pheromones affecting me. Somehow the hormones of two attractive women did not complement each other but rather countered the other. Now I know why scoring a threesome was so damn hard. Anyways, I wanted to use Anne as a buffer against Jill's physique, so I wanted her to sit as close to me as possible. Especially since, unlike Jill's pheromones, Anne's pheromones did not try to forcefully confuse me. Seeing the boy not take offense from her crashing his meeting with Jill, instead he asked her to sit next to him. Anne almost pinched herself to check if she was dreaming. Anne's confusion was valid. Just a few minutes ago the boy gave her an ultimatum to let Jill inside the city. She thought he would be pissed at her for her actions, but he wasn't, and now he did not seem to care that she was intruding on his meeting with Jill. Instead asked her to attend it while sitting next to him. What was the boy trying to do to her? Why was he playing with her heart like this? Can't he just confess his love for her so that they can be together and live happily ever after? Anne's heart was over the cloud. She had a silly smile pasted on her face as she walked to the coach and sat next to the boy. Then her gaze landed on Jill, who was sitting on the couch opposite to hers. The silly smile on Anne's face vanished as she gazed at Jill, whom she hated for stealing the boy's first time, provocatively with the corner of her lips turned up, showing Jill that she was the winner here. Jill too had her sight glued on Anne. Though this was the first time she was meeting Anne, for some reason, she hated her a lot. It was as if she had met her rival. Every cell in her being was screaming at her to end Anne, bringing the triumph of good over evil. Her hatred toward Anne could not be more black and white. As a researcher, Jill immediately questioned her hatred toward Anne, and in no way it made sense unless she was jealous that the boy asked Anne to sit next to him. Why would something so rudimentary bother her to the point where her mind compared Anne to every evil in the world? Unless, at this moment, Jill realized that the boy was right, her physique had indeed grown stronger. This sudden revelation caused Jill's mind to descend into chaos. She began to reconsider her every thought and action since her physique awakened. Were her feelings for the boy even her own, or something generated by her physique? Just when these questions began to get stronger in her head, suddenly she felt relaxed and that she was overthinking it. If her physique was capable of something like that, then she would not be having these questions about her physique. Confused, Jill suddenly got up and bade her goodbye to the boy, saying, Wyatt, I will contact you once I have the devil-grade ingredients ready. Before the boy could answer, Jill hurriedly left the hall, dismissing herself. Whoa! Anne exclaimed, seeing Jill leave in a hurry. Sorry, Wyatt, it seems your friend did not like me joining your meeting. Anne apologized, but she did not seem to mean it. No, it's not your fault. I did not say this to comfort Anne but because I knew Jill too must have realized the changes in her physique with the presence of Anne. As soon as Anne's pheromones filled the atmosphere of the hall, it made Jill's physique more aggressive, which was easy to notice compared to its previous stealthy way of operation. Quote. Anne's eyes shone seeing the boy not blame her for interrupting his meeting but also try to comfort her. If this did not tell that he loved her then what would? But still, it was rude of me to suddenly barge into the hall and intrude on your meeting. I am sorry, Anne continued to apologize to the boy, to have him continue to comfort her. She liked the caring side of the boy. She wanted the boy to pamper her and spoil her with his love. Yes, it was. What were you thinking barging into a meeting like that? I am seriously starting to wonder if anyone in your Heatsend royal family was aware of something called manners, as you guys seem to lack the basic and most common form of manners. Instead of comforting words and sweet nothings the boy gave Anne an earful. It seems her dream of being spoiled by his love for her will not be fulfilled today. Date the 10th of April 2321, time 10:36, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Royal Palace, Royal Guest Palace. Number 01, geez, I said I am sorry, Anne snapped. This was too much. Why can't the boy be the perfect lover of her dreams for once? Why does he always have to put her down like this? This was just too much. There was only so much a girl could take. Well, she will forgive the boy this once. Quote. Seeing Anne snap back at me, I frowned. It was her fault to interrupt my meeting with Jill, yet she acted as if it was nothing. Well, some good did come out of Anne's rude action. If not for Anne's arrival I don't know how long I could withstand the temptation of Jill's physique before giving into my primal instinct. Also, now Jill has started to wonder who was in control, her physique or her. Which was good, so I will let it slide this one time. Arya, who had suppressed her presence in the hall, shook her head hearing the talk between the princess and the boy. She wondered why the boy was being so cruel to Anne. He could just confront the princess and let her off easy instead of stringing her along. Hey, Wyatt, I thought you were giving away all 10 million VR slime cards for free. So why was that girl saying that she would contact you once she had the devil-grade ingredients? Anne asked the boy. Well, I changed my mind and sold 4 million VR slime cards for 60 devil-grade ingredients and took an order of creating another 4 million VR slime cards for 60 devil-grade ingredients. I did not hide my deal with Jill from Anne because Arya would report to her later, and also because I also wanted the Southern royal family to know that they too can buy 4 million VR slime cards for 60 devil-grade ingredients. The Southern royal family did not lack devil-grade ingredients. I bet they would not mind parting with a few of them to equip all their soldiers and subordinates with VR slime cards. Thanks to me just giving away almost 7 million VR slime cards for free, neither the Southern royal family nor another world leader would think of keeping the soul energy digestion effect of the VR slime card for themselves. Once I gave out the VR slime cards, a race had already started. Now the world leader had no choice but to equip their people with the VR slime cards so that they do not fall behind the race. The protection of the Southern royal family played a huge role in this. If not for that, things would not have proceeded as easily as they did. I had to give credit where it was due, especially since they could easily try and keep the soul energy digestion effect for themselves if they wanted to. I was impressed by the restraint they had shown, since it would not have been easy. What, did you not say that you did not plan to sell the cards? Anne inquired. The boy then threw a quick gaze at Arya, as if asking her why she did not report to her about the boy selling 8 million VR slime cards to Jill. Under Anne's questioning gaze, Arya was speechless because Anne imposed herself on the meeting while the boy was concluding his deal with Jill. How did she expect her to report to her something that just happened when they both were present at the scene with the target? Well, I changed my mind. The price she was willing to pay was too tempting for me to deny, I said nonchalantly, even though the price was set by me and not Jill. Well, I can see why. If someone was willing to pay 60 devil-grade ingredients for 4 million VR slime cards when you could create 10 million VR slime with just 50 devil-grade ingredients, I too would have a hard time denying the offer. Anne agreed with me, and in response, I just nodded, not bothering to correct Anne. If nothing else, I will get back to breaking through to the Card Master realm, I said, preparing to enter the seed world. Wyatt, wait, Anne hurriedly called out to me, stopping in my tracks. I turned to look at her and asked, what is it? Well, the Southern royal family also wants to place a large order of the VR slime cards. Anne narrated her reason for stopping the boy from leaving. Okay, How many VR slime cards does the Southern Royal family want? I already knew that the Southern Royal family would ask me to create VR slime cards for them too. Once they hear I promised to give Jill's father and his allies 8 million VR slime cards, they will not be able to hold back. A few million, but it would have been better if the price were more reasonable. Anne said while fidgeting. She was embarrassed to ask the boy to lower the prices of the cards. This was unlike her. She never hesitated to do anything when it came to her family. So she steeled her heart and talked to the boy about reducing the price of the cards. Yes, it would have been better if the cost of the ingredients used to create the cards was cheaper. But they aren't, so what can we do about it but follow the market? I implied that I would not decrease the price of the VR slime cards. Okay, on behalf of the Southern Royal family, I would like to place an order of, slap. Before Anne could place her order for a few million VR slime cards to the boy, Colleen suddenly appeared next to her out of nowhere and slapped her on the back of her head, interrupting her midway. Girl, what is wrong with you? How can you just agree to such insane pricing? After yelling at her granddaughter, Colleen turned to face the boy and said, Boy, I don't know what magic you have put on both my granddaughters to wrap their minds and heart around your figures, but how could you sell the VR slime cards to your in-laws at such insane prices? Date the 10th of April 2321, time 10:43, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Royal Palace, Royal Guest Palace number 01. After learning about the new VR card and its soul energy digestion effect, the entire Southern Royal family was turned upside down out of joy and anticipation. Many higher-ups including the likes of Colleen, Lorenzo, Field Marshal Heatsend, and Leo wanted to meet the boy in person and congratulate the boy for his achievement, and speak. Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos. Thank you about their collaboration on the project. However, remembering the attitude of the boy toward Leo when he approached him to talk about the future of VR City and VR Cocoon as the representative of the royal family, they took a hint that the boy would not be that thrilled about their visit to him. So they stood back and let Anne handle the matter. Remembering that she could not trust her granddaughters around the boy, Colleen decided to keep an eye on her, and as she expected, Anne succumbed to the boy and for the first time compromised the interest of the family. So Colleen had no choice but to step in before Anne threw the family further under the bus. In-laws, I asked Colleen, raising my eyebrow. Boy, don't you think you are being greedy by asking for 60 devil-grade ingredients for 4 million VR slime cards when it took you 50 devil-grade ingredients to create 10 million VR slime cards? Colleen ignored the boy's question and instead put her agenda forward. Greedy. The Southern Royal family is in no place to lecture me about greed. 60 devil-grade ingredients for 4 million VR slime cards, that's my selling price. If you don't like it, you can find another seller. The royal family had heaps of devil-grade ingredients lying in their treasury unattended. They did not care for these devil-grade ingredients until I began to trade using them. Besides, I never heard them speak. Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos. Thank you about reducing my taxes. Speaking my mind, I prepared to enter the world seed, not wanting to argue with Colleen, knowing that she was a brute, and did the first thing that popped into her mind. Like how she kidnapped me to stop me from attending one of the top universities in the Central Academic Region. I had no idea what she would do now to get me to decrease the price of the VR slime cards. Colleen was more of a hooligan than a queen. The title, Hoodlum Queen, was better suited to her than the Soldier Queen. So, I thought it would be for the best if I left before things escalated. And also because I wanted my 3 mutated soul consciousness to be free so that they can help me with my comprehension of the blood curse meaning of blood rule and refining the blood rule power gathered through blood curse meaning. Which would not be possible if I took on a massive order of VR slime cards, as they would have to attend to card creation arrays. So, this was for the best. As I prepared to transfer myself into the seed world, the surrounding space froze, stopping me from transferring my body into the seed world. Then I heard Colleen's voice ring in my ears, asking me, "Where are you going? We are not done talking." You might not be done talking, but I am, so please I freeze the space so that I can enter my card lab. I did not want to have to explain what seed world was to Colleen, therefore I called it a card lab so that she would get the gist. Kid, come on, don't be unreasonable. We are all friends and family here, let's not make things difficult for each other. Colleen continued to spew her agenda, asking me to decrease the price of the VR slime cards because of my relationship with the Southern Royal family. Is that so? Then how about you guys reduce the taxes I pay to your family? In exchange, I will reduce the price of the VR slime cards. What do you say, friend? Do we have a deal? It was clear that Colleen would not stop until I hit her where it hurt, and so I did. Anne, are you sure this kid is a genius? Because a genius would know that the taxes they pay will not fill the pockets of the royal family but the state treasury, and will be used to keep the state running and to develop it. Colleen mocked the boy for asking her to reduce his taxes. Colleen thought she had to be stupid to do that. The rest of the world might not know it, but she knew that the boy would soon become one of the wealthiest card apprentices in the world, and a year's tax from him could potentially feed the southern region for years, so she would rather consider taxing him more than ever consider reducing his tax. She planned to milk hefty taxes off the boy for the rest of his life. This bitch, I thought, staring hard at Colleen, seeing that she didn't even consider reducing my taxes out of respect for our partnership, but she expected me to reduce the prices of the VR slime cards. Pissed, I announced to Colleen and Anne, if the Southern royal family wants my VR slime cards, they will have to pay 60 devil-grade ingredients for 1 million cards. What? Colleen blurted in shock. She did not expect the boy would not only not reduce the price of his cards but also dare to raise them instead. Grandma, calm down. Anne's gaze kept shifting between her grandma and her lover. She was worried her grandma would do something they all will regret out of rage. Anne, stay out of this. Boy, you want to play like this? Believe it or not, I will raise your taxes by 1000% such that not only every penny you make will fall in the state's treasurer, but you will owe the state more money. Colleen glared at the boy, trying to intimidate him despite knowing that it had not worked in the past. Believe it or not, I will not sell my VR slime cards to your family and start creating VR slime cards for free for the rest of the world. Colleen's scare tactics did not work on me before, and they will not work on me now. Date the 10th of April 2321, time 10:59, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Royal Palace, Royal Guest Palace number 01. Boy, do you know what you just said was enough for you to be arrested for the charge of treason? Colleen thundered, seeing the boy not only challenge her authority but try to force her to follow his way. And she was not lying about the treason charge. What the boy just said could easily be translated as he was willing to give VR slime cards for free to enemies of the Southern region, whereas he did not plan to sell a single VR slime card to the Southern region. Such words were enough for any regular card creationist to be locked in the deep of the Southern royal family prison for the rest of their life, to never see the light of the day or even be executed. Fortunately, the boy wasn't just any regular card creationist. He was the discoverer of Silver Milk Power and the creator of the VR Slime card, the only low-level card with the miraculous, soul energy digestion, effect. It seems my talents are not appreciated in the Southern region. I heard that the Central region offers lower tax rates for the card apprentices with higher privilege rank. Before I could finish my sentence, Colleen yelled, "Kid, are you threatening me? Don't get full of yourself, not everything revolves around you. I am just exploring the options that would be best for my prospects. Besides, if I move to the Central region, I will save a ton of time in my commute when I enter Morningstar University. With two of the three mischiefs, Supreme Leader and Matron, living in the Central region, one would never consider moving to Central region." One just said this to piss Colleen off, to let her feel how I was feeling for once. "You," before Colleen could continue to yell at the boy, her grimoire rang, notifying her of a call. Summoning her grimoire, Colleen checked the caller ID to see if the call was more important than disciplining the boy. Seeing that the call was from her beloved but scary daughter, Colleen turned to look at Anne, feeling that the timing of her daughter's call was uncanny. Noticing Anne avoiding eye contact with her, Colleen felt suspicious. Yet she answered her daughter's call as she had no choice. "Hello?" After a 2-minute one-sided chat, her daughter hung up the call and Colleen stared daggers at her granddaughter and said, "Telling on me to your mom, really, Anne? I did not expect this from you." "I am sorry, Grandma. You left me no choice." Anne apologized to her grandma for calling her mother. Seeing the heated argument between her grandma and the boy, Anne was worried because neither one of them was willing to back down. The argument kept escalating, to the point where each of them was threatening the other. Anne did not want to choose sides between her family and the boy, but she felt the boy was right. Since the family was not willing to reduce the boy's taxes out of respect for their partnership, then why should the boy be willing to reduce the price of his VR slime cards for them? Listening to the boy make threats about moving to the Central region after being threatened by her grandma, Anne panicked and immediately called her mother to report her grandma. Feeling that her grandma's actions could cause the boy to leave the Southern region, which would be a huge loss to the Southern region. Since she could not stop her grandma, she decided to call in the big guns before her grandma harmed the family's interest irreversibly. "Boy, you're lucky that my granddaughters like you," saying that Colleen unfroze the surrounding space and left before giving Anne one last disappointed stare. Anne fidgeted, feeling her grandma's stare, but this time she did not avoid eye contact as she knew she did nothing wrong. However, to her surprise, amidst her disappointed stare her grandma winked at her and mouthed, "Go, get him, girl," before leaving. Anne's feelings for the boy were clear to everyone, but only a few knew that she was struggling with a pang of guilt. And one of them was Colleen. Though Anne was not being subtle about her pursuit of winning the boy's favor, she was being very subtle about the guilt she felt trying to seduce her sister's lover. Anne and Anna were not normal twins, in a way they were the two sides of the same coin. The family had accepted Anne with all her flaws, so she did not want to do anything to sadden them. Like stealing Anna's love, despite following her heart the guilt ate away at her, but seeing her grandma root for her Anne suddenly teared up. Colleen knew Anna struggled with sharing her life with Anne, but she believed Anne to be as much of her granddaughter as Anna was to her. And considering their situation, as a conservative, Colleen could barely tolerate Anna's party lifestyle. However, she hoped that her granddaughter had a single husband rather than two husbands. Therefore she openly rooted for Anne and the boy, even though she knew that Anna and the boy were an item. Once the boy asked her to reduce his taxes in exchange for him reducing the price of his VR slime cards, Colleen knew that she had lost all merits to push her agenda on the boy. So instead of giving the boy satisfaction of winning the argument, Colleen decided to make an opportunity for her granddaughter to get closer to the boy. Not to mention recently the boy seemed to be drifting apart from the Southern royal family except for his soft spot for Anna. Colleen knew improving the boy's impression of her or the family would be difficult, so she wanted to add Anne to the list of the boy's trusted confidants because, unlike Anna who only cared about pleasing the boy, Anne would try to improve the impression of the family in the boy's mind. Date the 10th of April 2321, time 11:12, location Southern region, Southern capital, Southern Royal Palace, Royal Guest Palace number 01, Wyatt, sorry about that. Don't take my grandmother's words to heart. Anne apologized for her grandma's behavior, but seeing that the boy did not care and prepared to leave, Anne immediately called out to the boy, "Wyatt, wait. You still have not taken my family's order for VR slime cards." Listening to Anne call out to me, I did not plan to stop but had to stop after seeing that Agatha had returned. "Agatha, what are you doing here? What about the distribution of the 3 million VR slime cards that I gave you?" "Don't worry, boss. My friends got that covered. By the end of this week, every corner of this world where people live will have a minimum of a card apprentice equipping a VR slime card," Agatha declared. "I thought you would be supervising them in the field," I said with a frown because I did not know Agatha's friends and I could not trust that they would work efficiently without any supervision. "No, I will be supervising them remotely. Boss, don't worry, the weakest one of them is a card emperor and they are all capable enough to escape the pursuit of semi-demigods with ease. I promise you they will not rest until they give away all 3 million cards across the world," Agatha promised. The reason why Agatha chose to supervise her friends remotely and not directly on the field was that she could not leave her princess's side. Even when she left to meet her friends and make arrangements for the distribution of 3 million VR slime cards, most of the time her mind was occupied with the safety of Abba. Therefore, she made sure to return as fast as possible. Agatha would not have done this if Abba wasn't in the Southern Royal Palace. Still, she felt that her actions were very irresponsible. "Okay, I will take your word for it," saying that I prepared to enter the seed world, but my wrist was suddenly grabbed by Anne, who forced me into making eye contact with her and complained, "Wyatt, this is too much." Quote. I did not avoid eye contact with Anne and stared indifferently into her eyes. Gazing into the boy's indifferent eyes, Anne was aggrieved and her eyes started to tear up. Despite staring into Anne's teary eyes, my eyes remained indifferent as I uttered, "Anne, let go of my hand." "I won't. We need to talk this out," Anne asserted. Though Anne got approval from her grandma to pursue the boy, the aftermath of her grandma's actions was far more serious than they both had imagined. "What's there to talk about? You guys raise the taxes as much as you want. I won't be selling a single VR slime card to your family," I declared. Colleen's words had pissed me off. No matter how much Anne apologized, it would not repair the damage. Listening to the boy declare he will not sell cards to the Southern royal family even if they raised his taxes, Agatha was confused. Didn't the boy just give the Southern royal family nearly 1.5 million VR slime cards for free? How could they shamelessly threaten the boy with increased taxes to force him into giving them more VR slime cards? Despite thinking this, Agatha did not jump to unfounded conclusions and thought that there was more to this matter. Wyatt, listen to me. My grandma said that out of a fit of rage. She did not mean any of it. Besides, she can't just raise taxes for a single person or anyone even if she wanted to. There are proper procedures to be followed for something like that. Anne realized that she was going off topic, so she paused and added to the topic, I have talked to my mother about reducing your taxes. She said that your creation of a card with the soul energy digestion effect can be considered a huge contribution to society. She plans to ask the central government to increase your privilege rank. With your VR slime card, your privilege rank will easily be ranked at the top. As a result, your taxes will be reduced accordingly and you will also be entitled to other privileges too. Anne looked at the boy with anticipation, wondering if the boy was satisfied, but seeing his eyes remained indifferent, Anne continued to say, but if you still insist on getting your taxes reduced, the royal family can pardon your state taxes altogether, but there is nothing we can do about the central taxes. This is the most the royal family can do, Wyatt. Fine, now let go of my hand, I said coldly while my eyes continued to remain indifferent. Anne's mother was smart, unlike Colleen. She put forward a reasonable proposal to pardon my state taxes altogether. I was worth it and she knew it. Any other region would do the same to make a part of their region. After all, I discovered silver milk powder, invented VR universe, and created a card with a soul energy digestion effect, all while just being 17 years old and not having huge research funds of any sort. If people still believed that I was a fraud, then they were the biggest idiots. Listening to the boy's cold words, Anne's grip around his wrist tightened, and her teary eyes turned red, threatening to rain tears any movement now. With great difficulty, Anne uttered, why are you being cold toward me? What did I ever do to you? Tell me, what did I do wrong? I will change it, please, don't hate me. Agatha, who did not want to meddle with others' business, could not help but throw a gaze filled with judgment at the boy, feeling pity for Anne. She could see how hard Anne has been trying to get the boy's attention since they got here. Agatha did not think just because Anne showered the boy with her feelings the boy should do the same. She thought that if he did not plan to reciprocate Anne's feelings for him, he should make it clear to her so that she could move on. Instead of stringing her along just because he was too chicken to confront Anne about her feelings for him. Arya too, who was watching this whole ordeal since the very beginning, felt the same as Agatha. She could not continue to watch her princess suffer, having fallen for a cowardly jerk. She felt Anne would be better off without the boy in her life. However, knowing the boy's relationship with Anna, Arya knew that was not possible. Date the 10th of April 2321, time 11:25, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Royal Palace, Royal Guest Palace. No. 0.01 feet. How about you leave me alone and give me my space for once? I wanted to yell this at Anne, seeing her make a scene, but I did not, feeling that these words were too harsh to say to someone who has been a friend to me. Instead, I said, no need to pardon my state taxes. I'm fine with reduced taxes that come with my increased privilege rank. If the Southern royal family is willing to help me, I plan to give away a VR slime card to every university student in the Southern region for free. And if possible also in the other 4 regions too. I hope the Southern region will help me negotiate with other regions' royal families and the Central region's noble families regarding this matter. As for the Southern region buying my cards, 60 devil-grade ingredients for 4 million VR slime cards. Take it or leave it. We will take it, Anne exclaimed immediately after listening to the boy, and then added, we will do everything in our power to help your vision to give away free VR slime cards to university students across the world. State taxes are mostly used to develop the state and for the welfare of the citizens. As a part of society, I had an obligation to contribute to it. Sometimes one has to think outside of personal greed. Besides, the development of the Southern region will also help me in the long run. This was why I did not want to force the Southern royal family into pardoning my state taxes when I would be forced to give central taxes anyway. Now can you let go of my hand, please? I asked Anne, but seeing the enthusiasm on her face, an unconscious smile formed on my face. The relationship I had with the Southern royal family was complicated. We did not share blood, but we were almost family. Just like any other family, we had differences of opinion and overbearing family members. We argued and we fought, but at the end of the day, we made up. Because we had to. My soul contract with Anna played this unexpected role as it stated that Anna and the Southern royal family were responsible for my safety. Not unless you promise to go out on a date with me after you break through to the Card Master realm. Anne did not immediately let go of my hand. She demanded that we go on a date after I break through to the Card Master realm. Anne finally dared to ask the boy out on a real date, and she was terrified of being rejected by the boy. Now that she had the blessing of her grandma, Anne did not care about being discreet about her feelings for the boy, not that she was so far. If Anna agrees to it, then I will think about it. Until then, let's just be friends. I always planned to have Anna put an end to Anne's feelings for me. If it was some other girl I would not hesitate to be straight with her, but this was Anne. She wasn't just Anna's twin sister but her origin card. This was uncharted territory for me. I had just now begun to move forward in my relationship with Anna. I did not know how my rejecting Anne would affect my relationship with Anna, so I wanted Anna to handle this. Cough, coward. Agatha fake coughed and called the boy a coward, hearing him throw the ball into Anna's court and continuing to string Anne along. Quote. I stared at Agatha but could not retort to her remark because what she said was not wrong. But still, it was Anne's fault to try and date me when she knew about my relationship with Anna. Why was I the only one taking the heat for this? If anything, Anne should be the one being prosecuted for trying to seduce the person her sister loved. What's wrong with the women in this world? Quote. Listening to the boy's answer, it took Anne a while to recover. She was expecting a strong rejection or a surprising yes. But not this. She never considered the boy would use Anna as a shield. This was unexpected and she did not know how to react. But then the boy did not outright reject her with a stone cold no. Anne rejoiced, feeling there was still hope for her love. Her confession went better than she expected it would. The boy did not reject her. She considered that as a win in her books. So, if Anna agrees, you will go on a date with me. Anne knew the chances of Anna agreeing to share the boy with her were zero, but she thought she could wear Anna down. After all, previously Anna did invite her to party with her, but Anna loves this one, so what? So does she. No, I said if Anna agrees I will think about it, I corrected Anne. I believed Anna would never agree to Anne's request to go out on a date with me. Cough player. Agatha fake coughed again while Arya nodded her head in agreement. Agatha, next time you feel like coughing, drown yourself in a barrel of cough medicine. Annoyed, I order Agatha to watch her cough. Yes, boss, Agatha agreed sincerely. Wyatt, remember your words. I will hold you to it, Anne said, letting go of my hand. I rubbed my wrist to mask my reconstruction skill, which was healing my wrist at a remarkable speed. Under heightened emotions, Anne had grabbed my hand hard, causing it to almost fracture. If not for my Viltronian physique, my wrist would have fractured. Seeing me rub my wrist, Anne misunderstood that I was in pain and apologized. I am sorry, does it hurt a lot? No, I have a habit of rubbing my wrist for no reason, I uttered sarcastically, hearing Anne's silly question. Date the 10th of April 2321, time 11:46, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Royal Palace, Royal Guest Palace number 01, Wyatt. Our family would like to place an order of 20 million VR slime cards, Anne announced, ignoring my sarcasm. 20 million VR slime cards. Sure, but that's 300 devil grade ingredients. I want the full payment up front. I was already starting to see the results of my idea to sell VR slime cards to the wealthy and powerful in bulk. This way I had enough capital to create more VR slime cards to give away to the university and high school card apprentices. And also ensure that the rich and powerful will not target the university and high school card apprentices for their VR slime cards. Right now my strategy was simple, to invest all the profits I make from selling VR slime cards to the world leaders into creating more VR slime cards that I could give away for free to the less fortunate, allowing me to create a dominant information network among both the powerful and weak of society. As for making profits, it was only a matter of time before the card apprentices realized the value and applications of VR universe. How it is the next big thing that will change the card world as we know it, and began to invest in it. Sure, please follow me to the royal treasury. I will let you choose the 300 devil grade ingredients like the last time, Anne generously proposed. Quote. Listening to Anne's offer, I was conflicted between returning to the seed world to continue with my rule comprehension or following Anne to her family's royal treasury to choose 300 devil grade ingredients. I could postpone choosing the 300 devil grade ingredients, but once I entered the seed world I did not plan to return until I had broken through to the card master realm. which could take days or even a week. In that amount of time, my card creation array can easily develop a few million VR slime cards. Choosing devil-grade ingredients was important for me, because where the royal family cannot tell the actual value of the devil-grade ingredients I could by using the Demon Merchant Codex. Considering the Devil Merchant Code's love for devil-grade ingredients, I felt sacrificing higher-tier devil-grade ingredients would gain me more favor from the Devil Merchant Code. I have already experienced the generosity of the Devil Merchant Code, I loved it, and plan to continue to be under its good grace. So Anne's proposal to allow me to choose the 300 devil-grade ingredients from the royal treasury was a huge opportunity that I could not miss. In the end, weighing my options, I decided to follow Anne to the royal treasury to choose 300 devil-grade ingredients, led the way. Anne nodded at the boy before grabbing him by the shoulder. Then she used her movement skill to move to the main royal palace's treasury at an incredible speed. Arriving at a familiar sight, I still could not help but feel awe seeing the treasury of the Southern royal family. If the Southern royal family's treasury was this big, I cannot help but imagine the treasury of all the royal families and the noble families together. It would at the least amount to half of the entire world's wealth. Same rules as the last time, Anne declared while asking me to help myself and choose 300 devil-grade ingredients as the payment for the 20 million VR slime cards the Southern royal family had ordered. Anne looked at the bit with longing eyes as he single-mindedly began to verify and selected the devil-grade ingredients. The reason Anne proposed to let the boy choose the 300 devil-grade ingredients for himself was that she wanted to be in the boy's company longer. Anne wanted to hold the boy's hand, hug him, kiss him, and cuddle with him while whispering sweet nothings in each other's ears. However, she couldn't do that for now, so she had to settle for watching the boy from afar. But she promised herself that she will change that very soon, even if she has to be at odds with Anna. After a while, when the boy was done selecting 300 devil-grade ingredients, Anne grabbed him by his shoulder and returned to his bedroom in the Royal Guest Palace No. 01. After returning, knowing that the boy will soon enter his space item to break through to the Card Master realm, Anne did not stick around but left to check if the auction was running smoothly. After Anne left, I was stopped by Arya and Agatha. They both also wanted to exchange VR slime cards for devil-grade ingredients. "Wyatt, can anyone buy 4 million VR slime cards for 60 devil-grade ingredients?" Arya asked the boy with a little reverence in her voice. "Yes. Why do you ask? Does your family also want to buy 4 million VR slime cards from me?" I asked Arya. Her intentions could not be more obvious. "Yes," Arya replied honestly. "They do," I blurted in surprise and asked Arya, "Did you tell them about my 2 conditions?" "My 2 conditions did not allow the buyers to resell the VR slime cards, but they could give them away. Also, all the VR slime cards they brought should be equipped by a card apprentice by the end of the week." These conditions were very harsh. The only people who would profit despite these conditions were world leaders who had huge personal armies. I did not think Arya's family was one of them. About that, my family agrees to not resell the VR slime cards, but they want you to make some concession with the second condition. Instead of a week, could increase the time limit to 6 months or at least 3 months. Arya bargained with a boy in the interest of her family. "Give me a good reason why and I will consider it." I did not outright reject Arya but decided to hear her out to learn how her family planned to use my cards and see if it could be of some use to me too. Date the 10th of April 2321, time 13:04, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Royal Palace, Royal Guest Palace No. 01. My family governs 4 first-tier cities, 11 second-tier cities, and 54 third-tier cities. My grandfather plans to use some of the 4 million VR slime cards to reward the loyal members and subordinates of the family that have helped us govern these cities to prosperity. Then use some of these cards to strengthen our armed forces, Arya explained but paused midway waiting to see my reaction, mostly to avoid speaking the complete truth. Seeing through her little thoughts, I asked, "What about the remaining cards?" "As for the remaining cards, the family plans to use them to attract talents from reputed universities, different cities, and regions." Arya finally spoke about the real intention of her family with my VR slime card. What if they could not resell the cards? They wanted to use these cards as a bargaining chip to attract talents from reputed universities, big cities, and other regions. Arya's family wasn't the only one to have thought of this. Agatha's friends did too. They planned to give away my cards to friends and families of those who would help them later in their life. However, I had made sure to add a clause in the soul contract that stopped them from practicing such malpractice. However, I did not have to worry about something like this with world leaders, royal families, and noble families as they were at the top of the world economic chain. They did not need VR slime cards to gain favors. The only reason they needed VR slime cards was to enhance the strength of their armies. Nope, I cannot make a concession to my conditions for such reasons. However, you do not need to order 4 million VR slime cards, you can just order the cards your family could use. I don't mind taking small orders from someone I know. I rejected Arya's request and offered to take on a small order of VR slime cards for her family. Thank you. Arya did not argue but thanked me for doing her a solid and then added, still, I would like to place an order for 4 million VR slime cards. Listening to Arya's order, I frowned and did not take the storage card containing 69 devil-grade ingredients that she was handing me, instead asked her, are you sure you wanted to order 4 million VR slime cards? Master Wyatt, don't worry. My family will follow your 2 conditions to the dot. We have another plan to use the cards in case you did not agree to our request. Seeing my expression get dark, Arya immediately explained. And what would that be? I said, implying that if I don't like her family's second plan to use the cards, I will not be taking their order. We plan to reward these cards to the loyal, brave, outstanding, and overachieving citizens of the cities under our governance. Our cities might be prosperous now, but at the start, they weren't. If not for the citizens, we would have achieved what we have today, so we plan to use this opportunity to give back to the citizens. Arya explained the second plan her family came up with to use all of the 4 million VR slime cards they will be buying from me. Listening to Arya, I could not help but nod in approval of her family's plan to reward its citizens with VR slime cards. Though it looked like they appreciated their citizens, it was a way for Arya's family to ensure that their capable citizens do not get touched by other cities or regions. Fine, here are the 4 million VR slime cards. Taking the storage card from Arya, I handed her another storage card containing 4 million VR slime cards. Then Arya shared a soul contract which was pre-signed by her father, grandfather, and family elders. Making sure it was legit, I signed it. Out of the 10 million VR slime cards I made, I gave 3 million to Agatha and the other 3 million to Anne. As for the remaining 4 million cards, I was saving them to give to Jill, but she left in a hurry, saying that she will contact me after she arranged the devil-grade ingredients need to buy the cards. While I was busy in the royal family's treasury, Arya used that opportunity to inform her family about VR slime cards, reach a decision, and bring the 60 devil-grade ingredients that she just paid for the 4 million VR slime cards. Agatha, who was watching the deal between Arya and the boy from the sidelines, suddenly up, Wyatt, how much for 127 VR slime cards? Since the boy was willing to take small orders of VR slime cards for Arya, Agatha believed he would do the same for her too. So she blatantly asked him the cost of 127 VR slime cards. 127 cards? What for? Did I already give you 1,000 cards? Did you sell all of them already? I asked Agatha in surprise. I need 127 VR slime cards for the children that became card apprentices in the orphanage I am sponsoring in my native. And no, I did not sell the 1,000 VR slime yet, Agatha answered. Then just give the kids VR slime cards you have in your hand, I pointed out. No way, you have permitted me to sell these 1,000 VR slime cards. I do not want to just give them away, as I plan to sell them when the market value of the cards is at its peak. Instead, I will buy new cards from you and give them away, Agatha explained her predicament to me. The VR slime cards I gave Agatha and her friends as payment for helping me move 3 million VR slime cards across the world can be resold, as my 2 conditions do not apply to them compared to the other VR slime cards in the market. So their value was greater than other VR slime cards. This was why Agatha was reluctant to give away those cards to card apprentices of the orphanage sponsored by her. Instead, she plans to buy new cards from me and give the cards away to the kids. Date the 10th of April 2321, time 13:17, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Royal Palace, Royal Guest Palace number 01. Fine, I will donate 127 VR slime cards to the orphanage sponsored by you. Happy, I said, realizing that this was what Agatha was after. From the start, when she revealed that she wanted to give away VR slime cards to orphans, Agatha wanted to make me feel pity for the kids and donate the VR slime cards. So that she doesn't have to spend a dime. Thank you, Agatha thanked my generosity with enthusiasm. You know, you could have just asked me to donate the cards instead of choreographing this play, I advised Agatha. I was giving away millions of cards for free, and donating 127 VR slime cards to an orphanage was not a big deal. Well, this way is more fun, Agatha replied, shaking my head. I informed her, you can take the 127 VR slime cards from the 3 million cards I gave you and your people earlier. I had already distributed all 10 million VR slime cards I had created so far, so I could only ask Agatha to take the cards she wanted from the millions of cards I asked her to give away across the world. Got it, boss, Agatha nodded in agreement. With that handled, I finally entered the seed world without any interruption. After entering the seed world, I found that mutated soul clones were still busy making adjustments to the existing VR slime card creation array formation and creating new array formations to expand our VR slime card production line. After talking to Jill, I realized that I will have to increase my VR slime card production line, though she has yet to make an official order for VR slime cards. I believe she will soon. Other than that, I decided to incorporate my 2 conditions into the VR slime cards I create to make things simpler. How did I plan to do that? I plan to add restrictions to the VR slime cards I create henceforth. The restriction was simple: to enjoy the VR slime card effects they would have to bond with the VR slime card to themselves. And one VR slime card can only be bonded to one card apprentice. This way I ensured that VR slime cards cannot be resold by those to whom I gave away a VR slime card. Still, I could not completely eliminate the requirement of soul contracts. While my mutated souls were busy, I took out all 360 devil grade ingredients and copied their origin soul pathways using the Myriad Devil Body rune card. Since I was a card soldier, this rune card would allow me to transform into the demon soldier forms of the devils that these devil grade ingredients belong to. Hopefully, when I advance to the card master realm, it would allow me to take their demon master form. Devils were not born devils, they start as common demon slaves, card students, and slowly climb realms. Take the devil Belphegor for example. When Corey Park met him for the first time, he was still a demon and not a devil, but not now. After years he had advanced to become a devil. After the Myriad Devil Body rune card had copied the soul pathways of all 360 devil grade ingredients, I choose to enter the Inter-Realm City, Sector S0012. Dear Demon Merchant, do you want to enter the Inter-Realm City Sector S0012? Yes, no, note. You are entering a recommended sector, so standard offering practice will be followed. Yes, dear Demon Merchant, using the Spirit Transfer Array to travel to Sector S0012. Note, Spirit Transfer Array takes the Demon Merchant's spiritual body that has entered it and transfers them to the Inter-Realm City. Dear Demon Merchant, welcome to Sector S0012. Note, behave. Arriving next to the familiar fountain, I looked around to find the Redfoot Demon Merchant, but he wasn't present. Then I entered my warehouse. After getting comfortable, I made use of the Devil Merchant code to help me exchange 342 devil grade ingredients for enough sets of ingredients required to create 180 million VR slime cards. As for the remaining 18 devil grade ingredients, I plan to use them to make a few last-minute tweaks to the VR universe. To create a solid and stable in-game currency, banking, and respawn system. The reason I was planning to create an in-game currency and banking system was that I did not think that the Southern royal family would not be able to stop the world government when they own my wealth. This became clearer to me when Anne said to me that her mother needed to report to the central government to raise my privilege rank, and that her family could not pardon the central tax. This was enough to understand that my wealth would not be safe in any of the banks in the card world, so I decided to create an in-game currency whose value will keep growing as the card apprentice's dependence on VR universe increases. It did not matter if the card world's government considered my in-game currency as legal tender, because as long as card apprentices were willing to trade using the in-game currency, its value would not decrease in any way but even increase as long as they continued to live in the VR universe where they can only use in-game currency. The most important part was that card apprentices could earn in-game currency in the VR universe by doing various jobs available in the world, from stealing to an honest day of work. And in the new update, players could now die in the VR universe but could immediately respawn in their safe house after paying a reasonable fee appropriate for their realm, or respawn after a certain period for free. This would not have any effect on their mental health. They will experience death from a third-person point of view. A game where card apprentices can not only let loose but also earn money while they were having the time of their life would immediately give birth to a huge loyal fan base that even the world government will have to watch out for. Date the 10th of April 2321, time 1348, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Royal Palace, Royal Guest Palace number 01, Seed World, Inter-Realm City, Sector S0012. After making the new adjustments to the VR universe, I then began to set up the pseudo-natural blood rule enlightenment array formation since the last one was broken in the process of achieving ultimate mastery and understanding of Fate Plunder meaning. After setting up the pseudo-natural blood rule enlightenment array formation, I connected the pseudo-natural blood rule gathering array formation to it as the power source. With all the preparation done, I returned to the seed world to drop off the ingredients for 180 million VR slime cards. Leaving one mutated clone to supervise the numerous VR slime card creation array formations and the production of 180 million VR slime cards, I returned to my warehouse in Sector S0012 with the other 2 mutated souls. Supervising a production line of that scale was too much work for a single clone, but it had the help of Hive AI, so it will be able to manage the workload. It had to, since I needed the other 2 soul consciousness to refine the blood rule power I gained through comprehending the blood curse meaning. Returning to the warehouse, I sat in the middle of the pseudo-natural blood rule enlightenment array formation and began to comprehend the blood curse meaning of blood rule while my 2 mutated souls refined the rule power related to this blood rule meaning. Pretty soon I found myself in the blood rule stream belonging to the blood curse meaning. Then, using my previous mastery and understanding of this rule, I continued to create a footing on this blood rule stream. Once I had a solid and stable footing, I took a step forward, extending the footing to the extreme of my current understanding and mastery of the blood curse meaning. Reaching the limit to where my current understanding and mastery of the blood curse meaning could take me on the blood rule stream, paused to increase my understanding and mastery of the blood curse meaning. This would allow me to further extend my footing on the blood rule stream, letting me walk further in the blood curse meaning, indicating the increase in my comprehension of the blood curse meaning, allowing me to increase my understanding and mastery of the blood curse meaning. Currently, my understanding and mastery of the blood curse meaning were at a super unique level, while my blood rule mastery was at super rare mastery. As I slowly walked further on the blood rule stream of the blood curse meaning, I felt my understanding and mastery of the blood curse meaning increase step by step, slowly but steadily. This speed of blood rule meaning comprehension was with the boost I gained using the pseudo-natural blood rule enlightenment array formation. So, I wondered what would have been my speed without the boost provided by enlightenment array formation. Now I know why even the greatest of the geniuses mentioned in the pages of history took weeks to comprehend the rule meaning to ultimate mastery. If not for the abundant blood rule present in the inter-realm city powering my enlightenment array, I too would require weeks to comprehend the blood curse meaning to intimate mastery. Still, I was not satisfied by my current comprehension speed of the blood curse meaning, so I decided to hypnotize myself using the Hive AI, tricking my spirit into believing that every little sensation, emotion, and disturbance was a catalyst that would boost my compression of the blood curse meaning. This had worked marvelously the last time, so I had high hopes for it this time. Soon, I felt my concentration and focus had increased by several times. I had nothing but blood rules, blood curse meaning stream in my sight. With the increase in my concentration, I made use of the boost I gained through the enlightenment array formation more efficiently, allowing me to increase my comprehension speed by a little margin. It might not be huge, but faster than my previous comprehension speed, so I will take it. After what felt like an eternity, I received a grimoire notification informing me of my major advancement. Your super unique mastery of meaning, blood curse, has been advanced to ultra mastery. Yes. I cheered, having finally managed to advance my understanding and mastery of the blood curse meaning from super unique to ultra mastery. This notification motivated me to continue my comprehension of the blood curse meaning further. With the newfound notification, I took a step to walk forward on the blood curse meaning blood ruler stream. As my mastery and understanding of the blood curse meaning increased, my comprehension speed of the meaning started to decrease. Finding a new understanding of the meaning had now become as difficult as searching for a needle in a haystack. Still, I did not let it break my spirit. I did not give up. This was easier thanks to the hypnosis of the Hive AI. I continued to walk forward on the blood rule stream with the same enthusiasm and confidence I had when I started comprehending this meaning. I was able to keep my mental state consistent throughout the comprehension only because of Hive AI's hypnosis. I did not rush things. I took my time to calmly comprehend every little new understanding I gained of the blood curse meaning. Then increase my blood curse, meaning mastery parallelly. I could feel that my understanding and mastery of the meaning had grown significant enough to advance to a higher realm. Soon a grimoire notification sounded informing me of my advancement in the mastery of the blood curse, meaning, your ultra mastery of meaning, blood curse, has been advanced to plus ultra mastery with my understanding and mastery of the blood curse, meaning reaching plus ultra mastery. I celebrated. I had lost track of time and had no idea how long it had been since I started the comprehension and how long it took for me to advance my blood curse, meaning mastery from ultra to plus ultra mastery. Date the 12th of April 2321, time 1:48, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Royal Palace, Royal Guest Palace number 01, Seed World, Inter-Realm City, Sector S0012. It took me a day and a half to advance my understanding and mastery of the blood curse, meaning to plus ultra mastery from super unique mastery with the aid of pseudo-natural blood rule enlightenment array formation and self-hypnosis. Based on my current comprehension speed, it would take me longer to advance my understanding and mastery of the meaning to the ultimate mastery. However, I had an ace up my sleeve which could help me shorten the time to advance my understanding and mastery of the meaning to the ultimate mastery. And that was forging a blood rule rune using the blood curse, meaning. When I forged the beginner tier, Fate Plunder, rune, I entered a state of enlightenment which gave a huge boost to my comprehension of the Fate Plunder, meaning, allowing me to advance my understanding and mastery of Fate Plunder, meaning to the plus ultra mastery in a short period. I hope to recreate the same, to advance my understanding and mastery of the blood curse, meaning to the ultimate mastery at the fastest comprehension speed possible. With this thought, I ordered my mutated two-soul consciousness to gather the blood rule power of the blood curse, meaning that they had refined so far in my mutated ego gem. Then followed the shaping of the refined rule power into a rune by using the mastery of the meaning. This process was a lot like casting. I had the refined blood rule power of the blood curse, meaning now I had to give it a form, and the form the blood rule would take was the image of my mastery of the blood rule, meaning. This was where my plus ultra mastery of the blood curse, meaning will work its charm. Using my plus ultra mastery of the blood curse, meaning of the blood rule, I was going to give the refined blood rule power of blood curse, meaning a form. This form was the rune I was going to forge. This part was the easiest as I just had to use my plus ultra mastery of the blood rules meaning to guide the blood rule power into the shape of the rune I should build for myself. The shaping of the rule power was simple as long as the mastery of the blood curse, meaning was enough. Letting my plus ultra mastery of the blood curse, meaning of blood rule shape the rune I was about to forge. This step did not take long, and I shaped the refined rule power in the form of a blood rule rune of the blood curse, meaning fast but perfectly with no error. With this, the forging of the blood curse rune was only half done. The rune I just shaped using refined rule power was just an empty husk or the body of the actual rune. The body was missing a soul, the soul that made the rune complete was missing. The soul of the rune I speak. Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos. Thank you. Here was my understanding of the blood rules, blood curse, meaning. My mastery and understanding of the blood curse, meaning were two different things. Mastery of the meaning was what turned the refined rule power into a vessel for my understanding of the blood curse, meaning. A card apprentice's mastery and understanding of the meaning of a rule together form the rune they forge. My mastery of the blood curse, meaning gives the rune a body using refined rule power, and my understanding of the meaning gave the rune sentience. The rule power was just pure energy. Under the influence of the meaning, it gains a frame, a physique, if you will. This physique was void of alertness, appreciation, and attention. All in all, it was no different from an inanimate. My understanding of the blood rules meaning of blood curse was what would give it the sentience that it was lacking the most right now. The purpose of the sentience was its ability. The strength of this ability of the rune formed would depend upon my understanding of the blood rules meaning of blood curse. My current understanding of the blood curse meaning was more than enough to form a perfect essence for the rune frame. Once I gave sentience to the rune frame, my mutated ego gem was filled with a brilliant blood red light. Soon I heard my grimoire sound with a notification prompt. Ultra rune, blood curse, has been successfully forged. Rune name, blood curse rune tier, ultra rune rule, blood rune spirit, unborn rune info, blood curse is in. Ultra tier rune forged using the blood rule and the blood curse, meaning. Blood curse gives the host the ability to curse their enemies by using their blood or the host's blood for the blood, sacrificing them or oneself in a blood ritual to the rune. Requirements: Cursed blood, myriad blood curses, blood curse refining restriction. The authority of the rune's ability is restricted to the highest realm of the host's grimoire grade, and the host's will. Cursed blood. The user's blood becomes a curse. It passively increases users' resistance toward curses and allows them to use their blood as a medium to curse their foes. Note: the user is immune to their curse. The user's resistance toward other curses increases with their will. The effect of the ability will vary with the difference in the host and enemy realms. Myriad blood curses. It is a collection of blood curses. Allows the user to use their or their enemy's blood to inflict various types of blood curses on their enemies. Examples are the blood substitution curse, blood puppet curse, blood explosion curse, blood illusion curse, blood charm curse, blood petrification curse, bleeding curse, blood poison curse, blood replacement curse, blood decay curse, blood restriction curse, blood clone curse, etc. Note: the effect of the ability will vary with the difference in host and enemy's realm, and the host's will. Date: the 12th of April 2321. Time 8:36. Location: Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Royal Palace, Royal Guest Palace Number 01, Seed World, Inter-Realm City, Sector S0012. Blood curse refining. The user can use their cursed blood to refine other curses and add it to their myriad blood curses. Additional effect: Curse Eater. Note: the effect of the ability varies with the strength of the user's will. Curse Eater. The user's curse resistance will increase regardless of their realm based on the strength of the curse they refine. Note: the user is advised to use this skill with discretion as it might lead to the user falling prey to the curse they are trying to refine. After refining the blood, the ultra-tier blood curse rune, the enlightenment I waited for never came. It seems I was wrong to accept that I will gain enlightenment every time I forge a rune. With this realization, I was disappointed, because, at my current comprehension speed, it would take me days or even weeks to advance my understanding and mastery of the blood curse, meaning to ultimate mastery. However, I had resolved myself that even if it was going to take me months, I would only leave when I had comprehended the blood curse, meaning to ultimate mastery, unlocked my third form, and become a card master. I needed to progress my strength as fast as possible because once the three mischiefs achieve the peak of their strength as shown in Clown Mosque's future vision, then I would have no place in this world left to hide. I need to achieve the demigod realm before that happens to not only protect me but what I hold dear. How the heck will I be able to achieve the demigod realm in time if I am stuck in the card soldier realm for so long? Though massing a fortune and clearing my reputation took priority, my primary goal has always been to increase my strength. So even if I didn't gain enlightenment after forging the blood curse, meaning I hope to, I didn't give up just because things didn't go as I planned. I decided to stick it out until I achieved what I set out to achieve. Before that, I wanted to go through the blood curse rune info more thoroughly, to understand the new abilities at my disposal and also cheer myself up, showing that not everything turned out so disappointing. I already knew the basic use of the blood curse, meaning but the additional effects of the rune, cursed blood. Myriad blood curses, and blood curse refining were eye-opening. Especially the blood curse refining ability and its curse eater effect was the highlight of the blood curse rune. As I was contemplating the ways to use blood curse refining and curse eater, I suddenly had a flash of epiphany. It was about using blood curse refining to increase my comprehension of the blood curse meaning. I was wondering if using blood curse refining to refine various curses would help me with my comprehension of the blood curse meaning. It was just a thought with no evidence to support that it would be possible to increase my comprehension of the blood curse meaning by refining various curses. I would not know for sure unless I tried it. Even if refining curses doesn't increase my comprehension of the blood curse meaning, I will still manage to increase my curse resistance. So it would not hurt to try. With my current snail pace of rule meaning comprehension, it would take weeks for me to achieve ultimate mastery of the blood curse meaning, so it did not matter if I took a break to test out my theory. Without any hesitation, I stopped comprehending the blood curse meaning, and my eyes opened to the pseudo-natural blood rule enlightenment array. Ignoring the array, I returned to the seed world. I then used the Demon Merchant Codex page to access the Internet Realm network to buy an A-rank curse because I think with my current strength I would not have any problem refining it. There were a lot of curses in the Inter-Realm network. I was happy to see that curses had such a huge market in the Devil Merchant Code. Because by refining the curse I not only gain curse resistance but can also add the curse to myriad blood curses. This way I will be able to use the curse at will through the myriad blood curses ability. So I could not help but feel ecstatic seeing that the Devil Merchant Code had such a huge market for curses. There were many varieties of curses in the Inter-Realm network, but I was surprised to see that most of them were already part of my myriad blood curses except for the rare ones. Like the cursed body and cursed eyes for example. I specifically pointed out these two types of curses of all curses up for sale because these curses strengthen the user and allies' physical bodies and abilities. It was surprising to see curses being used as buff and enchantment instead of as a debuff. There were a variety of cursed body curses that increased the user's physical strength and speed and even enhanced their defense against debuffs. It was eye-opening to see that the curses could be used in such a way. Because of this, I saw the blood curse rune in a new light and was starting to think that the ability of myriad blood curses was not half bad either. For now, I decided to buy the A-rank curse incarnation, for my experimentation. Curse incarnation allowed the user to house curses in their body and strengthen their physical body to a very high degree. According to the description of this curse skill, the stronger the curse the user houses in their body, the stronger the boost their body gains. Well, if the user of the curse incarnation tries to chew more than she could, by housing a strong curse that their will can't handle, then there were very obvious and serious repercussions to it, including but not limited to death. Date the 12th of April 2321, time 8:47, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Royal Palace, Royal Guest Palace number 01, Seed World. The A-rank curse incarnation, that I bought on the Inter-Realm network was not a skill but a curse. What's the difference? Take my Myriad Devil Body card for example. It was a curse type skill. I can use it to curse myself using the Myriad Devil transformation and curse others using the Myriad Devil Hex. When I use Myriad Devil transformation on myself to transform into a rock, I am cursing myself to turn into a rock using my curse type skill. Here Myriad Devil transformation was the curse type skill and my turning into rock through Myriad Devil transformation was the curse. Curse incarnation however was a curse to turn my body into a monster whose physical strength gets enhanced based on the strength and number of curses it can house in my body. Adversely, if the strength of the curses on my body were stronger than what my will could handle, then the curse incarnation will be devoured by those curses, then my body and soul would be next. I had bought a curse incarnation, to curse myself so that I can use the cursed blood of my blood curse rune to refine it into a myriad blood curses. Then observe if doing so would help me raise my comprehension of the blood curse meaning. The blood curse refining only allowed me to refine curses, not curse type skills. Since curse incarnation was not a debuff type curse but a buff type curse, I thought I would meet little resistance when I used my cursed blood to refine it into one of my myriad blood curses. Inside the seed world, the VR slime card production was going on smoothly, so I did not disturb the mutated soul clone supervising it, and holding the curse incarnation, I found a comfortable place where I could use it on myself. However, before using the curse incarnation on myself, I removed Anna's dummy ring from my finger and placed it self-lie because it would automatically nullify any curse targeting. So there was no way I could curse myself with the curse incarnation, curse with the dummy ring on me. I activated the curse blood skill before I cursed myself with the curse incarnation, curse as a precautionary measure. Soon the blood rule power of the blood curse, meaning refined by my two mutated soul consciousness, began to flow from my mutated ego into my veins and began to merge with my blood. Then I felt my blood ooze an ominous aura that I had felt from the blood rule stream of the blood curse, meaning in the spiritual plane, indicating that my blood had turned into cursed blood. With the cursed blood flowing through my veins, I felt no difference physically, but mentally I felt my mood improve. It might sound weird, but it felt as if my body had gained resistance to the bad energy in my surroundings. This was assuring. Then without any hesitation, I cursed myself with the curse incarnation, curse. Soon my grimoire began to buzz with alert notifications. Warning, host has been cursed. Report, the curse resistance effect of cursed blood is activating. Report, the cursed blood has enhanced the curse incarnation, curse affecting the host. Going through the notification, I learned that instead of resisting the cursed incarnation, curse, the cursed blood had enhanced the curse incarnation, curse. Having achieved plus ultra mastery in understanding and mastery of the blood curse, meaning I knew that cursed blood could enhance the buff type curse while resisting the debuff type curse. This meant if I used Myriad Devil Body and Cursed Blood in combination, the effect of the resulting combination skill would be flawless. But now the question was, if the Curse Incarnation curse was enhanced, would I still be able to refine it using the Blood Curse refining effect of the Blood Curse rune? I could only try to refine the curse to learn the answer. Hopefully, it was in my favor. Resolving my mind, I began to sacrifice my cursed blood to the Blood Curse rune, using its blood ritual to refine the Cursed Incarnation curse affecting my body. The Blood Curse began to swallow my cursed blood like a whale swallowing water. Within a second it had already swallowed 2 liters of my cursed blood, and I started to feel lightheaded. Considering that the human body had nearly 5 liters of blood, by another second the Blood Curse rune would suck me dry, so I immediately used my reconstruction skill to replenish my blood cells and turn them into cursed blood. If the blood curse was any faster, I was worried that my reconstruction skill's cursed blood production rate could not keep up with the Blood Curse rune's cursed blood consumption rate. It turns out that buff-type curses do not put up a lot of resistance against the Blood Curse refining of the Blood Curse rune, but they consume a lot of cursed blood to be refined as one of the myriad blood curses. After swallowing nearly 68 liters of cursed blood, the Blood Curse rune had finally refined the Curse Incarnation curse into the Blood Curse Incarnation curse of the myriad blood curses. And the enlightenment that I had waited for earlier was presented to me now. Though it was a pity that I wasn't inside the inter-realm city and pseudo-natural blood rule enlightenment array to increase the duration and the effect of my sudden enlightenment, I made the most of what I was given. Hopefully, it was enough for me to advance my plus ultra understanding and mastery of the Blood Curse, meaning to ultimate understanding and mastery, achieving a complete comprehension of the Blood Curse, meaning of the blood rule. Under the effect of the sudden enlightenment, I found my spiritual body in the womb of the card worlds while in the spiritual plane, standing in front of the rushing blood rule stream of the Blood Curse, meaning. One had to know, I wasn't in the one with the world state, yet somehow I not only managed to enter my spiritual body into the spiritual plane but also arrived so deep in the card world's will. The ways and effects of the enlightenment were as miraculous as they were mysterious. Seeing the blood rule stream of the Blood Curse, meaning charging at me, I did not feel frightened or panic, instead opened my arms wide, awaiting it to swallow me and reveal its mysteries to me. Inside the assuring womb of the card worlds while in the spiritual plane, I felt safe and invincible. Just like a child in the warm embrace of their mother. Therefore, the speeding blood rule stream of the Blood Curse, meaning did not frighten me, instead made me look forward to comprehending its ways and unveiling its mysteries. Soon the blood rule stream of the Blood Curse, meaning washed over me. I used my plus ultra understanding and mastery of the Blood Curse, meaning to avoid drowning in it. However, I let my spiritual body follow the flow of the blood rule stream of the Blood Curse, meaning. Just by letting my body flow with the blood rule stream of the Blood Curse, meaning I started to comprehend the ways of the Blood Curse, meaning. Back in the inter-realm city, even with the boost of the pseudo-natural blood rule enlightenment array and the absolute focus of self-hypnosis, my comprehension rate of the Blood Curse meaning was slower than a snail's pace. It was barely moving forward. However, right now, thanks to the sudden enlightenment, I did not even need to try, yet I was comprehending the Blood Curse, meaning. Inside the blood rule stream of the Blood Curse, meaning my comprehension of the Blood Curse, meaning had become natural to me like breathing air. I could feel my understanding and mastery of the Blood Curse, meaning increase at an incredible pace. The huge gap that I felt earlier between the plus ultra understanding and mastery of the Blood Curse, meaning and the ultimate understanding and mastery of the Blood Curse, meaning was no longer there. The Grimoire notification prompt that I just received was proof of that. Your plus ultra mastery of the Blood Curse, meaning of the blood rule, has advanced to ultimate mastery. After achieving completion in the comprehension of the Blood Curse, meaning of the blood rule, I did not pause to celebrate but immediately began to advance my ultra rune of the Blood Curse, meaning to the ultimate rune using the fumes of the enlightenment. I felt that it would vanish any moment now, so I took action and made the most of what I had. Your ultra rune of the Blood Curse, meaning of the blood rule, has advanced to the ultimate rune. After receiving the Grimoire notification informing me of the advancement of my ultra Blood Curse rune to an ultimate rune, I finally took a breather to celebrate my achievements by going through the Blood Curse ultimate rune info. Date the 12th of April 2321, time 11:45, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Royal Palace, Royal Guest Palace number 01, Seed World, your comprehension of Blood Rule has advanced from unique mastery to super unique mastery. Achieving super unique mastery in Blood Rule, you have arrived at the Blood Rule bifurcation point once again. Please choose one meaning of the Blood Rule to continue your comprehension of the Blood Rule. Caution: once you choose a meaning of the specific rule, there is no turning back until you gain complete mastery over that meaning. Notice: due to the host's mutated soul, the host can choose different meanings for each of his consciousness. Recommended: the host is advised to choose the same meaning for each of his consciousness to avoid complications. When I had created the Blood Curse rune, my Blood Rule mastery had advanced from super rare master to unique master. Now that my Blood Curse rune has advanced to the ultimate tier, my Blood Rule mastery has advanced to super unique mastery. Ignoring the grimoire prompt, I continued to go through the changes in the Blood Curse rune after it achieved the ultimate tier. Rune name: Blood Curse rune tier, ultimate rune rule, Blood Rune Spirit, unborn rune info. Blood Curse is an ultra tier rune forged using the Blood Rule in the Blood Curse, meaning Blood Curse gives the host the ability to curse their enemies by using their blood or the host's blood for the blood, sacrificing them or oneself in a blood ritual to the rune. Requirements: Cursed blood, myriad blood curses, Blood Curse refining, Blood Curse immunity, Cursed bloodline restriction. The authority of the rune's ability is restricted to the highest realm of the host's grimoire grade, and the host's will. Blood Curse immunity: host's blood can no longer be used as a medium to curse the host. Cursed bloodline: host can share his Blood Curse rune and its effects with his bloodline. However, the effect of the rune will vary based on how directly the bloodline is connected to the host. Note: the host can use the cursed bloodline to give his baby Blood Curse abilities in their mother's womb. However, this rule meaning is very demanding, and if the bad is not strong enough to carry the burden of the Blood Curse rune, the pregnancy will lead to miscarriage. I like the Blood Curse immunity as I love the fact that my blood can no longer be used to curse me. However, the same was not true for the effect, Cursed bloodline. I was an orphan and single, I currently had no use for it. Just when I was about to consider the cursed bloodline effect of the Blood Curse rune useless, my grimoire rang with a series of notifications. Your mutated ego gem's parent and daughter gem ability are compatible with the cursed bloodline effect of the Blood Curse rune. Your ultimate Blood Curse rune is compatible with your Calamity Soul gems. Transformation skill: your ultimate Fate Plunder rune is compatible with your ultimate Blood Curse rune. Going through the grimoire notifications, I was surprised because the parent and daughter gem ability did not make use of blood, so how was it compatible with the cursed bloodline effect of the Blood Rule? However, the parent and daughter gem in its unique way showed a resemblance to a bloodline. As for the ultimate Blood Curse rune being compatible with my Calamity Soul gem's transformation skill, I was not surprised. I had comprehended the Blood Curse meaning just for this. However, the compatibility between the Blood Curse rune and Fate Plunder was a pleasant surprise. Does this mean that I can create a hybrid rune using my ultimate Blood Curse rune and ultimate Fate Plunder rune? Just imagining this, I was overwhelmed with excitement. Without giving in to the joy of the possibility of creating a hybrid rune, I focused my mind and gathered the refined Blood Rule power of the Blood Curse meaning and began to create 3 duplicate ultimate Blood Curse runes. One of the duplicate ultimate Blood Curse runes solely focused on its cursed bloodline effect for my Calamity Soul gem. And other 2 duplicate ultimate Blood Curse runes were for the transformation skill and the ultimate Fate Plunder skill. After creating 3 duplicate ultimate Blood Curse runes, I began to create a duplicate ultimate Fate Plunder rune, gathering the refined Blood Rule power of the Fate Plunder meaning. For the hybrid rune creation, having created the duplicate runes, I wanted to choose which advancement to proceed with first. I was too excited about the hybrid rune, so I wanted to try it first. The reason being what I have heard and learned about the hybrid rune and its prowess. And mostly because Anna has a hybrid rune which allowed her to be recognized as one of the strongest card emperors who were capable of fighting card apprentices above their realm. However, when I brought the duplicate Blood Curse rune and the duplicate Fate Plunder rune together, there was no reaction between the 2 duplicate runes. Before I could contemplate why, my attention was caught by the grimoire notification: you have created a duplicate ultimate Blood Curse rune. Calamity Soul gem is asking permission to fuse its parent and daughter gem ability with the duplicate ultimate Blood Curse rune. Allow, deny. Even without the reminder of the grimoire notification, I could feel my calamity soul gems longing for the duplicate ultimate, blood curse, rune, unlike the case with the duplicate ultimate, fate plunder, rune. So I gave it my permission without a second thought. Allow. Your calamity soul gem is undergoing an advancement. Calamity soul gem advancement complete. All calamity daughter gems can use the ultimate, blood curse, runes abilities, cursed blood, and blood curse immunity. Note: calamity daughter gem can now identify the blood curse meaning at the blood rule bifurcation point. They have to comprehend blood curse, meaning to use all abilities of the host's ultimate blood curse rune. Reading the grimoire notification, I nodded in satisfaction. Then, as I was about to proceed with unlocking the third transformation of my calamity soul gem, having watched my calamity soul gem advance using the duplicate ultimate, blood curse, rune, I once again tried my luck with the creation of the hybrid rune using the duplicate ultimate, fate plunder, rune and the duplicate ultimate, blood curse, rune. However, both runes did not react to each other. If not for the grimoire notification, I would not think that the ultimate, fate plunder, rune and the ultimate, blood curse, rune could be used to create a hybrid rune. Maybe I was missing something here. Does the creation of a hybrid rune require something I do not know of? I need someone to guide me through this. With Anna grounded by her grandaunt, Aunt should be the best option for me to learn what I am missing to forge a hybrid rune. Putting aside the hybrid rune forging, I focused on unlocking the third form of my calamity soul gem's transformation skill. Transformations. This ability allows the host to transform to higher evolutions. Base form, calamity human core form. Form 1, variant Viltronian, a Viltronian physique enhanced by mutated souls, refined soul energy, and a variant human core. Form 2, kaiju form, Viltronian Titan. Form 3, locked, conditions not met. Unlock Form 3 for further transformations. Conditions to unlock calamity soul gem's transformation skill. Third form. 1. Evolutionary ingredients unsatisfied. 2. 10,000 soul jades for construction of the third form. Satisfied. 3. Explore by self greater than ultimate, blood curse, rune. Unsatisfied. I had already satisfied the second condition of unlocking the third form of the calamity soul gem's transformation skill, which allowed my calamity daughter gems to unlock their transformation skill second form. Now I was going to use the duplicate ultimate, blood curse, rune to satisfy the third condition of unlocking the third form of the calamity soul gem's transformation skill. 3. Explore by self greater than ultimate, blood curse, rune. Satisfied with two conditions of unlocking the third form of the calamity soul gem's transformation skill satisfied, I had one remaining condition to satisfy for the big finish. However, I had no idea what I should use as evolutionary ingredients. Devil grade ingredients, maybe. No, I cannot use the devil grade ingredient as an evolutionary ingredient to unlock third form, as only the realm appropriate ingredient can be used as an evolutionary ingredient to satisfy the first condition to unlock the third form of the calamity soul gem's transformation skill. How do I know this? The first time I got my hands on a devil grade ingredient, I tried to use it as an evolutionary ingredient to satisfy the first condition of unlocking the third form of the calamity soul gem's transformation skill and failed. This discovery sucks, but instead of complaining about it, I would rather find a realm appropriate evolutionary ingredient to finally unlock the third form. Considering the fact that the third condition to unlock the third form was the ultimate, blood curse, rune, I think I should use a curse or a curse type ingredient as an evolutionary ingredient to unlock the third form. Date the 12th of April 2321, time 13:23, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Royal Palace, Royal Guest Palace number 01, Seed World. The evolutionary ingredient for the third form can be anything, but I lean toward a curse type ingredient because the hidden condition was the ultimate, blood curse, rune. I just think there would be better synergy between a curse type ingredient and the ultimate, blood curse, rune when unlocking the third form. I believe the synergy between the soul pathways of the ingredient used was more necessary than using a high-grade ingredient. My experience as a card creationist told me that I was right to think so. Now the question was, what kind of curse-type ingredient should I use as an evolutionary ingredient? It can't be of a higher realm and has to be a realm-appropriate curse-type ingredient. I have seen the curse market in the inter-realm network of the Devil Merchant Code. There were a lot of tempting curses which would serve as a proper evolutionary ingredient, but the problem was I could just refine these curses into myriad blood curses using blood curse refining. So I did not feel like wasting a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity over some common curse that I could refine. I thought hard and finally, one curse came to my mind which would fit the bill: Myriad Devil Body Rune Card. Even though it was a rune card that I had created using the Fate Plunder rune, I believed that it would go well with the Blood Curse rune. Especially considering that the Fate Plunder rune and the Blood Curse rune can together forge a hybrid rune. Myriad Devil Body rune card was very important in my arsenal. It allowed me to turn Calamity Daughter gems into pseudo-Calamity Soul gems, giving me an ability that practically turned me into an immortal. I believed Myriad Devil Body would make a good addition to my origin card Calamity Soul gem. This way, Myriad Devil Body would also receive the boost from the baptism every time I break through to a higher realm. Having decided on the Myriad Devil Body rune card as the evolutionary ingredient, I took out the rune card and fed it to my origin card as an evolutionary ingredient to satisfy the only condition remaining for me to unlock my Calamity Soul gem's third form. Soon I received the Grimoire notification I was awaiting: you have unlocked the third form of your Calamity Soul gem. Transformation third form: Elder Kaiju, Elder Viltronian Titan. Your Calamity Soul gem has awakened its true meaning as a calamity. Note: the user is advised to be cautious when exploring the changes. Reading the notifications, I was disappointed and as well shocked. Considering that the third form of the Dungeon Calamity Seed was Elder Treant, I was not surprised to learn that the Calamity Soul gem's third form was Elder Kaiju, Elder Viltronian Titan, which can be considered the evolutionary form of Kaiju, Viltronian Titan, the second form. What got my heart pumping was the notification claiming that my Calamity Soul gem had awakened to its true meaning as a calamity. Though not much information was given on this, I could not help but get excited seeing that the Grimoire notification could not determine the scope of this change and what it meant. It also asked me to explore it with caution. I opened my origin card's card info to check the changes. Other than the conditions to unlock the fourth form of the Calamity Soul gem, I saw no new changes to it. I did not give this much thought since I had achieved my goal to unlock the third form of my Clarity Soul gem. Now, I could finally break through to the Card Master realm. Without further ado, as preparation for my breakthrough to the Card Master realm, I set up a soul energy gathering array and dumped a few thousand median soul jades in it to power the array and gather pure soul energy. I could have just gone to the inter-realm city sector number S0012 which had abundant soul energy, but I did not because I had made a chilling discovery when I had forged my Ultra Blood Curse rune of the Blood Curse, meaning of the Blood Rule in there. This chilling discovery was also the reason why I did not gain enlightenment in the Blood Curse, meaning of the Blood Rule after having forged a Blood Curse rune, but gained enlightenment in the Blood Curse, meaning of the Blood Rule after refining Curse Incarnation Curse into myriad blood curses using Blood Curse refining of the Blood Curse rune. The chilling discovery was obvious to me when I compared what changed between when I tried to gain enlightenment and when I got enlightened. It was the location. I learned that it was impossible to gain enlightenment in the inter-realm city but easier to gain enlightenment in Card World. Turns out that what I considered enlightenment was the blessing of the Card World, which I can only gain in the womb of the Card Worlds while in the spiritual plane. Though the Devil Merchant Code could replicate the rules of the Card World in the sector ES0012, it could not replicate the Card World's will. This was why I failed to gain enlightenment when I forged the Ultra Blood Curse rune using my plus ultra understanding and mastery of the Blood Curse, meaning of the Blood Rule. When I made this discovery, I did not regret my decision to comprehend the Blood Curse, meaning of the Blood Rule in the inter-realm city sector ES0012. Mostly because if not for the aid of the inter-realm city, I do not think I would have been able to comprehend the Blood Curse, meaning of the Blood Rule to plus ultra level in understanding and mastery in such a short time. Because I could not operate the pseudo-natural Blood Rule enlightenment array formation at full throttle in the Card World, and without it I would not have comprehended the Fate Plunder, meaning to completion. Without achieving completion in the Fate Plunder, meaning of Blood Rule, I could never have been able to comprehend the second meaning of the Blood Rule. This was not about what I lost but what I prioritized and gained. Now I know better than to completely depend on the inter-realm city. From now on I plan to use the inter-realm city only for minor breakthroughs, and for any major breakthroughs I plan to do it on the Card World, as its will was very generous to its overachieving children. Considering that I would be baptized after breaking through to the Card Master realm, I did not want to risk my baptism by trying to break through to the Card Master realm in the inter-realm city. I could afford to lose rule enlightenment but not baptism. If I was to lose my chance to baptize my cards, physiques, and traits, I would not only regret it but never be able to forgive myself for being that dumb. If that were to happen, then I would be the only dumb card apprentice in the card world to ever lose the chance to baptize after breaking through a realm. Not planning to risk the baptism that came with every major realm breakthrough, I sat at the center of the soul energy gathering array formation and began to cultivate my active soul control percentage using the soul energy gathered in the array formation. Over the past few days, my active soul control percentage had already reached 29.7%, all I was missing was another 0.4% of active soul control and I will be able to break through from the card soldier realm to the card master realm. With the aid of the soul energy gathering array, I began to pump high-quality soul energy extracted from median soul jade into my calamity soul gem and began to excite my active soul control. Since I had forced the active soul energy control to not increase any further, it was easier for me to excite it with high-quality soul energy. My active soul control was starting to rise at an incredible speed, 29.7% greater than 29.8% greater than 29.9%. I had not set up the soul energy gathering to help me break through to the card master realm but to help me stabilize my realm after breaking through to the card master realm. When one breaks through to a realm, it's like a dam breaks open. It's the moment when one can easily raise their active soul control percentage with enough soul energy before it settles again. If one doesn't have enough soul energy during this period, the active soul control percentage will not be able to grow. Even if it somehow manages to grow, then it will not be stable. To avoid this, one has to have made prior preparation. However, not every card apprentice has such luxury, so they give up on this opportunity to increase their active soul control percentage and instead use it as an opportunity to stabilize their realm. Date the 12th of April 2321, time 1412, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Royal Palace. Royal Guest Palace number 01, Seed World. With a stable realm, the card apprentice could easily display the maximum power of their realm and even compete with the immediate higher minor realm, while with an unstable realm, they could barely display the power of their realm, let alone compete with the immediate higher minor realm. It would not be wrong to say that the stability of a card apprentice's realm determined the quality of the card apprentice. Therefore, it was very important for a card apprentice to stabilize their realm. This was why some card apprentices steeled their hearts and let go of the opportunity to increase their active soul control percentage after breaking through to a realm, and rather use the opportunity to stabilize their realm and erase all the accumulated flaws in their realm so far. This way, even if they could not increase their overall active soul control percentage, they could erase dangers to their future breakthroughs. An unstable realm not only affects their overall strength but also affects them when they try to break through to a higher realm. An unstable realm is like the unstable foundation of a building. The risk of the building falling increases the more you build on it because of its unstable foundation. Similarly, the risk of nothing being able to break through to a higher realm increases with an unstable realm. This was why it was a smart move for the card apprentice to focus on long-term gains with realm stability over small-term gains with a temporary boost to their active soul control percentage cultivation rate. It was only logical. However, I had the wealth and means to pursue both stability in my realm and also a fast rise in my active soul control percentage. That was what the soul energy gathering array formation was for. 29.9% greater than 30.0% greater than 31.1%. Boom, my active soul control percentage finally broke through to 30.1%, but it did not stop. It only picked up pace, swallowing the soul energy gathered by the array. 30.3% greater than 30.7% greater than 31.2% greater than 32.6% greater than 33.0% greater than 33.3% greater than 33.5% greater than 33.6% greater than 33.7% greater than 33.8% greater than 33.9% greater than 34.0%. Breaking through to the card master realm, I directly stepped into the mid-level of the card master realm. Average card masters struggle to make minor breakthroughs for months, sometimes even years. However, I managed to not only make a major breakthrough into the card master realm but a minor breakthrough from the low-level card master to the mid-level card master in a single day. As for the stability of my realm, it couldn't be more stable. Having completed my breakthrough, I felt an incredible power coursing through my soul pathways and felt invincible. Not letting the sudden increase in my active soul control percentage get to my head, but then like I was the center of the world, I felt as if the world was solely focusing on me. My grimoire summoned itself and hovered in front of me. Soon a blinding brilliant white light showered over my body and the grimoire, forcing me to close my eyes. I did not panic, realizing this was the baptism I have been looking forward to. As the shower of bright white light stopped, I began to feel a quantitative change in my soul and body alike. I immediately opened my grimoire to check the changes to my origin card info after baptism. Card name: Calamity Soul Gem. Awakened card type: Origin card. Card rank: Unique grade. Card rating: Card durability. Card effect: the host gains a monstrous physique of a calamity and the ability to communicate with the world based on the limit to which he can harmonize with the world. Additional effect: 1. Cursed bloodline. 2. Blood curse immunity. 3. Myriad devil transformation. 4. Myriad devil hex. 5. Soul pupils. 6. Viltronian physique. 7. Immortal core. 8. Body restructure. 9. Transformation. 4th form locked. 10. Parent daughter soul gem. 11. Calamity daughter gem. 3rd form locked. 12. Hive AI. 13. Mutated soul. 14. Soul echolocation. 15. Soul energy manipulation. 16. One with the world synchronization rate 95%. Note: higher the resynchronization rate, longer and deeper you can communicate with the world. Calamity soul gem protects the host's mutated soul. Physique name: Myriad devil physique. Physique type: Origin card. Physique rank: Acquired grade. Physique description: this physique allows the user to transform into any inanimate or animate object or being. Note: user needs to sacrifice a part of the said inanimate or animate object or being to the origin card Calamity soul gem to morph into them. Physique name: Calamity soul gem. Awakened. Physique type: Origin card. Physique rank: Acquired grade. Physique description: the physique has awakened to the true meaning of calamity. Note: the host needs to explore the physique with caution. Physique name: Mutated soul. Physique type: Origin card. Physique rank: Acquired grade. Physique description: the host soul mutates and multiplies itself every time the host breaks through to the upper realm. Card master: Mutated soul with 12 consciousness. Note: current multiplying factor is triple, but can be increased. Trait name: Multiple consciousness. Trait type: Origin card. Trait rank: Acquired grade. Trait description: host currently has 12 consciousness. Note: the number of consciousness is directly proportional to the soul mutation. Trait name: Mutated soul energy. Trait type: Origin card. Trait rank: Acquired grade. Trait description: the host currently has 12 consciousness, so the host's soul energy will be refined 12 times, making it 12 times purer and stronger than normal soul energy. Note: the host's soul energy will get stronger and purer with an increase in the number of the host's consciousness. Going through the changes that have occurred to my origin card, physiques, and traits, I was surprised to see that after baptism my number of consciousnesses has multiplied from 4 to 12 instead of 8. The reason being that the baptism was the way to increase the multiplying factor of my mutated soul. So every time my soul mutates, its multiplying factor increases. This discovery was the MVP of my baptism. Date: the 12th of April 2321. Time: 1523. Location: Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Royal Palace, Royal Guest Palace number 01, Seed World. Learning the secret to increasing the multiplying factor of my mutated soul was baptism. I was overwhelmed by joy because I knew what this meant. Right now I might have 12 consciousnesses, but in the future when I advance to higher realms I will have hundreds of thousands of consciousnesses at my disposal. At that time I will be able to create an army of my clones. Not to forget that multiple consciousnesses signify that my soul energy will be refined multiple times and be multiple times purer than the regular card apprentice in the same realm as me. This means that when I reach the card emperor or demigod realm my soul energy will be at least a few thousand times more refined and purer than the soul energy of the other card emperors and demigods. With such strong soul energy coursing through my body, I do not think that component card emperors and card demigods will be my match, let alone the regular ones. The joy brought by the change to my mutated soul was so much that it did not bother me that there wasn't much quantitative change to the other original skills of my Calamity Soul Gem. Also because there was other good news too, that the Calamity Soul Gem had added 4 new skills in one physique, namely, Cursed Bloodline, Blood Curse Immunity, Myriad Devil Transformation, Myriad Devil Hex, and the physique Myriad Devil Body. I guess most of my baptism was consumed with making this happen. The best part about this was that my Calamity Daughter Gems inherited the Myriad Devil Body physique and the skills excluding Myriad Devil Hex. It was a bummer that Calamity Daughter gems did not inherit the Myriad Devil Hex skill, but I was satisfied with what they inherited. All in all, I had achieved my goal to grow stronger. Right now I was a lot stronger than when I was in the Card Soldier realm. Not to mention now I had more survival skills up my sleeve compared to before. Now that I and my Calamity Daughter gem had Myriad Devil body physiques and Myriad Devil transformation skills, the creation of the Pseudo-Calamity Soul gems was a lot easier and more efficient than before. Not to mention this opened up new possibilities and ways for me to use my Calamity Soul and Daughter gems, increasing my chances of survival against my powerful enemies. Date the 11th of April 2321, time 2045, location Central Region, Central Capital. In the 7th basement of a central government secure site, a card semi-demigod patiently kneeled on one knee with his head down before a locked gray metal door. Thick hot red blood could be seen escaping through the bottom of the metal door. Seeing the blood, the semi-demigod did not flinch but respectfully waited in front of the door. The semi-demigod did not have to wait long as soon an androgynous voice sounded from the other side of the door addressing the card semi-demigod, "Come in." The semi-demigod got up and headed toward the metal door, which automatically opened. Waking into the room, the semi-demigod saw a row of human-sized incubators, each containing a teenage female body with their face covered by a devil mask. The semi-demigod was not surprised to see this, nor was he surprised to see that all the teenage female bodies in the incubators resemble each other as if they were all clones of a single person. If not for the numbers inscribed on the devil mask covering their faces, it would have been impossible to distinguish one from the other. "You right, the girl's origin created from Brudnun Devil's ingredients fits well with the Trinity Immortal physique. Together they seem to be forming a stronger variant of the Trinity Immortal physique. The girl has already refined 12 clones as part of her physique. If not for her mental strength limiting her origin card, she could have refined thousands of clones as part of her physique by now. Still, she is the greatest success of this project since Agent Uri. You have adopted a good daughter." The androgynous voice praised the semi-demigod for having adopted a capable daughter. The girls in the incubators were none other than Ada Davis and her clones. The semi-demigod was none other than her adoptive father and Agent Uri's handler. And for the androgynous voice belonged to their revered master, controlling their fates from behind the scenes. "I am happy that my adoptive daughter could be of use to you, master." The semi-demigod was not able to find the source of the androgynous voice even after entering the room, and he did not try to. He just respectfully kept his head down and spoke when spoken to. Ignoring the semi-demigod's flattery, the androgynous voice warned, "This time you better have found everything about the boy this time." "Yes, master, I did. I know more about Dalton Wyatt than he himself does," the semi-demigod said with great confidence, despite knowing that if fails to answer any question about the boy and his origin, his master would not hesitate to kill him. "Is he the original creator of the VR slime card which had the soul energy digestion effect?" asked the being addressed as master by the semi-demigod. "Yes, master. The boy is indeed the creator of the card with the soul energy digestion effect. Other than him, nobody knows the recipe of the card. Not even the Southern royal family who are sheltering him," the semi-demigod replied. His answer wasn't just some blind claim of what he felt, but a thorough research done by his spy network in the Southern capital. "I see. What about the current whereabouts of the boy?" the master inquired. "Since the auction, he has holed himself up in the Southern royal family's royal guest palace number 01, trying to break through to the card master realm," the semi-demigod answered his master politely. From his answer, it was clear that his spy network wasn't just limited to the Southern capital but the Southern royal palace itself. Date the 11th of April 2321, time 21:06, location Central Region, Central Capital. "So the boy has yet to apply for a copyright for the recipe of the card with the soul energy digestion effect?" the semi-demigod's master asked him. His tone seemed to be annoyed that the boy had not applied for the copyright of the card recipe till now. "No, master, he hasn't, and from the information I have gathered, it seems he doesn't plan to apply for copyright for the card with the soul energy digestion effect anytime soon. I think he has no intention of revealing the card recipe to the world." The semi-demigod's voice was shaky as he said this, knowing that his master did not take bad news well. "So what if he doesn't plan to disclose the card recipe to the world? We force him to do so. Where are we on declaring the card with soul energy digestion as a public domain for the greater good of the people?" Learning that the boy was not planning to reveal the card recipe of the card with the soul energy digestion effect by applying copyright, Semi-demigod's master decided to force the boy to reveal the card recipe by using the law. Master, I have already tried that, but the princess of the southern royal family has strongly protested against it when she came to increase the privilege rank of the boy. Unable to give his master even one good news, the semi-demigod was cowering in fear, worried that his master might lose patience and take his anger out on him. He was not afraid of corporal punishment but of death, which was a very likely possibility, as when in anger his master likes to kill. So what if she protests it? The southern royal family is not above the law. How dare she try and stop the greater good of the people? The semi-demigod's master sneered as he said this. To the outsiders, it might seem like the royal families and the government were on equal footing, but only the royals and the world leaders knew that they were not. Master, she did not just protest against it on a whim, but she said that there was no need to declare the card with soul energy digestion as in public domain yet, as the boy planned to give away the cards for free. She said that this year the boy planned to give away the card to every university student and high school student who has contracted a grimoire across the world for free. She then added that once that was achieved, they planned to give away the cards to card apprentices under the poverty line. As for the rest of the card apprentices, if they can't wait their turn, they can buy the card for its original price directly from the boy's online store. From the way she made these points against our proposal, it seemed like she was waiting for us to bring this matter up. She also managed to get the nobles of the central region and the royals of the other region, who never agreed on anything, on her side. According to my spies, she was able to get them on her side by promising to supply each of them with a few millions of VR slime cards. The semi-demigod explained how the princess of the southern royal family managed to successfully counter their ploy. Right now there was a race among the world leaders, the royals, and the nobles, the race to equip their family members and subordinates with the soul energy digestion cards before their rivals. So when Anna's mother offered them a hand at this moment, they did not hesitate to side with her. And also because they knew once the card with the soul energy digestion effect gets pushed into the public domain, the central government will do everything in its power to use the card with the soul energy digestion card to strengthen its power first before allowing them to grow their power. The government was already stronger enough to face them individually but not strong enough to face them together. If the government gets its hands on the card recipe of the card with the soul energy digestion effect, then it will be able to achieve that. Therefore, when Anna's mother reached out to them for cooperation, they did not hesitate to agree to her proposal. Were they not worried about the southern royal family monopolizing the card with the soul energy digestion effect? Well, the southern region was considered the bottom of the 5 regions. If not for their hereditary unparalleled bloodline single-handedly carrying them, they would have been swallowed by the other regions long ago. So even with the card with the soul energy digestion effect, the other regions' royals and nobles did not consider them a threat. Also because Anna's mother made enough compromises to assure them of mutual growth for their cooperation against the central government. What is she doing here anyway? I heard she left in search of finding her way to achieving transcendence. Was all that a lie? The semi-demigod's master asked him in frustration. While Anna's mother was busy manufacturing the parts of the dungeon relocation apparatus, the world believed that she was traveling in search of her path to transcendence, as that was what the southern royal family had let them believe, having lost the D-ranked Silver Beach Gate dungeon to freedom fighters. About that, the princess was called back to negotiate with the western region over the dual gate dungeon connecting southern capital to western capital, the semi-demigod answered. It seems his spy network was not as capable as he thought it to be, because he had no idea what Anna's mother was up to. Wait, I thought Field Marshal Heatsend was overseeing that. No, she was only holding the fort till the princess returned to start the negotiations. This changes things. We have to stop them before the western region and southern region reach a compromise over the dual gate dungeon. Date the 11th of April 2321, time 21:17, location Central Region, Central Capital. Trade can be one of the fast ways for a region to develop and earn money, and for that a reliable trade route was necessary. This was why the dual gate dungeon connecting the western capital to the southern capital was important. Not just for the western and southern regions but the entire world. There have been previous cases of dual gate dungeons, but none of them were as strategically located as the one found connecting the western capital to the southern capital. Western capital and southern capital were the economic hubs of their respective regions. A reliable trade route between them would lead to a lot of trade between the two regions, adding to their economic development. How did this impact the rest of the world? Due to geological reasons, a region despite its advanced transportation means because of the dungeons had to adhere to trading with neighboring regions. But now thanks to the dual gate dungeon the western and southern regions had other options to explore. This meant that if the western and southern royal families sign a treaty over the dual gate dungeon connecting their capitals, then the economy of the entire world will change. This was bad news for the central government, which was secretly controlling the world economy from the shadows. They had placed their bets based on their deduction of the future world economy. If the southern and western regions were to start to trade among them, then they would lose big time, which will directly affect the economy of the other three regions, causing them to face a small-scale economic crisis that will take them years to recover from. Therefore it was paramount for the central government to stop this from happening, to maintain the balance between the 5 regions and to fulfill their agenda. Master, both the western and the southern regions have been at each other's throats for centuries. It will not be difficult to use that to our advantage and stop the 2 regions from entering a treaty over a trade route, the semi-demigod added to his master's nefarious plan to sabotage the negotiation between the western and southern regions. That is not enough to stop this negotiation, as there are no permanent enemies, and no permanent friends, only permanent interests. The western and southern royal family will do their best to see this negotiation ends on a successful note despite their strained past relationships. The semi-demigod's master knew that in the face of their interest people forgive their father's killers, so the western and the southern region reaching a compromise in face of economic growth and development would not come as a surprise. Master, then how do we stop the negotiation from concluding on a positive note? The semi-demigod asked his master in confusion. The only way for us to stop the negotiation between the 2 regions is by destroying the dual gate dungeon, the semi-demigod's master answered with a sinister tone. Right, if there is no dual gate dungeon, what will they negotiate about? Master, what do you have in plan? What can I do? The semi-demigod asked, hoping to use this opportunity to please his master. You, with the Field Marshal Heatsend and the Chase royal family ancestor personally guarding the gate of the dual gate dungeon in their respective regions, someone of your caliber will be of no help here. I will get another team to handle this matter, the semi-demigod's master blatantly stated. Yes, master, the semi-demigod had no choice but to politely agree to his master's agreement. I have another task for you, the androgynous voice of the master sounded. Listening to it say that it had another task planned for him, the semi-demigod's face brightened and he excitedly said, "Your wish is my command, master. While this chaos ensues, I want you to do whatever it takes to kidnap Dalton Wyatt. I want that boy alive," the semi-demigod's master instructed, and then added, "the discoverer of the silver milk powder and creator of the card with the soul energy digestion effect. It's about time I met this rumored genius. Master, I will do as you command." The semi-demigod showed hesitation, then quickly masking it he reluctantly agreed to his master's orders. The hesitation in the semi-demigod's voice was because he knew it was impossible to kidnap the boy since he was always holed up in the southern royal palace. Yet, the semi-demigod accepted his master's orders to kidnap the boy without expressing his incapability of doing so because his master did not like to hear no. Good, with Henrik's coming out as a traitor, now 2 field marshal spots are empty. If you manage to pull this off, one of those spots is yours, the voice enticed the semi-demigod with the field marshal position into doing its bidding. Thank you, master. Please, do not worry, I will not disappoint you, the semi-demigod exclaimed, but then he remembered his previous worries about how difficult it would be to kidnap the boy who was holed up in the southern royal family, so he added, "Master, if I may proceed." The voice gave the semi-demigod permission to speak. Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos. Thank you. His mind. Master, I have heard that Dalton Wyatt plans to attend Morning Star University this fall. If we plan it right, we will be able to kidnap him between his commute from the southern region to the university. The semi-demigod was aware that the southern royal family was doing everything in its power to stop the boy from leaving the southern region. However, he did not reveal this piece of information to his master because he did not want to invade the southern royal palace to kidnap the boy, as he knew that doing so will only end with his death. You decide how to kidnap the boy. Just remember to bring him to me alive." The voice compromised and gave the semi-demigod full freedom over this matter. All he cared about was the results, he did not bother with the means. Date the 11th of April 2321, time 21:29, location Central Region, Central Capital. "You may take your leave now," the androgynous voice ordered. "Yes, master," the semi-demigod bowed in the direction of the voice and left the room. As soon as the semi-demigod left the room, a humanoid figure appeared in his place. This figure was having a hard time controlling her murderous intention toward the semi-demigod that just left. Barely suppressing her malicious ambiance, the figure respectfully said, "Master, he lied to you." "I know. Nobody would be more foolish than the Southern royal family if they let Dalton Wyatt leave the Southern region, let alone attend university in the Central Academic region. The Southern princess I have met is smarter than that." The voice in the room seemed to be aware that the semi-demigod had hidden information from him. "Master, if you knew, then why did you stop me from killing that insect? How dare he lie to you?" The humanoid figure seemed to be unable to control her emotions. "Come now, my disciple. He did not lie to me, he just omitted some important information because he wanted to complete the task I assigned to him in his way. There is nothing wrong with that as long as he gets the job done. That is why I gave him full control over this mission. We need people like him to take the blame when things do not go as planned." The androgynous voice addressed the humanoid figure as his disciple and seemed to care about her as he took the time to explain himself to her. "If you say so, Master. However, will he be able to complete the task? Especially, when the two groups are after Dalton Wyatt's life." The humanoid figure reluctantly agreed to her master's thoughts but also voiced out her concerns. "You mean Carl's Circle and the secret assassination group that is terrorizing the central capital? What did the secret assassination group call themselves again? The Pa clan?" The androgynous voice asked its disciple. "Yes, Master. I am worried they will get to Dalton Wyatt before him, then we will never know what the boy did to Agent Lois Forger." The disciple finally spoke about the real reason why her master wanted to meet the boy in person. The rest of the world cared about the silver milk powder and the card with the soul energy digestion effect, as it was a way for them to improve their strength, but the central government saw the silver milk powder and the card with the soul energy digestion effect as a threat to their regime. Unlike the other world leaders, they were already the strongest in the world and controlled most of it. They did not need to get strong, they just needed to weaken their competition. This strategy of theirs has been working out for them for a millennium now, and they had no plans to change it. This was why they were not that bothered by the fact that freedom fighters took the D-ranked Silver Beach Gate dungeon, the only known source of silver milk, to another world. Instead, they took their time to patiently rally the Allied forces to retrieve the dungeon. Who's to guarantee that the dungeon will not be destroyed during the process of retrieval? I have talked to Carl. His organization, the Circle, will leave the boy alone. As for the Pa clan, that traitor Henrix has been covering for them. This is why we have been unable to uncover the real leader of the Pa clan yet. We believed it to be the disgraced General Baylor's wife, but for some reason, she killed herself when Henrix broke into the secured facility to save her. Seeing how the Pa clan is still operating after her death, we were wrong. From the looks of it, freedom fighters and Pa clan are somehow related. However, the freedom fighters have plans to recruit Dalton Wyatt, but the Pa clan wants him dead since they keep trying to assassinate him. This is where things get confusing. That bastard Henrix was able to kill his master who recruited him into our organization. He not only escaped all the suspicion for his stupid master's death, but used it to climb the ranks of our organization, all while he founded and ran a rebel faction against our organization. Since I am facing an individual capable of something like that, it's bound to get confusing. Finally a worthy opponent, this is going to be fun. Let us see if he manages to escape my hunt, the androgynous voice said in excitement, finally displaying an emotion other than pure malice. Master, you are giving that traitor too much credit. I think he just got lucky. The disciple attempted to flatter her master. Do you think someone can kill me just based on luck? The androgynous voice asked his disciple. No, Master, the disciple hurriedly answered. Henrik's master was one of us, the masters, the senior-most members of this organization. Even though Henrik's master was stupid enough to die at the hands of his disciple, his strength was without doubt on par with mine and the rest of the masters. Henrix was able to kill someone of that caliber, so he is not to be underestimated, got it? The voice cautioned his disciples from underestimating Henrix. Yes, Master, the disciple nodded her head in a daze as she was still trying to wrap her mind around the fact that there were card apprentices strong enough to make her master feel threatened. This was mind-bending for her, who believed her master was invincible in this world. Besides, you and your team will be leaving for the southern capital today. If you think you can, then you try to kidnap the boy. But remember, your primary mission is to destroy the dual gate dungeon. That takes priority. Once you are done with that, you and your team are free to let loose. The voice seemed to be very confident that his disciple and her team would be able to destroy the dual gate dungeon. Thank you, Master. The humanoid figure's mood improved a little. And, take this girl with you. Even though she is just a mere card lord, she now has the unlimited immortal physique, the upgraded version of the Trinity Immortal. Her physique will be helpful in this mission. Show her the ropes and groom her to fill the gap that has formed with Agent Uri's death. Date the 11th of April 2321, time 21:39, location Central Region, Central Capital. The row of 13 human-size incubators opened at the command of the androgynous voice, and the 13 identical teenage girls with devil masks covering their faces climbed out of the incubators and lined up in ascending order of the numbers inscribed on their masks. Soon the numbers 1 to 12 vanished, leaving only number 0 or the original behind. How are you feeling, child? The voice asked Ada Davis. Master, I feel invincible. I can now see that revenge is within my grasp, Ada Davis answered respectfully and then added, Master, I could have refined more clones. You are right. With the help of your origin card you could refine more clones as a part of your new physique, but the refined clone would be flawed because your mental strength is not enough to sustain all of them. And I do not make flawed things, the voice agreed with Ada, but also reminded her that her origin card and mental strength were the pillars of her new physique. And one without the other would make physique flawed. And he has no interest in flawed things. Forgive my incompetence, Master. I work hard to polish and develop my mental strength. In Ada's mind she did not mind being used as long as they helped her get her revenge. Therefore, she quickly adapted to the fact that her adoptive father sold her to her new master for his career prospects. Don't pressure yourself, just remember to make enough human sacrifice to the demonic card I gave you periodically and your mental strength will grow drastically in no time, the voice advised Ada. Yes, Master, Ada nodded in agreement. Child, this is your senior sister, from now on you will follow her and learn from her. Now, go about preparing for your upcoming mission, the androgynous voice asked his disciples to leave and focus on the mission assigned to them. Ada Davis and the female humanoid figure nodded, then humanoid figure held Ada's shoulder and together teleported out of the room. Teleporting out of their master's lab, the humanoid figure brought Ada to the part of the secret facility assigned to her and her team. Go, introduce yourself to the team, saying that the female humanoid figure left Ada in the hall and entered her office. Locking the door behind her, the female humanoid figure sat on the leisure couch in her office and getting comfortable she closed her eyes. It appeared as if she wanted to relax after a stressful day, but in her mind, she was having a telepathic conversation with her master, her real master, the supreme leader Carl. The female figure, Arna's John, was one of Carl's incarnations. It was very rare for Carl to create female incarnations, but since the situation demanded it, Carl had no choice but to refine a female incarnation. Carl, I have gotten his permission to capture Dalton Wyatt. What should I do after capturing the boy? Kill him after getting Agent Lois Forger's whereabouts, Arna's reported to Carl, and await further orders. Wait, how certain are they that the Southern royal family does not have the miracle, but the boy does? Carl was surprised to learn that the boy who killed Mike and destroyed the Sun Blossom branch of the Circle had imprisoned the miracle. From Agent Lois's activity report, it is clear that the last person to fight against her was Dalton Wyatt before she suddenly vanished from the face of this world. Nobody knows where she went, but the Southern royal family believes that Dalton Wyatt traded her with a devil in exchange for a temporary power boost which helped him defeat Agent Lois. However, the organization has a way to track Agent Lois's life and death. According to it, Lois is not dead and is somewhere in the southern region, most likely the Blossom District. So, the organization believes that when Dalton Wyatt borrowed power from the devil, he could not manage to kill her, so he chose to seal her instead. Arnaz explained to Carl why the organization running the puppet government believed that the boy knew the location of Agent Lois Forger, aka the Miracle. I see, to think a mere card soldier could achieve this feat. Matron was right, this child is a problem. After capturing the boy, meet me at the border of the southern region, there I will refine him into my incarnation. Killing someone of his intellect would be a waste, though the organization did not want to make use of the silver milk powder, soul energy digestion, and VR universe. Carl was happy to use them once he annexed them. Fine, and I need help destroying the dual gate that has formed connecting the western and southern regions, or any of our people in the southern capital station near the dual gate dungeon. Arnaz agreed with Carl's arrangement and asked for help with the completion of her mission. Arna's knew infiltrating the southern capital and destroying the dual gate dungeon will not be an easy task even for her team, so she turned to the supreme leader for help, knowing his incarnations were in every renowned organization and forces of the world, let alone the southern region, occupying important positions. This wasn't the first time Carl held her team complete missions to solidify her position next to her master in the organization controlling the puppet government. Don't worry, I had already predicted that the organization will send you to destroy the dual gate dungeon connecting the western capital with the southern capital. So I have prepared everything. You just have to follow the plan. Once you are done with that, use the chaos that ensues to capture the boy at any cost. We need the miracle on our side when the time comes. Carl had already figured out the way the government operated. They were so busy controlling the progress of others that they forget to make progress themselves. This will be their downfall. Date the 11th of April 2321, time 21:52, location Central Region, Central Capital. Listening to Carl mention the importance of the miracle for their plan, Arnas frowned and reminded him, Carl, don't get your hopes up. Odds are Dalton Wyatt might not have sealed Agent Forger. Something entirely different might have happened to her. Because if the boy had sealed Agent Lois, he would have informed the Southern royal family about the seal's location out of concern for the safety of his city and district, but he didn't. And the latter has no idea what happened to Agent Lois. They still believe that the boy sacrificed her to the devil. You don't think I have already considered that? However, circumstances surrounding the disappearance of Agent Lois dictate that her disappearance is related to Dalton Wyatt. As long as I refine him into my incarnation, we will know what transpired on the 5th of April. Carl calmly explained to Arnas that all the evidence pointed that the boy was at the center of Agent Lois's disappearance. So it did not matter if the organization's assumption was right or wrong. I understand. With Carl's explanation, it dawned on Arnas that as long as they capture the boy, they will know what happened on the morning of the 5th of April, which included the disappearance of Agent Lois. She was worried for nothing. The reason Carl wanted the miracle so desperately was because of her ability, which allowed her or others to break the oath they took in the presence of the worlds will at immense cost. She was his ticket to escape his commitment to matron and emissary of light. Carl, aka Supreme Leader, was not willing to share the world with the matron and emissary of light. He wanted it all for himself. To quote him, greed is good, the more the better. Arnas, when you and your team reach the southern capital, report to me. I will give you further instructions to complete your assignment and use the chaos that follows to get close enough to Dalton Wyatt to kidnap him, Carl ordered. Okay, I had one more matter I want to report about. It is the Unlimited Immortal Physique, a variant of the Trinity Immortal Physique. Arnas then went on to introduce Ada and explain her situation to Carl, and then suggested to him, I think you should add her to your collection. I know your reluctance to refine opposite sex incarnations, but her physique and origin cards are enough reasons for you to look past her sex. Ada Davis will make a good addition to our team, but it is obvious your master is not done experimenting with her yet. I bet it must be killing him to find out how many clones Ada Davis can add to her mutated physique and if she could ever live up to the term unlimited. So, it is best if we stay clear of her for now. There will be other opportunities in the future. Carl came up with a valid reason to deny Arnas's suggestion. Arnas could not argue, as she knew what Carl said was true. It wasn't clear what her master would find when he continued experimenting on Ada's physique, so she had no choice but to agree to his arrangement before they ended their telepathic communication. Date, time, location, Reverse Dungeon, Yellow Plains Planet, Freedom Fighters' secret base inside a stone hall. 7 figures were seated around an oval conference table carved out of a single polished stone. These 7 figures were the most influential and authoritative figures among the Freedom Fighters. Among the 7 were the leader of Freedom Fighters Henrix, one of the commanders of Freedom Fighters Demigod Baylor, and the chief of research and development of the Freedom Fighters Luna Lorne. You all have used the VR slime card along with silver milk powder, correct? So what are your first impressions? Henrix, as the leader of the Freedom Fighters, spearheaded the meeting. The other 4 figures in the meeting did not immediately answer Henrix, but hesitated while casting a side glance at Demigod Baylor because they knew he was personally involved with the subject of today's meeting and did not want to offend him by stating the obvious. They wanted Baylor to say it first, then they planned to add to it. Feeling the glances of his colleagues, Baylor spoke up, I and some of my subordinates have used silver milk powder along with the VR slime cards, soul energy digestion, effect, and the results were far greater than consuming silver milk powder without the effect of soul energy digestion effect. I believe that if our soldiers are equipped with VR slime cards and supplied enough silver milk powder, they can not only meet the standards of the 4 royal family's soldiers but even surpass them. Quote. The other 4 figures on the oval table nodded their heads in agreement with Baylor's conclusion. He had said everything honestly, there was nothing left for them to add to it. So all of you agree with what Commander Baylor said. Does anyone have anything to add to what he said? Henrix was surprised to see his disciple did not let his history with Ellen influence his judgment. After all, her orphan son was at the center of it all. I believe they all agree with me. Now let us just skip the small talk and discuss the real reason why we are all here. Do not be shy. I know you all want to get your hands on an immense amount of VR slime cards for your family and subordinates, and so does the entire card world. But we can't because only one person knows how to create them, and we pissed him off by stealing his property. However, it would be a different story if we kidnap him and force him to work for us, Baylor declared, surprising everyone in the hall. Fuck, I never thought I would hear you say those words, Luna commented, listening to Baylor demand them that they kidnap the boy and force him to work for them. Date, time, location, Reverse Dungeon, Yellow Plains Planet, Freedom Fighters Secret Base. Baylor, is that you who is saying those words? Or did your wife finally get to you? Luna mocked Baylor and his failure to notice his wife's secret during their decades-long marriage. Quote. Listening to Luna bring up his wife, demigod Baylor's face turned ashen. As promised, after returning from his unsuccessful attempt to kill Sansa, Henrix revealed everything about the matron and the Pa clan to Baylor. Then he went on to reveal how Sansa was involved in Ellen and her husband's death and also has been tirelessly trying to assassinate Ellen's only orphaned son. Learning the miserable end of the love of his life at the direction of his wife, Baylor, who let go of his love for its happiness, regretted it. He began to hate the words, "If you love something you have to learn to let it go." He let go of his love and helped her achieve her happiness even at the cost of his happiness, but look what happened, she was killed. If only he had kept her by his side, he could have protected her. He was not going to repeat the same mistake the second time. The reason Baylor felt that Ellen's orphan son will be safe at the Southern Royal Palace was because he saw a similar love that he had for Ellen in the eyes of Anna Heatsend when she jumped headfirst to save the boy regardless of the risk to her life. But now, knowing Ellen's true and uncut fate after she left the capital, it pained his heart and he wondered why he did not force her to marry him and live a long and comfortable life. He regrets it all now. Therefore, this time around, in Ellen's son's case, he did not plan to give the boy the happiness and freedom he seemed to want, but to give him a safe and caring environment where he can grow without having to be worried about being assassinated. During this whole ordeal, demigod Baylor did not seem to care about Sansa or take revenge on her for what she did to Ellen. He felt guilty for not doing what was needed. He blamed himself for ever letting go of Ellen. Had I known things would end up like this, I would have never let her go. This thought kept playing in demigod Baylor's head over and over. His thoughts were occupied by guilt for him to spare any thought for revenge. Rather than seek revenge, demigod Baylor preferred to focus on not repeating the same mistake with his late love's only orphaned son. This was why when Henrix asked him about his stance on the VR slime card, Baylor did not hesitate to take the road he would never have chosen before. I appreciate how you are finally putting our organization before your love for Ellen, but step back, that is not how we operate. Henrix was indeed impressed to see his disciple put their interest above Ellen's orphaned son's interest, but he was also suspicious that this might be because his disciple has not digested the whole Sansa ordeal completely. Also, Henrix did not want to resort to kidnapping the boy and forcing him to slave for their cause until necessary, as doing so would be the opposite of their cause. Therefore, turning to the other 4 demigods on the table, he asked, "So, do any of you have anything else to add? Leader, why are we still discussing this? Baylor is right, I bet the government is already after him. So let us not waste further time on small talk and start discussing how to kidnap the boy from within the Southern Royal Palace. Luna, you know the Southern Royal Palace better than anyone here, so do you think we can infiltrate the palace and capture the boy without alerting the royal guards?" One of the demigods sitting on the oval table proposed. Baylor and the other 3 demigods seemed to agree with him and waited for Luna's response. "I know a few secret routes we can use to infiltrate the Southern Royal Place and capture Dalton Wyatt, but I do not recommend that, because if we are discovered we will have no chance of retreat. It will turn into a fight till our death. It will be best if we stake out in the southern capital and wait for the boy to leave the palace. Luna advised her colleagues to give up on the idea to kidnap the boy from within the southern royal palace because that would mean them walking into a death trap. With the popularity of the VR slime card, I doubt the southern royal family will ever let the boy out of the royal guest palace. You sure staking out of the royal palace is our only option? The demigod from earlier did not seem to like Luna's advice because conducting a mission in enemy territory was already risky, but staking out in the heart of enemy territory for days and weeks was just suicide. Or we can wait. In 3 months the boy will be leaving for the Central Academic Region to attend Morningstar University. We capture him during his commute, Luna proposed, since her colleagues did not seem to like her other idea. Here I am saying that the southern royal family will not let the boy leave the royal guest palace. What makes you think that they will let him attend Morningstar University? I know that the Central Academic Region has strict rules and regulations in place to ensure the total safety of their students, but there is no way in hell that the southern royal family would be stupid enough to let the boy attend the university there instead of just sending him to one of the southern region's top universities or just homeschool him. The demigods did not believe that southern royal family would ever let the boy go to the Central Academic Region to attend the Morningstar University. Date, time, location: Reverse Dungeon, Yellow Plains Planet, Freedom Fighters Secret Base. Dalton Wyatt will attend Morningstar University and there is nothing that the southern royal family can do to stop him from doing so, Luna announced with great confidence when the demigods repeatedly said that the southern royal family would not allow the boy to leave the southern region. What makes you say that? The demigod asked. They all, including Henrix and Baylor, believed that the southern royal family would not allow the boy to leave the premises of the southern capital, let alone the southern region. You guys don't know Dalton Wyatt like I do. Otherwise, you will not be underestimating him constantly. Let me tell you something, if Dalton Wyatt puts his mind to something he will achieve it. Dalton Wyatt was able to defeat the Miracle, despite being a card soldier. That should be enough proof of that. Henrix, you know the strength of the Miracle. Tell me, can any card soldier pull off what Dalton Wyatt did? Luna's eyes shone a crazy brilliance as she spoke about the boy's name and his achievement as if they were her achievements. It could be seen that was becoming very possessive of the boy. No average teenage card soldier can pull off what he did. I don't believe even I would be able to do that now, let alone at his age. Henrix's words shocked the demigods in the room. They did not expect Henrix to sing praises of a teenage card apprentice. It was clear to all that knew of the battle of the 5th of April that the boy borrowed the devil's power to defeat the Miracle. However, nobody knew how the boy managed to borrow the devil's power without any consequences. Henrix believed he could not do something like that even with his current power and wisdom. Then he added, yes, the boy is not to be underestimated in any way, but I too believe that the southern royal family never let the boy leave the southern capital, let alone pursue higher studies in a foreign region. Luna, you know your aunt better than me, she will never let something like that happen. Seeing each of her ideas being shot down, Luna was irritated, but she would not argue further because Henrix was correct about Anna's mother. She will never allow the boy to leave the southern capital. Maybe it was she who planted the idea of kidnapping the boy and forcefully bringing him to the royal palace in Colleen's mind. Anna's mother had a way of getting her way without becoming the bad guy or her enemy realizing it. Therefore, after a lot of thinking, she proposed, I still have a few loyal subordinates active in the palace. We can just wait for them to signal us when Dalton Wyatt leaves the royal palace grounds, but our people will have to hide near the southern capital to act as soon as possible. This is the best plan I can think of. If you guys don't like your odds, then forget about kidnapping Dalton Wyatt. Quote. None of the demigods immediately agreed to Luna's plan and began to contemplate if the risk was worth it. After all, the boy would have demigod bodyguards guarding him 24/7, so a few of them will have to tag along on the mission to see it through. Which meant they would be risking their lives to kidnap a teenage card soldier. Considering that the boy was one of a kind genius, it would be worth it, but before either of them can volunteer for the mission, Henrix spoke up, no need to send in a team, I will personally attend to this assignment. The security of the southern capital and its surrounding area has increased by 100-fold ever since the discovery of the dual gate dungeon, making it very risky even for a small group of demigods to hide there. Thinking of this, Henrix decided to take action himself. Besides, his origin card was perfect for his assignment. Learning that Henrix would personally be taking action, the group of demigods cheered up, not because they felt it would be easier to complete the assignment with his origin card, but because they were so confident about Henrix. As their leader and friend, he has never let them down. They believed if it was Henrik's he would complete the mission regardless of any development. Just learning that Henrik's would be taking over the assignment, they all felt rest assured as if it was a done deal. That was the amount of faith and trust they had in Henrik's. Even Luna, who had only known Henrik's identity a few days ago, felt that way. Since you are personally taking action, it saves us a lot of trouble and manpower. With the building of the silver milk powder production chain and supply chain, we are short-handed not only in terms of manpower but capital too. If we do not tend to these issues immediately, then we will have to halt all our activities just to sustain the organization, one of the demigods overseeing the finances of the freedom fighters spoke up. While saying this, the demigod eyed Luna because every year the R&D department takes a huge chunk of their budget, but so far they have yet to see any results in the empty space research being led by Luna. The demigod believed that if they were to temporarily shut down the R&D department, financially the organization could sustain itself for another 2 or 3 months, which was enough time for them to start selling silver milk powder in the black market and solve their money problems once and for all. However, the demigod was too afraid of Luna to say that. Yes, a reputed and influential demigod was afraid of Luna, a card emperor. Luna did not get a place on the oval table, which was filled with powerful demigods, for nothing. Anyone who underestimated her has come to regret it. Luna was as ruthless as they come. Have things gotten that desperate? Hendrix asked the demigod with a grave expression. Though most of the people in the freedom fighters were not in it for the money, as their leader, it was up to him to see that they were all well fed and equipped. Good that you brought the finances. I have a good investment plan just for us. Once we follow it, we will never have to worry about money ever again, Luna declared, trying her best to sound candid. Listening to her, the demigod who just spoke about finances felt goosebumps over her body. Date, time, location, reverse dungeon, Yellow Plains planet, freedom fighters' secret base. Wasn't the silver milk powder supposed to be our investment that takes care of the organization's financial needs? A demigod asked Luna. Yes, but this is supposed to be faster, Luna defended. Luna, before you argue any further, let me make it clear, I don't think the organization can afford to invest in another project. Honestly, I was hoping to pull the funding from your R&D department and use it to sustain the organization till we get the silver milk powder out in the black market. The demigod who spoke about finances earlier shot down Luna's investment idea without hearing it and finally managed to convey to Luna that they will be defunding R&D department for the movement. Okay, since you are fighting so strongly with me on this, I will have you guys know that I have already used all the money the R&D department had to invest in it. Luna suddenly dropped a bombshell in the meeting. What? You're crazy. How could you? On whose authority? I have had it with her. I can't believe you did that. All the demigods seated around the oval table suddenly erupted upon hearing that Luna used all the money her department had on one of her investment plans. Even Henrix and Baylor looked at Luna pensively. However, Luna did not seem to care about the uproar. Instead, she said, now that you know, the sooner you stop fighting me on this and get on board the better. I am sorry, Henrix, it seems I have failed you. The demigod in charge of the finances apologized to Hendrix, believing that if he had dared to pull the funding of the R&D department earlier, it would not have come to this. Damn it, Luna. It was rare for Hendrix to raise his voice in a meeting, but today he not only raised his voice but cussed. Seeing the demigod in charge of the finances of freedom fighters apologize, Hendrix immediately knew that things had gone beyond desperate. He then turned to look at him and inquired, tell me the truth, what are our damages? How long can we sustain? Considering that Luna has not lost all our money on her investment idea of hers, we have about a week or so before we will have to pause the silver milk powder project or consider selling silver milk from the Silver Beach Gate dungeon in the black market instead of the finished product silver milk powder. The demigod explained that their situation was so dire that they might have to resort to selling raw silver milk ingredients directly in the black market, which was not as profitable as selling the finished product, silver milk powder. Quote. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly turned grave, realizing how dire the organization's finances were. Then all 6 of the demigods simultaneously looked at the culprit who pushed the already desperate situation off the cliff, Luna. Being stared at by 6 demigods did not faze Luna, rather she confidently said, now that I have your attention, let me make a few things clear. First, R&D department funds are not our money but my department's money. So it doesn't concern you guys how I see fit to spend it. Secondly, I did not lose money on my investment but already grew my investment by 3 times. Everyone did not agree with Luna on her first point, but nobody called her out on that when they heard her say that she grew her initial investment by 3 times so fast. Now, they knew for sure that Luna had lost all their money in some kind of scheme. Noticing the stares of the demigods on her turn deadpan instead of one that of admiration and praise, Luna commented, "Well, this is not the reaction I expected. Say something, or are you guys too shocked to say something?" "Yes, we are shocked by your stupidity. Tell us the name of the scheme on which you waste all our money," demigod Baylor inquired Luna, wondering if there was still time for him to salvage the loss. He planned to visit the scammers and demand a refund. "I said it is not a scheme, trust me. I did grow my initial investment by 3 times, Luna defended her investment and stressed that she did not lose the money but grew it by 3 times. "Sure, so can you give us our money back? You know we need it." Baylor asked Luna to return the initial investment to them since it would not be difficult for her to do so if she did grow it by 3 times. "About that I can't. Not that I can't give you the money, but I don't want to because I believe my investment will continue to grow." Hearing Luna's words, Baylor and the other demigods felt like she was coming up with excuses to avoid giving them the money as there weren't any, and felt that if Luna had yet to fully lose their money then they should pull the money out of whatever scheme she invested in. So the demigod in charge of finance immediately interrupted Luna and said, "Luna, they are just baiting you to invest more money. Before they realize you do not have more money, I am begging you to pull your money out of whatever cockamamie scheme you have invested in. How many times do I have to yell at you guys before you get it through your thick heads that I did not invest in a scheme and my investment idea is a legit investing opportunity? Stop interrupting me and hear me out till the end. Then we can debate if I had wasted my department's money on a scheme or not," Luna yelled, asking the demigods to keep an open mind and listen to her investment idea before labeling it a scheme of some kind. "Okay, what is this investment idea of yours?" Henrik decided to give Luna a chance to explain and redeem herself. VR Universe's currency exchange. Date, time, location, reverse dungeon, Yellow Plains planet, Freedom Fighters secret base, VR Universe's currency exchange, Luna announced proudly, only to hear one of the demigods ask, "What is that? You guys, did you even bother to enter and explore the VR universe of VR Slime card, or were you just too focused on the soul energy digestion effect of the card?" Luna should have known better than to expect praise from her audience since they were all close-minded and short-sighted. VR universe. "Luna, you wasted all the money we had on an illusionary world. Wasn't the VR universe thing supposed to be free?" The demigod who was in charge of the finance exclaimed and inquired in confusion. "Why would anyone bother to waste their time exploring an illusion?" Another demigod scoffed, and then remembering the matter at hand he yelled, "That doesn't explain where our money went. Luna, you better have a good reason for this. What about the VR universe? Do we need to know something about it?" Baylor did not lose his calm like the others. He knew, though annoying, Luna could be considered the smartest person in the room after his mentor. And when it comes to research, no one in the room could match her intellect, observation, and insights. Baylor had to believe this was the case. Because his plan to get a refund directly from the scammer behind the scheme Luna had fallen prey to was not possible for now, since the scammer was in one of the most secure places in the world. "Baylor, seriously, you guys are still willing to listen to her bullshit? How can an illusion be an investment opportunity which can grow your initial investment by 3 times? The demigod from earlier yelled in irritation, seeing Baylor and Henriks were still willing to entertain Luna and her idiosyncrasy. Why wouldn't he be? After all, he had invested all of his net worth to support the freedom fighters and their cause, only to find out that the last of their money was wasted on some kind of illusion. "Henriks, you have given Luna too much liberty. I know the empty space project is important for our organization, but this has gone too far. I think it's time Luna was held accountable for her actions," another demigod spoke up, supporting his colleague. The reason Luna was half as scary as she was that Henriks favored her a lot. They can't blame him for that, because once the empty space project was successful they could turn the tables on the organization controlling the puppet central government once and for all, paving the way for their cause. However, giving Luna free reign of the freedom fighters, R&D department, and funding it with half of their entire budget was proving to be the push for their downfall. They had to rectify this before it was too late. Well, it was already too late. They have lost the last of their money. Everyone calm down. If worst comes to worst, we will sell the silver milk from Silver Beach Dungeon as ingredients in the market to pay our bills until the silver milk production line is complete. Now let us be patient and listen to what Luna has to say. She is right. We were all too focused on the soul energy digestion effect of the card that we forgot the real reason why Dalton Wyatt created the VR slime card, VR Universe. He could have sold the effects VR Universe and soul energy digestion separately, but he chose to stack them in a single card. I believe Luna is onto something we failed to see. Though Henrix defended Luna, in his mind, he was hoping Luna would come through, otherwise he would have no choice but to hold her accountable for her actions. Yeah, guys, relax, all our money is with Dalton Wyatt. Once Henrix captures him, we can just have him cough out our money with a hefty interest. The demigod in charge of freedom fighters' finances chimed in, claiming that the answer to all their financial problems was the boy who created VR Universe, in which Luna invested the last of their money. I like the sound of that. I can get on board with that. Looks like the answer to all our problems is Dalton Wyatt. The sooner we capture Dalton Wyatt the better. Listening to the point made by demigod in charge of finances, the mood in the hall lightened and finally improved for the better. Guys, aren't you underestimating Wyatt too much? Do I have to remind you people that to escape his card emperor and semi-demigod assassins, he has managed to successfully fake his death numerous times? Capturing him will not be an easy task, especially with the Southern Royal Guards at his disposal. Luna's brows frowned, seeing the demigods underestimate the boy and treat him like an overflowing piggy bank waiting to be broken open. In her eyes, her demigod colleagues started to look like a bunch of lowlife pirates and bandits. Even if he is dead for real, I will bring his mangled remains to raise him from the dead to cough out our money, a demigod who dabbled in monster necromancy and chimera creation vowed, causing Baylor to frown. Ahem. Seeing the meeting was going out hand, Henrix cleared his throat and brought them back to the topic at hand, VR Universe, saying, Luna, stop patronizing them and talk about what you have found out about the VR Universe which made you believe that investing in it took priority despite fully being aware of the organization's financial conditions. Fine. Luna stared hard at the demigods before sighing and letting out the breath of frustration and said, honestly, I can't blame you guys for not noticing the importance of the VR Universe. After all, that is what Wyatt wanted to achieve by stacking the VR slime card with VR Universe and the soul energy digestion effect. You guys were so preoccupied with the possibilities of the soul energy digestion effect that you guys ignored the possibilities of the VR Universe. Wyatt is peddling a way for him to dominate the world right under your noses, but you guys failed to notice that because you were distracted by the distraction he purposefully planted, the soul energy digestion effect of the card. You illiterates fell for his distraction as he accepted you and the other world leaders too. If not for me, it would have been too late before you guys even realized what he was up to, just like the central government, royal families and the central region nobles. Luna, what did I just say? Stop patronizing us and get to the point, Henrix yelled. The hall had 6 demigods and none of them felt good being looked down by the only card emperor in the hall. Date, time, location, reverse dungeon, Yellow Plains planet, Freedom Fighters secret base. Geez, leader. I am getting to it. Don't rush me, Luna complained, then paused to soak in the frustrated look on the faces of the 6 powerful and influential demigods in the Freedom Fighters. Thinking to herself, and these guys want to control Wyatt, he will have a field with these suckers. I have shared an article to each of your grimoires, go through it and tell me what your thoughts are about it, Luna said after she summoned her grimoire and shared an article titled, I created the Dragon Mocha from VR Universe, to all 6 of them. Luna, just tell us already, and demigod pleaded with Luna to stop with the props and get to the point. You guys will have to work for the information I have gathered, otherwise you will not appreciate it. Luna felt that if she just told these close-minded and short-sighted people about her finding, most of them will not be able to understand the seriousness and importance of it unless they explored and experienced it themselves. Just do as she says, you're just drawing this on, another demigod asked his colleague to go with it and get it done, as it was the only way to end this sooner. The article says that influencers are selling some kind of beverage called Dragon Mocha, that is famous in VR Universe. So what are we supposed to gather from it? The demigod in charge of finances asked. First, you need to know that there is no beverage called or similar to Dragon Mocha in our world. It was first introduced in the VR Universe. The first users to explore the VR Universe came across the Dragon Mocha series of beverages, and thanks to the fully immersive effect of the VR Universe they were able to taste it. It tasted incredible, and the Card Apprentice immediately fell in love with the Dragon Mocha series of beverages. Until that article was published, everyone thought Dragon Mocha was just an illusionary drink that existed in the VR Universe. The author of that article, Went and got a job as a barista in one of the coffee joints in the VR universe where these, Dragon Mocha, drinks were sold. There she learned the recipe of the Dragon Mocha and recreated it in the real world, and it worked. Now she has already applied for copyright of the recipe of Dragon Mocha beverages, which has stirred up another controversial debate. But since it has nothing to do with our matter at hand, I will just leave it at that. Luna briefly explained the story behind the article. Some entitled influencer created drinks from the VR universe in reality. Big whoop, what does it have to do with you investing the last of our money in it? A demigod who was losing his patience with Luna asked. Everything. Don't you get what I am trying to say? There was no knowledge of Dragon Mocha in our world before the VR universe. An illusionary world gave rise to a series of popular beverages in reality. Have you seen any illusions capable of that? As Luna said this, a hint of crazy fangirl could be seen in her eyes. That is just a trick. Dalton Wyatt must have planted the recipe of the Dragon Mocha in VR universe and is using it as a marketing strategy to raise its popularity. The demigod in charge of the finance department disregarded Luna's crazy claims, saying that it was a marketing gimmick. I too thought that at first, but considering the soul energy digestion effect and the fact that he was literally giving the VR slime cards for free, Wyatt did not need a marketing gimmick which would cost him a copyright of which could be the next big beverage industry in our world. Besides, it goes beyond that. Just check the other articles I have shared to your grimoire. These ones are more honest than the last one. Luna defended that the VR universe was more than just an illusion. I learned how to cook an Asura fin fish monster in VR universe. I learned how to make different flavors of ice cream in the VR universe. I learned how to cook diamond-shelled crawfish in the VR universe. I am attending a monster processing college for free in VR universe. I learned how to kill a horned tiger monster in 3 moves in VR universe. The demigods were skeptical about Luna's claims and believed she had fallen prey to some kind of marketing trick. But once they began to go through the numerous articles and videos about how the card apprentice learned different kinds of knowledge in VR universe which wasn't available in the card world, they started to understand where Luna was coming from. As it was impossible for anyone to deny the sheer number of evidence. It was plausible to believe that one can implant 1 or 2 new knowledge in their illusion, but it was impossible for anyone to create an illusion like the VR universe filled with knowledge and civilization that wasn't even present in the world. Luna, how many of these articles are true? Henrix asked Luna with a deadpan face, realizing that Luna wasn't lying. The VR universe wasn't just another high-level illusion. I have personally spent my department's manpower to investigate the truth to all of these articles, and turns out all of them are true and there is no falsehood to any of these articles. Luna's tone was serious and grave, to imply the solemnity of this discovery. All of them are true, and Demigod asked Luna for confirmation in utter disbelief. Yes, all of them are true, Luna affirmed. I had to take a huge loan to learn monster processing in a mediocre college. I remember being in debt for decades, to pay off my student loans. And here they are learning monster processing for free. The demigod who dabbled in monster necromancy and chimera creation complained, having read the article. I am attending a monster processing college for free in VR universe. Date, time, location, reverse dungeon, Yellow Plains planet, Freedom Fighters secret base. The monster corpse processing and meat harvesting process shown here in the videos are simple but advanced, most importantly unique. These are not our world's techniques. The demigod who dabbled in monster necromancy and chimera creation was impressed by the real-life monster processing videos listed by the author of the article. I am attending a monster processing college for free in VR universe. You sure these monster meat processing techniques don't come from some rural part of this world? Baylor asked the demigod who dabbled in monster necromancy and chimera creation, feeling illusions couldn't have their civilization and knowledge, which was absurd as illusions were not real. Trust me, I have explored every monster corpse processing and meat harvesting technique of this world when I was creating my divinity. I have even written a book on it. These methods shown in the video are not from our world. I wonder if Dalton Wyatt got these techniques from a reverse dungeon. The demigod who dabbled in monster necromancy and chimera creation assured Baylor and began to speculate where the knowledge in the VR universe came from. Knowledge from another world, that is the most probable reason, but Dalton Wyatt just became a card apprentice. I agree he has a great talent for active soul control, but his experience of dungeon raids is still very shallow. However, knowledge of other worlds would explain a lot about his discoveries, which are too profound for his age. When Henrix, he had no idea how close he was to the truth about the secret behind the boy's sudden genius. Henrix, You better not be trying to imply that Wyatt is a fake genius and his discoveries are all knowledge from another world. Luna was pissed hearing Henrik's speculation that the boy's intellect was nothing but other world knowledge. Luna had personally taught the boy about ego gem, rules, rule meanings, array formations, etc., and witnessed how quickly the boy understood the knowledge imparted to him and how he adapted it to fit his understanding and needs, allowing him to come up with brilliant ideas which escape the eyes of other observers. Yes, the boy lacked a lot of basic knowledge about the card world, but that was mostly because of his lack of experience in this world's strict regulations over the knowledge. However, this worked in his favor because he filled this gap in his knowledge by making use of the mortal alchemy. Science. The boy's understanding of mortal alchemy was far more advanced and better than the royal mortal alchemists. He used mortal alchemy to create many advanced cards that put the conventional card arts to shame. He could be considered a visionary for successfully applying the field of mortal alchemy to card creation. The Iron Flesh origin card the boy created for PAX Godson Whiteburn was the perfect example of this. Not to forget his line of megamorpher cards, which could give a card apprentice power far suppressing their realms. In the limited time Luna had spent with the boy, she had come to learn that compared to these 6 demigods in front of her, he was very open-minded. Where people saw problems, he saw unique and revolutionary solutions. The perfect example of this was card apprentice Lucy Robert, whose mental development was very slow compared to her physical development. The medical cards of this world had no more for Lucy Robert, but the boy was able to cure her of the mental illness that plagued her entire life in a few hours. Using advanced mortal alchemy he developed hand in hand with his limited array mastery. Luna, calm down. I was just making an assumption. There is no need for you to get so worked up over it. Besides, there is no way the boy would have survived a reverse dungeon alone. So it is more likely he got the other knowledge through other means. His parents maybe. They have been in many interesting dungeons searching for false relics and whatnot. Still, there is no way just otherworld knowledge would be enough for him to gain our Luna's respect and admiration, Henrix loudly contemplated. Wow, that's an interesting way to admit that you were wrong, Luna sneered, listening to Henrix conclude that the boy might be a genius after all, which wasn't a debate, to begin with. Guys, you will have to continue the meeting without me. Something urgent just came up, saying that the demigod who dabbled in monster necromancy and chimera creation summoned his diamond-grade grimoire and activated VR slime card to enter the VR universe. Under everyone's surprised stare, suddenly a slimy liquid started to cover the demigod who dabbled in monster necromancy and chimera creation's entire body before condensing into a crystal. When he said he had something urgent to attend to, I did not think he would enter the VR universe. What did he see in these videos that prompted him to ditch the meeting and enter the illusionary world created by a card soldier? The demigod in charge of finances was in disbelief watching her colleagues' rude behavior. The expression on the remaining demigods in the hall had turned grave. They could not stand the idea that they were missing out and that they failed to uncover something that their demigod colleague did. Even though they were all from the same organization and stood together for the same cause, they were all very competitive card apprentices. Which was why they were able to make it to the top of the world's power level when the 99.99% could not make it. When are you guys going to stop underestimating the boy and cease looking at the VR universe as just an average high-level illusion? VR universe is more than that, it is a living illusion that keeps progressing with time, just like the real world. Now that is the highest form of illusion I have ever seen in my life. I had the opportunity to learn from many talented illusionists achieving the highest form of praise in their field, but none have been able to create something similar to VR universe. Luna lectured the demigods while sending them articles on VR universe posted by renowned illusionists across the world. Date, time, location, reverse dungeon, Yellow Plains planet, Freedom Fighters secret base. These articles are exaggerated. The demigod in charge of Freedom Fighters Finance immediately denied the legitimacy of the articles shared by Luna and added the reason why he thought so. They are claiming that the illusionary beings inside the VR universe are alive and have built a civilization which is as advanced and capable as ours. Now that is just absurd. As for the other 4 demigods, their faces were serious. Should they have read these articles from renowned illusionists before Luna showed them articles where card apprentices were learning new knowledge which was unique to VR universe and cannot be found in this world, they too would have disregarded these articles as ludicrous and irrational, just like the rest of the world did. However, now that they have seen firsthand that the card apprentices who have explored VR universe were gaining unique knowledge that did not belong to the card world, they too started to lead toward the claims made by renowned illusionists in their articles. But they will not conclude anything about the VR universe until they have experienced it themselves and verified the claims made in the articles by the influencers and the illusionists. Come on, you guys, don't tell me you believe these articles. Baylor, you too. The demigod in charge of freedom fighters' finance was dumbfounded to see his colleagues lean toward the claims made in the ludicrous articles. I can't say until I have experienced the VR universe myself, Baylor said. In his mind, he was very proud. That Ellen's son was the one of a kind this world has ever seen. Luna, what did you find? Henrix noticed that so far Luna has only been sharing the articles on what other card apprentices have found and shared with the card world, but not what she found. Listening to Henrix's question, the demigod's focus landed on Luna, and this time they patiently waited for Luna to impart her observations of the VR universe, unlike the last time when they were frustrated with her for wasting the last of their money on VR universe. Now that we all are on almost the same page, I will stop with the introduction and start the real class. Luna's eyes shone brightly as she was too excited to share her findings with her colleagues. When I learned that the card apprentices were able to use the unique methods of monster corpse processing, monster meat harvesting, and monster culinary that they learned in the VR universe in the real world, I set out to see if that was true for another form of such knowledge, so I learned the item crafting and martial arts unique to VR universe and tried them out in the real world, and guess what? I was able to create cards using the item recipe and martial arts I learned in VR universe. Proving that the knowledge of the civilization in the world of VR universe wasn't just unique but real, Luna paused after speaking part 1 of her big reveal to let the audience soak in the shock. It has only been a few days since the VR slime card was released on the market. Unlike Luna, who had an unparalleled bloodline that allowed her to learn item crafting and martial arts in VR universe with ease, the influencers who explored the VR universe weren't that adept in doing so. Therefore they could not make articles and videos about using items and martial arts of the VR universe in the real world. However, this did not mean that the influencers weren't trying to do so. Given the time, within a month or so the Grimoire network will be filled with articles and videos of influencers using items and martial arts from VR universe to create cards. By then the world would already be aware of the potential and possibilities of the VR universe, and that it was far more worthwhile than the soul energy digestion effect of the VR slime card. Luna, did you really create cards using the items and martial arts that you learned in VR universe? Baylor asked Luna in utter disbelief. Yes, I did. However, due to my limited talent in the limited time, I could only learn some low-level items and martial arts. Not to mention, high-level item recipes and martial arts are difficult to find in the VR universe. I guess I will have to spend a lot of time exploring the VR universe to find high-level items and martial arts, Luna said as she shared the documents on her findings with the 5 demigods. While unconsciously she was looking forward to her next visit to the VR universe. This only proves that the knowledge in the VR universe is real and not the illusions in the VR universe are real and living, the demigod in charge of freedom fighters' finance argued, only because he could not see Luna escape accountability for her actions again. Listen to the remark of her demigod colleague. Luna raised her left eyebrow and then, letting out a sneer, she said, after confirming that knowledge imparted in VR universe is real, I began to test the claims made by illusionists by interacting with the illusionary beings in the VR universe. Just like the illusionists mentioned in their articles, these beings were highly interactive, emotional, and felt very real. However, my research did not end there. I found an illusionary being that can be considered a corrupt bureaucrat in that particular world of the VR universe and killed it just to see what impact it will have on the VR universe and other illusionary beings. The result was surprisingly very similar to what would have happened in reality. They held a funeral for the dead while his friends and family cried and so on. Life of various illusionary beings was influenced because of this incident in various ways. Therefore I concluded that these illusionary beings were real and living in their way. They had a different definition of reality and way of life fitting their illusionary world. And it was not right to express their reality and way of life using our definition of reality and living beings. Therefore, instead of calling them illusions, I termed them as illusionary beings, meaning living beings made of illusion. During this incident, I also learned of the karma system of the VR universe. If a card apprentice does anything bad in the VR universe, they gain negative karma, but if they do something good, they gain good karma. What is the use of karma, you ask? It will determine the card apprentice's affinity with the illusionary beings of the VR universe. If you have negative karma, the illusionary beings will be hostile toward you, and if you have positive karma, the illusionary beings will be friendly with you. And over time, both negative and positive karma began to decrease at a slow pace. So to maintain good karma you have to regularly keep doing good things in the VR universe. You can also choose to have a neutral karma. Date, time, location, reverse dungeon, Yellow Plains planet, Freedom Fighters secret base, clap asterisk clap asterisk clap. The demigod in charge of Freedom Fighters finance began to applaud, and then with a sneer, he mocked Luna, saying, "Isn't this a hoot? You found a new way to spew bullshit. You could not prove that the illusions in the VR universe are living beings, so you came up with a neat way to con us into believing that those illusions are living beings by saying that they have their definition of reality and living beings, and we would not look at them with our definition of reality and living beings. Bravo Luna, only you can sell such bullshit. If the illusions are living beings from their definition, then what are we according to their definition? Illusions maybe, according to their definition, when we're in our world we're aliens to them, unknown beings from another world. But once we enter their world, VR universe, we are the same as them, as then we fit their definition of living beings." Luna was prepared to meet resistance from the demigods to her defining the illusions in VR universe as living beings. So she was not surprised by her demigod colleague's question and immediately answered his qualms. "Luna, you are saying VR universe is a realm and the illusionary beings you speak. Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos. Thank you. Are natives of that realm, just like how demons are natives of the dark realm, is that right?" Baylor asked Luna if he understood correctly. Luna was happy to see that Henrix and Baylor had followed through with her explanation and understood what she was saying. So with a gentle smile on her face, she further explained, "Yes, you're correct if you consider the VR universe as a single realm. However, the VR universe isn't one realm but a cluster of realms. When card apprentices enter the VR universe, they land in a city of one of the realms of the VR universe where the native illusionary beings are very similar to card apprentices' humanoid spiritual bodies. Here is where it gets interesting. If a card apprentice wants to leave the city they landed in and explore the rest of the world, they will have to buy a subscription that will permit them to explore other cities of that world for a limited time. The same is true if you want to explore other realms of the VR universe, though you will have to buy the costlier subscription for that. As I said, VR universe is a cluster of illusionary realms, and each of these realms has a unique, fully functioning illusionary civilization. If you want to leave your designated city and explore these places, you will have to buy subscriptions. These subscriptions are not cheap. Not to mention, card apprentices who want to use public transportation or eat virtual food or use other facilities of the VR universe city they were landed in, will have to pay for it using the VR universe's centralized currency, VR coins. At the launch of VR universe, one VR coin was valued at 1 cent of our world, but as more and more card apprentices kept entering the VR universe and exchanging our dollars for VR coins, the value of VR coins has increased. Now 1 VR coin is worth 60 cents. I think this value will only increase with more card apprentices entering the VR universe. This is inevitable considering that the VR universe is a treasure trove of other world knowledge, item recipes, and martial arts. This was why I invested all of my department's funds into the VR universe's currency exchange. When I made my initial investment, 1 VR coin was worth 20 cents and now it is worth 60 cents, tripling my initial investment. I think VR coins will soon become more valuable than dollars, so I hope that we can salvage the last of the pennies and invest them in the VR coins. The best thing about VR coins is that the government cannot track them and nobody except Wyatt can steal them. Considering he is taking a hefty cut of our money as a service fee every time we exchange dollars to VR coins or vice versa, I bet he will not want to piss off his customers over short-term gains. And also because if he does something like that, it will negatively affect the economy of the illusionary civilization of the VR universe. So if he wants the civilizations of his VR universe to thrive, he will have to abide by the rules of the VR universe he created. What I am trying to say is that the rules of the VR universe not only bind us but, Wyatt, its creator too. However, he has more freedom than us. And if he tries to abuse his freedom, the beautiful thing he has created will start to fall apart like a house of cards. Are the VR coins the means of world domination that you said Dalton Wyatt is peddling under our noses? The demigod in charge of Freedom Fighters Finance asked Luna in utter shock and amazement. Because someone was able to create a currency that will be stronger and more stable than dollars. As for whether VR coins will be a stronger currency than soul jades, only time can tell. Yes, exactly. With card apprentices pouring their money into VR universe to access its other world knowledge, VR universe will become one of the strongest economies in this world. Wyatt, who is the sole creator and administrator of the VR universe, will become the uncrowned ruler in this world. People whose interests line with VR universe will gather around him and support him. Considering that the poor card apprentice will be gaining a lot from this, many will fight to protect and support Wyatt so that they can continue to use VR universe. Luna explained how the rise of VR universe will turn Wyatt into one of the rulers of this world. Wait, you just said that subscriptions to the VR universe are costly. So how will the VR universe benefit the poor card apprentices? A demigod asked Luna in confusion. VR universe subscription is costly, but it is cheaper compared to the real world. In our world, if a card apprentice were to join a monster culinary college or monster corpse processing college, they would have to take loans to do so, but in the VR universe, they can learn that for basically nothing. In our world, if anybody wants to learn new items, recipes and martial arts, they will either have to have a small fortune or belong to a card apprentice family, but in VR universe they can learn item recipes and martial arts for less than the 100th of what they would have to pay in the real world to learn similar item recipes and martial arts. If you look at it, our world's strong regulations on knowledge will become the driving force for poor card apprentices to choose VR universe for higher studies over the traditional colleges of our world. Luna explained why VR universe and Wyatt will become the messiah of poor card apprentice in the card world. Chapter 1449 Professor Orion. Date, time, location, reverse dungeon, Yellow Plains planet, Freedom Fighters secret base. Damn, I seriously underestimated the VR universe and Dalton Wyatt. To think one could dominate the world without bronze but brains alone. This boy is playing on another level. What astonishes me more is that the world leaders are still not on to him and his plan. I think before they realize what he is up to, it will be too late for them to act. The boy would have already won. The demigod in charge of finance sighed, learning that by providing free knowledge and cheaper item recipes and martial arts, VR universe was winning over the love of the poor card apprentices. Yes, you couldn't be more correct. Luna agreed with her demigod colleague, believing they finally understood the brilliance of the boy. Great, all that will soon be ours and be put to a greater cause when we capture the boy, another demigod chimed in. The other demigods cheered when they heard this. What the hell? Luna was baffled to see that colleagues continued to underestimate the boy because of his small age and realm. How could they continue to underestimate the boy who has created a way for him to become a ruler without the land, natural resources, and strength? Don't they see if they failed to capture the boy, he will become their strongest menace? How are they still so recklessly confident about this? As these thoughts plagued Luna, she heard Henrix say, "You did good, Luna." This was when she realized that her demigod colleagues did not underestimate the boy, but their trust in Henrix was that strong. Henrix has never let them down, and logically the boy did not stand a chance against Henrix's origin card. It was well suited for these kinds of missions. Realizing this, Luna's nerves calmed down, and she began to aim for her agenda. Henrix, now that you know my investment plan is legit and shows promise, should you consider investing more in VR universe currency exchange? Why would we do that? Soon we will capture the creator and ruler of the VR universe. When we can have the entire VR universe, why struggle for loose change? The demigods felt that any further investment in the VR coins was moot, as soon the creator of the VR universe will be their puppet and they will be the shadow rulers of the VR universe. Since Luna has figured out the true purpose of the VR slime card, it will not be long before the government and other world leaders figure out the same. Honestly, they might already have. This changes everything. Henrix, who knew how the organization behind the puppet government operated, did not underestimate them. What do you mean, Henrix? One of the demigods asked Henrix, seeing the expression on his face suddenly change. I don't know how, but considering the development of the VR slime card so far, I think the central government is already out to get to the boy. We have to get to the boy before them, Henrix speculated. Henrix believed the central government would kill the boy since they saw a sliver milk powder in the soul energy digestion effect as a threat to their reign, but now things have changed since he understood what actually VR universe was and how the central government can use VR universe to solidify their reign with no effort whatsoever. The boy had created a perfect means for one to become a world power without waging a war, and something like that would definitely interest the central government or any other world leader. Listening to Henrix's words, the meeting hall suddenly fell silent, realizing the issue was not whether they could capture the boy but whether they could capture the boy before the other world leaders, especially the central government. Damn it, one of the demigods yelled in anger and slammed the oval stone table in frustration. Luna, check with your people and see if there is a way for us to act now. I want Wyatt in Yellow Plains as soon as possible, Baylor demanded. He was no longer as calm compared to when he took pride in what Ellen's son was capable of and had achieved. Now, all he cared about was to get the boy to safety as fast as possible, that was next to him in the Yellow Plains. You don't need to remind me, I am doing just that, Luna snapped back. She became moody, realizing that the boy might be captured by the central government and she will never get to see him, robbing the world and her of his great intellect forever. So what did they say? A demigod asked Luna impatiently. They trusted Henrix to do the impossible, but when it comes to facing the central government they believed it was best if they proceed with caution. Geez, I just contacted them. Give them a moment to gather the required information, will you? Luna and the demigods were on edge as the boy was the answer to most of their problems. Having the boy on their side would help them achieve their cause faster. Especially since the boy was the key to owning the VR universe, a weapon to dominate the world without waging wars and causing unnecessary genocide. What do you mean? They haven't gathered the information already? The demigod snapped back at Luna. How can they already gather the information when I just asked them to gather the information? Luna yelled while giving the demigod a look as if said, you dumb or what? Did you not let your people monitor the boy once you knew what his VR universe was capable of? Honestly, you should have come to us with this information once you had figured out the secret of VR universe, yet you did not. If the boy gets captured by the central government, I am blaming you. The demigod blamed Luna for being willful, and her willfulness costing the freedom fighters big time. The demigod strongly felt that if Luna had come to them when she had gotten the information about VR universe, they would have been ahead of this than the central government. However, he failed to realize that it has not been that long since the VR universe was released to the world. Luna's expression suddenly worsened, giving the demigod impression that he had managed to shut Luna up, but his expression solidified when he heard Luna say, the central government has already made their move. They have sent Professor Orion from Morningstar University to give Wyatt early admission to their university with a full scholarship. However, there is a catch. Wyatt has to clear a one-on-one interview conducted by Professor Orion for that. I think this is their bait to lure Wyatt out of the Southern Royal Palace, giving them the perfect opportunity to capture the boy. Chapter 1450 Collaboration. Date, time, location, Reverse Dungeon, Yellow Plains Planet, Freedom Fighters Secret Base. This trap is so obvious. The Southern Royal family will not be stupid enough to let the boy attend the one-on-one interview with the Morningstar faculty member, right? Luna, tell me your family is smarter than that, a demigod asked Luna in distress, knowing that the central government had already made their first move to capture the boy using Morningstar University as bait. Meanwhile, they were still debating the wonders of VR universe. This development was too fast. Yes, the Southern Royal family should have seen through this trap of central government. They will not allow the boy to attend the university interview. The other demigod mocked how the central government's trap was too obvious and it will not work. If you guys have that kind of mindset, then we are already a few steps behind the central government. Why do you guys continue to underestimate Wyatt? What makes you think that the Southern Royal family dictates what Wyatt can and cannot do? Luna was tired of trying to make her colleagues understand that the Southern Royal family cannot control the boy. What do you mean, Luna? Henrix asked Luna, finding that she repeatedly stressed that the Southern Royal family did not control the boy and they should not underestimate him. He felt as if Luna was not telling them something but kept hinting at them about it. I am telling you guys that Wyatt will attend his interview for early admission to Morningstar University, and the Southern Royal family will do everything in their power to help him since they cannot stop him from attending the interview, Luna stated without explaining why she thought so. Why do you believe that, Luna? Henrix noticed that it was unlike Luna to not explain her arguments. She was the type to give a lengthy explanation no matter the occasion. Henrix, the relationship between the Southern Royal family and Wyatt is deeper than you guys can imagine. The Southern Royal family already considers Wyatt a part of their family. Why do you think the Southern Royal family did not ask or force him to hand over the recipe for the VR slime card? Luna continued to hint at her colleague that the relationship between the boy and the Southern family was complicated and messy but strong, just like family members. There was something Luna was trying to avoid mentioning to her colleagues, the one-sided soul contract between Anna and the boy. Because once the world leaders know the contents of the soul contract between the two, they can use the boy's life to turn Anna into their puppet. Turning Anna, the successor of the Southern throne, into a puppet would mean turning the entire Southern region into their puppet. Though Luna did betray the Southern Royal family, she could betray Anna and the boy, Therefore, without revealing information about the soul contract between them, Luna was trying her best to make her colleagues understand the relationship dynamics between the boy and the Southern royal family, which was proving to be hard since her demigod colleagues kept underestimating the boy. Got it, so let us build our plan based on the assumption that the boy will attend Morningstar University. Luna, ask your people to keep monitoring every move of the boy. I need to be informed once the boy leaves the Southern Royal Palace for the university interview. I will kidnap him immediately regardless of the risk, because no matter what we cannot let the boy fall into the hands of the central government. If they get their hands on VR Universe, then it will be a huge blow to our cause, and the lead we have gained by stealing the only source of silver milk powder will be gone. Henrix did not ask for a further explanation from Luna. Henrix understood that Luna was asking them to forego the conclusion that the Southern royal family will not allow the boy to attend the university interview because he will. Sounds good, but something is off, Baylor said, and then expressed his suspicion about the collaboration between Morningstar University and the central government, saying, I have graduated from Morningstar University and worked for the central government. From my experience with these two organizations, I can tell that these two do not get along. Despite the neutrality in their relationship, they are more of an enemy than friends. Therefore, their collaboration doesn't make sense. The hostility between the top 10 universities and the government was not a new story, as the government has always been known to secretly break the rules specifically designed by the top universities to protect their students in the central academic region. The government doesn't yet dare to openly break the rules, since they were very dependent on the research and projects of the top 10 universities. It is not uncommon for the top 10 universities to collaborate with the government, as there are no permanent enemies but permanent interests. I finally know how the central government knew information about what VR Universe was truly capable of. It must have been one of the top 10 universities, or Morningstar University to be exact. These sons of bitches. I bet those bastard illusionists of Morningstar University could no longer hold their curiosity about how to create living illusions such as the ones found in the VR universe. So they leaked the information to the central government by arriving at some kind of compromise. In the collaboration between them, I am guessing that Morningstar University will gain knowledge about how to create VR universe and illusionary living beings in them, while the central government will gain Wyatt and the VR universe. But the question is, what about the soul energy digestion effect? For a fact, I know that Morningstar University doesn't care about the soul energy digestion effect. This means the government plans to vanish the soul energy digestion effect from the face of this world with the disappearance of Wyatt. Date the 11th of April 2321, time 1304, location Central Region, Central Academic City, Morningstar University, Conference Hall number 01. In the conference hall, all the members of the Dean's Cabinet were assembled on the Dean's orders. Among them were Professor Lee and Professor Orion, the two contenders nominated for the senior professor position that had recently become available. Professor Orion, how did your research go? I heard you have been working on it for years now. Any results? Professor Lee asked the lady Professor Orion in hopes of embarrassing her in front of their colleagues, knowing that Professor Orion's research, for which she retreated for years, was a failure. The reason the Professor Lee was bent on embarrassing Professor Orion in front of their colleagues was that he believed it was unfair that they both were nominated as contenders for the senior professor position that had recently opened, when he was the better fit for the position than Professor Orion. Professor Lee believed that Professor Orion was not worthy of the nomination because she had made no new contribution to the research community, and it has been years since she took classes to fulfill her role as professor and her duty towards the students. He believed that the only reason Professor Orion got nominated as a contender for the senior professor position was that she was a beautiful single woman researcher in a field mostly filled by single and socially awkward men. While Professor Lee, himself, had made a huge contribution to the research community by working as one of the lead researchers on the dungeon relocation project. Simultaneously, he made time to take regular classes in university to impart his knowledge and experience to the future generation. His dedication to his research and students was what qualified him to be nominated as a contender for the senior professor position that had become available. So he was pissed that his opponent was somebody like Professor Orion. Considering that the professor with the most votes will be given the senior professor position, like choosing a winner in a third-rate popularity contest instead of choosing based on who has more merits and fit for the job, Professor Lee was already losing to Professor Orion. This pissed him off even more. Enough for him to publicly target Professor Orion. Professor Lee, I made little progress in my research. Thanks for asking, Professor Orion gracefully answered. attracting the attention of the nearby male Dean's cabinet members. They were all mesmerized by Professor Orion's beauty, making her the envy of the female Dean's cabinet members. Professor Orion, I did not know they called a failure as little progress in your dictionary. Professor Lee mocked Professor Orion for lying about making little progress in her research when she had failed to produce the desired results. He targeted Professor Orion despite knowing that he will attract hostility from his male colleagues who are infatuated with Professor Orion. Yes, Professor Lee, in my dictionary failure is little progress is next time I know what not to do. Professor Orion was not bothered by Professor Lee's mockery, rather used it to teach him that failure was just another step towards success as long as you don't give up. This instantly gained her more favor from the male professors who were already infatuated with her beauty. Listening to Professor Orion's comeback, Professor Lee's face became unsightly out of anger. Then he lashed out saying, Professor Orion, I heard you have registered to teach the dungeon exploration class for the upcoming first year. Good to see that you are finally fulfilling your duty toward the students. Professor Lee's statement on Professor Orion neglecting her role as a professor immediately caused the professors infatuated with Professor Orion to look at him with disgust for saying something like that when he knew Professor Orion was busy with her research. Yes, Professor Lee, I have indeed neglected my role as a professor because I was preoccupied with my role as a researcher. Unlike you, I cannot multitask. I prefer to give my all to one job at a time. Since I have made a little progress in my research, I plan to contribute as a professor now. I know this will not make up for neglection, but I promise you I will give my 100% to these students. Professor Orion gave Professor Lee a fitting answer which not only showed her in a good light but also slapped Professor Lee. Seeing Professor Orion take criticism positively, the public opinion of her among her fellow professors, not just those who were infatuated with her, increased sharply. Even the female professors who thought Professor Orion did not have to go through the same difficulty as them because she was beautiful began to think otherwise, seeing Professor Lee publicly target her for her failure in research and neglecting the students. However, seeing Professor Orion handle a bully like Professor Lee so skillfully without taking a single loss, the female professors forgot their jealousy of her beauty and began to idolize her for the smarts and strength she displayed in handling a workplace toxic bully. Professor Orion's actions not only inspired the female professors but the dean that had just walked into the conference hall, who complimented Professor Orion saying, "Well said, Professor Xianxia Orion, I was right to choose you as a cabinet member." Then the dean took a jab at Professor Lee saying, "Besides, doing a half-assed job as a professor because you are juggling between your role as a professor and as a researcher is not fair for the students and research you are working on. It is better to neglect your duty towards students for a year and give them your 100% the next year than giving them a consistent 50% for both years." Dean criticized how Professor Lee was not doing any favor to the students or his research by multitasking as a professor and a researcher. Because the students deserve better, they require their professors to be present for them 100%. This was why Dean agreed with Professor Orion's decision to put her complete focus on her research, doing justice to her job as a researcher, and then completely focusing on teaching students, doing justice to her duty as a professor and the students who were dependent on her teaching. After praising Professor Orion, the dean took a seat at the head of the conference table and then signaled his cabinet members to take a seat and announced, "The reason I have called you all for a dean's cabinet meeting is to talk about the VR universe and the secrets it's hiding." Date the 11th of April 2321, time 1356, location Central Region, Central Academic City, Morningstar University, Conference Hall number 01. The dean briefly explained to his cabinet members about VR universe and its secrets discovered by the top illusionists of their university while sharing the documents and papers associated with the topic with the grimoires of his cabinet members. Impossible. How can illusions be alive when they aren't even real? A professor could not wrap his mind around the fact that something who by definition was not real could be considered alive. As a researcher, he has an open mind, but this was too much for his mind to handle. The data shown in these applications do indeed show that the illusions in the VR universe are alive. However, how much is accurate? Senior Professor Novak inquired, because it was common in the field of research for unworthy researchers to falsify their results for their 5 minutes of fame. I have personally visited the VR universe and participated in the collection of these data sets, so you can rest assured, none of the data presented to you is falsified. The dean vouched for the accuracy of the data he presented to his cabinet members with. "Dean, I can see you have already concluded that the VR universe is an illusionary realm filled with illusionary living beings. So I am guessing you did not call for the cabinet meeting here to debate this matter." Then why are we here, Dean? Seeing the Dean vouch for the presented data set, Senior Professor Novak immediately knew that Dean had reached his conclusion about VR universe and its secrets, and he was just sharing them with the cabinet body for the real reason they were all asked to assemble here. I called you here to discuss how to proceed from here on out. I mean, since we have figured this out, the other universities too should have figured out the secrets of VR universe. The knowledge behind the creation of the VR universe is not public and is known to one person alone, Dalton Wyatt, the genius who discovered silver milk powder. Before Dean could finish, Senior Professor Novak cut him off, saying, "Say no more, Dean. You want us to get the knowledge behind the VR universe before other universities by any means necessary." The Dean was not angry to be interrupted by Senior Professor Novak because he was doing that under his direction. These two were singing a duet to control the crowd and set the agenda straight without starting a debate over this, why not that? Why not this? And also there are things that a dean could not possibly say, like asking his cabinet members to get the knowledge behind the creation of VR universe and its living illusion before other universities by any means necessary. Therefore, Senior Professor Novak said that in the dean's place, giving the cabinet members a clear idea of why they were here and what they had to achieve. "Dean, it is obvious, we lure Dalton Wyatt with early admission to our university. Before the other universities do the same, and if necessary we promise the boy other benefits and privileges. Anything to get him to enroll in our university, and once he is our student we can ask him to share his knowledge behind the creation of the VR universe and the living illusions within it," Professor Lee spoke up. He was eager to prove himself to the dean after the previous incident where the dean condoned him for juggling between his roles as researcher and professor. Many cabinet members seemed to agree with Professor Lee's simple approach to their problem. However, the dean and Senior Professor Novak did not seem to be impressed by the approach proposed by Professor Lee. "Professor Lee, I disagree with you. You seem to have no grasp of the situation. Dalton Wyatt is backed by the Southern royal family. They will never let him share the knowledge of VR universe with us if it is as important as the dean describes it in his paper." Professor Orion disagreed with Professor Lee's proposal and spoke up about why his proposal would not work in the current situation. Listening to Professor Orion, the dean and Senior Professor Novak nodded, as they too had thought of many ways to entice the boy into sharing the knowledge of the VR universe with them, but all of them were flawed by the presence of the Southern royal family. "Professor Xianxia Orion, what are your thoughts on this?" Senior Professor Novak asked Professor Orion for her thoughts, impressed by the fact that she knew that Dalton Wyatt was backed by the Southern royal family. He and the dean had purposefully left this information out of the documents they shared with the cabinet members as a test, and Professor Xianxia had passed with flying colors. "I think we should take assistance from the central government on this one. That is the only way we can openly go up against the Southern royal family," Professor Orion declared with confidence. However, listening to her, the cabinet members looked at her in shock as if she spoke something taboo. The thought that Morningstar University would take assistance from the brutes of the central government disgusted them. "Interesting, Professor Xianxia, what makes you think that the government will assist us on this, and even if they did, what makes you think that we can trust them?" The dean himself asked Professor Xianxia Orion. He did not seem to be offended by her saying that they would take the assistance from the central government. "Dean, if the VR universe is everything you claim it to be, then I think the central government would prefer something that powerful to be under their control than a moody genius teenager's control who is supposedly backed by a royal family. So they will dive at the opportunity to assist us. As for whether we can trust them, Dean, let me ask you this: will the other universities hesitate to take assistance from the central government regarding this matter because of their trust issues?" "Dean, you said anything it takes, and I am telling you this is what it takes. The real question here is, are we prepared to do what it takes?" Date the 11th of April 2321, time 1356, location Central Region, Central Academic City, Morningstar University, Conference Hall number 01. Xianxia's words reverberated across the conference hall. Instead of answering the dean's question of whether they could trust the central government, Xianxia gave him a choice. The choices were simple. Would he risk the other universities gaining the knowledge behind the VR universe before them, or would he risk trusting the central government to gain the knowledge behind the VR universe before other universities? Choices spoken by Xianxia even shut up the critics that were disgusted with her for suggesting that they would take assistance from the central government by helping them realize the reality. Even if they were to stick to their pride and not take assistance from the central government, it was not a guarantee that the other 9 universities would do the same. Their fear of falling behind the other 9 universities started to trump their trust issues with the central government, causing every dean's cabinet member who was opposed to seeking assistance from the central government to reconsider it. The dean too was in deep contemplation after listening to Xianxia's words, though he and the other senior professors brainstormed various ways to get their hands on the knowledge behind the VR universe and living illusions in it before the other 9 universities. They knew one of the options to achieve their goal the fastest way was to ask for assistance from the central government. However, they were all on the fence about it because they did not know if they could trust the central government to keep the other end of the bargain. But now, thanks to Xianxia, they saw something they did not consider, causing the dean to look at Xianxia in a new light. But he was not a gambler to take risks and play with odds, so despite Xianxia's answer being enough to impress him, it was not enough to convince him. Professor Orion, you make some valid points. However, we all know how the central government operates. If we were to take assistance from the central government but they do not keep their end of the bargain, then we will not have acted as their pawns for free but also lost all hope of ever getting the knowledge. If the VR universe is every bit as powerful as the dean says it to be, then I am confident that the central government will not want to share the knowledge behind the VR universe with anyone, especially with us, the top 10 universities. I believe the other 9 universities also realize this and would not choose to gain assistance from the central government. So, I say, let us not let our fears cloud our judgment and do something we might end up regretting. Professor Lee did not buy into Professor Orion's crap since he was focused on doing the opposite of everything she did. So it was easier for him to fall for Xianxia's fear tactics to cloud his judgment. After listening to Professor Lee's argument, the cabinet members also felt that the other 9 universities were smarter than to take assistance from the central government, causing their nerves to relax a bit. Even the dean could not help but glance at Professor Lee. Though impressed by Professor Lee's argument, Dean did not agree with it because he knew the other 9 universities may be smart to not know that the central government wasn't a trustworthy partner, but he knew better than to overlook the ambition and greed of the other 9 universities. Just like him, they too would do anything to stay ahead of each other. Professor Xianxia Orion, if we were to take the assistance of the central government on this matter, how do we know that we can trust them and they will hold their end of the bargain? The dean ignored Professor Lee and asked Professor Orion, showing everyone that he was leaning toward Professor Orion's plan. We don't. Xianxia said that they could never know if they could trust the central government to keep their end of the bargain, surprising the dean and his cabinet. Then Xianxia continued to say, we don't know if we can ever trust the central government, however, we can make sure that they hold up their end of the bargain. Professor Xianxia Orion, it seems you have a clear picture of how to proceed with this matter, Dean said, seeing how confidently Xianxia said that they make sure that the central government held up their end of the bargain. Dean, give me a team of our finest demigods and I promise you I will get you the knowledge behind the VR universe and its living illusions, Xianxia declared in awe-springing manner, to which the dean nodded and said, excellent, you have my permission to oversee this matter. The university will give you everything you need, so failure will not be tolerated. Date the 12th of April 2321, time 21:39, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Prestige 4 Seasons, Penthouse Suite. Professor Xianxia, I have received a reply from the boy, Professor Hadley hurriedly reported to Professor Xianxia. Reply to him with the venue and the time of the university interview. Xianxia replied nonchalantly, looking over the skyline of the Southern Capital. The last time she was here, it was with her husband whom she missed dearly. Professor Xianxia, what about the date of the interview? Professor Hadley asked. Xianxia turned to glance at Professor Hadley, to see if he was for real, and said, the 13th of April, I don't want to push this any longer. Date, the 13th of April 2321, time, 9:45, venue, Southern Capital, Prestige 4 Seasons, Winter Hall, dress code, formal. Professor Hadley immediately replied to the candidate for university's early admission interview, informing him of the date, time, location, and dress code for the interview. Then he patiently waited for the candidate's reply. Receiving the reply, Professor Hadley immediately informed Professor Xianxia, Wyatt had agreed to come to interview tomorrow at 9:45. Good, now send the details to our contact in the team from the central government. Tell them we have done our part and it is now their turn to do their part. I will go talk to our team and make appropriate arrangements to ensure that the central government doesn't double-cross us, Xianxia instructed Professor Hadley. Date the 12th of April 2321, time 22:23, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Prestige 4 Seasons, Premium Luxury Suite, World's Best Dad calling. Jill was standing by the glass wall separating her from the southern capital's skyline, but she was too preoccupied with her thoughts to enjoy the serene skyline under the starry night sky. If not for the call notification, it would have been long before she would have awoken from her thoughts. "Hello, Dad," Jill immediately answered her dad's call, hoping to distract her mind from thoughts troubling her by finding peace in conversation with Dad. "Honey, how are you doing?" Jill's father immediately noticed Jill's mental state was not right just from how she answered his call and the tone she used to answer his call. "I am fine," Jill lied. "Okay." Jill's father chose not to call his daughter out for lying to him and instead asked, "Where are you right now?" Honestly, Jill's father knew exactly where and what his daughter was doing, but for the sake of giving her the sense of freedom and independence she craved, he chose to act accordingly, a father who believed in his daughter's personal space and life. "Southern Capital, Prestige 4 Seasons," Jill answered without giving it much thought. "Pack your bags and leave the Southern Capital immediately." Jill's father ordered Jill to leave the Southern Capital immediately. "Why?" Jill asked her father, sensing that he did not call her just to have a casual father and daughter talk. "Jill, don't ask questions. Just leave the Southern Capital and go somewhere else. Better yet, just leave the Southern region and return home. It's been a while since you visited me." Jill's father knew better than to say Jill to not ask questions, but like all fathers, he did it anyway, going against his better judgment. Jill's father never hid things from his daughter, but because of her recent sexual awakening, his daughter had taken a fancy to a boy. And like all fathers, he did some personal investigation and found things he did not like. Forgetting the fact that the boy belonged to the royal faction, the boy had other girls in his life while he shamelessly made demands of her. Adding to all that, the boy turned out to be a priority target of the central government for the discovery of silver milk, the invention of silver milk powder, and sealing Agent Lois Forger aka the Miracle, in an unknown location. The cherry on top was that the only reason the boy was able to seal Agent Lois was because of the demonic card Jill gave him, and Jill had that demonic card because he had given it to her for her protection. The reason Jill gave the boy the demonic card was that he asked her to leave the vicinity of Sky Blossom City since they will be targeting the city for the boy and the only known source of silver milk. Besides all that, the central government could not prosecute the boy for using a demonic card because the card belonged to him. Yes, the irony was not lost on Jill's father. To avoid such a debacle again, Jill's father decided to keep the work separate from his daughter, but that was proving to be hard since she was going out of her way to involve herself in his work for the boy, time and again. Even with the VR cocoon and VR slime cards, he did not want to use his daughter as the mediator between them and the boy, but she jumped to the gun saying it was good money. Nonetheless, he knew she was finding a reason to get in touch with the boy. "But I still have to get the VR slime cards from Wyatt," Jill argued. "Forget about those VR slime cards, return home right away." Jill's father tried his best to get Jill out of the Southern Capital without revealing information, but he only came off as a strict and unreasonable parent, and he wasn't liking it one bit. "Dad, tell me what is going on. What has gotten you so riled up so much?" Like her father who knew her best, Jill knew her father best. Hearing him be demanding and unreasonable, she realized he was hiding something from her. Being caught by his daughter, Jill's father was without words. However, he immediately said, "The central government has heard a chatter that a bunch of demon worshipper remnants is planning to target the new dual gate dungeon found near the Southern Capital tomorrow morning. So it is not safe for you to stay there, leave the city immediately." Jill's father did not lie to his daughter but didn't tell the full truth either. "I see," Jill said, understanding that the central government planned to destroy the new dual gate dungeon found next to Southern Capital under the disguise of a demon worshipper terrorist attack. Knowing the way the central government operated, Jill was not surprised by this. What surprised her was why was her dad hesitating to tell her this. He has spoken to her about more confidential and secret stuff, yet he was reluctant to share something like this. This puzzles Jill. Finding her father's actions suspicious, Jill said, "Dad, the dual gate dungeon is on the outskirts of the city, so I will be fine. So I think it will be fine if I return after I get the VR slime card from Wyatt." "No, you have to leave immediately because the demon worshippers plan to attack the city and the dual gate dungeon simultaneously to split the forces of the Southern royal family and increase their chances of destroying the dual gate dungeon. The city will not be a safe place to be, so hurry and leave the city tonight," Jill's father hurriedly explained to his daughter. Jill knew her dad well enough to deduce from his half-truth that the central government wasn't just planning to destroy the dungeon but also harm the creator of cards with the soul energy digestion effect. Date the 12th of April 2321. Time 23:46. Location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Royal Palace. How dare this bitch try to visit Wyatt this late at night? Anne was fuming after listening to the reports of royal guards about Jill Norley coming to visit Wyatt at almost midnight. So she headed to the palace grounds entrance to give Jill her peace of mind. "Let me in. I need to discuss something serious with Wyatt," Jill yelled, being denied entry into the royal palace grounds. It did not take much for Jill to get her father to spill the whole truth. Though her father was strong-willed and tight-lipped, she knew just the right words to get him talking. After learning the full truth from her father, Jill immediately rushed to the Southern Royal Palace with only one thought in her mind: to tell the boy what she had learned. On her way over here, it never occurred to Jill that she could just call the boy and inform him. She just wanted to see the boy and tell him everything in person. It wasn't clear what she was trying to achieve by doing this. "Miss, it is way past visiting hours. Please come back in the morning." The royal guards continued to deny Jill entry to the royal palace grounds where the Southern Royal Palace and the Royal Guest Palace were located. Realizing that the royal guards were giving her the runaround to stall her, Jill immediately knew who was behind this: the same person who did not allow her entry to the southern capital when she first arrived, Anne Heatsend. Just when Jill planned to call Wyatt and ask him to come pick her up or have the royal guards let her in, she saw the culprit Anne fly over to the entrance of the royal palace grounds from within and land next to her. Before Jill could greet Anne, she heard Anne fire, "What the heck are you thinking trying to visit Wyatt this late at night?" Listening to Anne's tone of questioning, Jill's mind snapped, feeling belittled and attacked. So despite her better judgment, she asked Anne, "What is it to you?" Anne's eyes widened in anger seeing that Jill had the audacity to say that to her face. Enraged, Anne ordered, "Guards, arrest her for trespassing and lock her up in the heathen stone prison." The expressions of the royal guards became complicated, being suddenly ordered by Anne to arrest Jill under false charges and to throw her in the heathen stone prison. The senior-most royal guard present immediately blurted, "Princess, calm down. Requesting to visit the royal guests at night doesn't count as trespassing." Anne stared daggers at the senior royal guard, and the latter kept his head down, knowing that it was in his interest to take a step back and let the princess vent. Seeing Anne be so unreasonable that she ordered the guards to arrest her under false charges, Jill was stumped. She did not know how she had wronged Anne for Anne to hold such a grudge against her. Then Jill calmed down, realizing that if not for the Southern Royal Guard being moral and ethical, she would have been dragged to the heathen stone prison under Anne's false accusation. Therefore, Jill did not continue to provoke Anne and said, "Wyatt's life is in danger. I am here to help. Wyatt's life has been in danger even before I met him and were fully capable of protecting him. So you do not need to bother yourself with this. Please leave, you are not welcome here." Anne did not bother to hide her hostility toward Jill by choosing her words. "Oh, so you guys know that the recruiters from Morningstar University are here in the Southern Capital, and tomorrow they are going to interview Wyatt for his early enrollment to Morningstar University?" Jill questioned Anne. Anne was without words listening to the information reported by Jill. The Southern royal family was aware that a group of renowned professors and researchers from Morningstar University had entered the Southern Capital. But they had little idea as to why these renowned professors and researchers were visiting the Southern Capital. They believed it had to do something with the Dual Gate Dungeon or the VR universe. However, they had no idea that they were recruiters from Morningstar University, let alone that these people had already talked to Wyatt, informing him of the interview regarding his early admission to their university. "How do you know that?" Anne asked Jill, even though she was skeptical about what Jill said. Since it involved the boy, Anne did not want to take any risk. "I know more than that. If you care about Wyatt, then let me talk to him," Jill bargained with Anne. "Fine, but you will have to tell me everything you know about the recruiters from Morningstar University and their interview with Wyatt." Anne had no choice but to compromise since she needed the information Jill had. "No problem, I plan to tell everything about the interview to Wyatt anyway." Jill was just happy that Anne finally listened to reason. However, Jill was quite disappointed with the Southern royal family's security and surveillance measures. Especially since they had no idea that the visitors from Morningstar University were here to recruit Wyatt, and that they had managed to contact Wyatt and get him to agree to attend their interview for his early admission to their university. The Southern royal family was not to be blamed here, as they did not spare any efforts to closely surveil the boy's every action to keep him out of harm's way, but the boy proved to be too much for them. Yes, a boy who had recently advanced to the Card Master realm proved to be too much for the entire southern royal family. Because ever since he had arrived at the royal palace, most of his time here, he had hidden in a space item card escaping the eyes and ears the royal family had planted around him. Date the 12th of April 2321, time 23:46, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Royal Palace, Royal Guest Palace number 1. What funny business are you up to, bringing me to an empty bedroom? Jill asked Anne, believing that Anne might be planning to confine her in an empty room since the royal guards refused to arrest her under false charges. Jill had read a similar plot in some romantic novel, where the disgruntled stalker of the male lead locks the female lead in an abandoned room. For obvious reasons, Jill was reminded of that plot in her current circumstance. Jill did not know that the empty bedroom Anne had led her to was currently being occupied by the boy, as the last time she visited the guest palace the boy had received her in the guest palace hall. Hence the misunderstanding. "Wyatt, I know you can hear me, come out. I need to talk to you." Anne ignored Jill and shouted in hopes that the boy could hear her from his mobile space card lab. Quote. Jill looked at Anne as if looking at a nutcase and chose to keep her thoughts to herself while patiently waiting. "Call Wyatt." Getting no response but looks from Jill, Anne summoned her grimoire to call the boy. However, before her call could connect, the boy suddenly appeared in the room. "What are you two doing here late at night? What do you want?" Transferring out of the seed world, I was surprised to see Jill and Anne in the same room together after the last time when Jill's physique went haywire due to Anne's strong pheromones nullifying its own. "Wyatt, you broke through to the Card Master realm, congrats." Anne congratulated the boy for breaking through to a higher realm, having felt the change in his soul energy level. As for Jill, her face was flushed and she stared at the boy like a pig in heat. Jill was barely able to utter the following words: "Wyatt, it seems your physique has grown stronger." Feeling her condition worsen, Jill summoned her grimoire and chanted, "A astral coffin." Summoning a huge wooden coffin in the middle of the room, Jill reluctantly locked herself in it. Soon to the boy and Anne's surprise, an astral projection of Jill phased out of the wooden coffin. "What the?" Anne almost cussed in surprise seeing Jill's odd actions. "Sorry, my body is unwell so I can only use this means to communicate." Jill's astral protection used telepathy to convey her thoughts to Anne and the boy simultaneously. "What are you saying? You were fine a few minutes ago." Anne looked at Jill skeptically. "Interesting, you separated your spiritual body from your physical body to suppress the side effects. Smart. After the baptism, my physiques and traits have grown stronger and I gained new ones too. So I wasn't surprised that Jill's physique had such a strong reaction to my body. I was able to think of this method thanks to your VR slime card. When I entered the VR universe with my spiritual body, I noticed the difference and thought of using this method to suppress the side effects," Jill explained. She and the boy chose their words carefully to avoid revealing information about her physique. Seeing the boy and Jill sharing some kind of secret and talking about it, Anne felt left out as she had no idea what they were talking about. This caused Anne's jealousy to flare up once again, but to not let the boy witness her ugly side, Anne suppressed her envy and rage and then put on a forced smile on her face, as if she was not bothered in any way. "I see, then I have just the right card for you. It will be a step up from using this astral coffin card. I will create it for you when I have some free time on my hands," I said, thinking of a better card that Jill could use to separate her spiritual body from her physical body in public. "Really? Thank you, Wyatt." Jill was overwhelmed with happiness hearing the boy's words and thought, "He does care about me. No need to thank me. The card will not be for free, it is going to cost you a fortune." I reminded Jill that I don't do things for free. Quote. The boy's words left Jill without words, and then she grudgingly added, "Fine, it better be a damn good card. Don't worry, the card will not only meet all your requirements but also go beyond that. Tell you what, if you bring me more clients for bulk purchase of VR slime cards, I will create the card I speak. Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos. Thank you. For you as an incentive," I suggested to Anne. This worked better for me. Ever since I have tasted earning devil grade ingredients, I no longer plan to go back to earning soul jades. "Aren't you generous?" Jill sneered as she added, "First you need to be alive and a free man for that." "What do you mean?" I asked Jill, frowning my brows. "Did you or did you not accept to attend the early admission interview of the Morningstar University tomorrow at 9:45 at Prestige Four Seasons Exler Hall?" Jill asked the boy, appearing to be mysterious. "Oh, I see you heard about it, huh? I said nonchalantly and then asked, I did, so what about it? Listening to the boy, both Anne and Jill were dumbfounded, and Anne yelled, Wyatt, how can you act so casually about this? And why did you not inform me about this? I did not inform you about this because it is none of your business, and also I thought you guys were monitoring all my calls and texts. I was aware the Southern royal family can trace my activity on the Grimoire network, and it was one of the reasons why I choose to fuse my Demon Merchant Codex with my Grimoire. Yes, we were, but for some unknown reason, we can no longer monitor your calls anymore. Don't tell me you are behind it. How did you achieve that? Anne owned up to the fact that her family was sparing no efforts to surveil the boy and his actions, but their efforts were proving to be a failure. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 009, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Royal Palace, Royal Guest Palace number 1. I don't know what you are talking about. Faced with Anne's questions, I denied that I had anything to do with them not being able to monitor my calls and texts. I chose to overlook the fact that the Southern royal family was monitoring my calls and texts because there wasn't a court in the world that would hold them in contempt for encroaching on my rights. So why bother complaining? Anne looked at the boy suspiciously before returning to the topic. Wyatt, don't tell me you are seriously considering attending the early admission interview of Morningstar University. Considering? It's already a done deal. Oh yeah, just so you know, the interview is at 9:45 this morning at Prestige Four Seasons. Could you make transportation arrangements for me? I informed Anne. Wyatt, you cannot attend the interview. It is a trap set by the central government and Morningstar University. They cannot get to you inside the Southern Royal Palace grounds, so they are using the interview as bait to lure you out, Jill hurriedly revealed, despite her father repeatedly begging her not to reveal any information to the boy and warn him of their plans because she was in love with the boy. When she was around the boy, Jill felt comfortable, happy, and could be herself. Last time when Jill met the boy, she was still in doubt if her feelings for the boy were hers or an illusion created by her physique, but today she knew for sure her feelings for the boy were hers from her soul. This was why Jill's physique would react so strongly in the presence of the boy. What Jill's body wanted and what her soul wanted were one and the same. This created a perfect synergy between them, empowering her physique's capabilities further enough to drive her mad with a panty-drenching level of passion every time she was in the presence of the boy. Central government is also behind this, Anne exclaimed in great shock. Listening to Jill, Anne was astonished to learn that Morningstar University was not acting alone, but they were in collaboration with the central government. She finally understood where Morningstar University got the guts to try and poach the Southern royal family's talent. Unlike the central government, which learned about the secrets of the VR universe from Morningstar University, the Southern royal family had yet to figure it out, as with Luna gone, their research and analysis wing was all over the place. Therefore, Anne had not figured out why the central government and Morningstar University, two unlikely allies, would band together to target the boy. This was also the reason why the Southern royal family cared so little when they learned that the professors and researchers from Morningstar University were visiting the Southern capital. Yes, the central government wants the VR universe, while the Morningstar University wants to know how Wyatt created the VR universe. Therefore they are collaborating to target Wyatt. Jill confirmed and explained why the two, unlikely of allies, have come together and joined hands. So what? This changes nothing. Tomorrow I am going to attend the interview and nobody can stop me from doing so, I declared. This wasn't my ego speaking. I genuinely felt that I should attend the university interview, as I could not choose to hide in the royal palace grounds for the rest of my life. I had to leave someday. Therefore I decided to use the university interview as an opportunity to show the conspirators conspiring against me that no matter how many conspiracies they brew, they cannot get to me. The way I saw it, I had two choices. The first choice was to face my enemies and conquer them, or die trying. The second choice was to hide and avoid my enemies until I no longer could. I chose to face my enemies and conquer them. If I failed to do so, I planned to run and live to fight another day rather than stubbornly stick around and sacrifice my life in vain. Wyatt, you can't be serious. Why would you stubbornly choose to attend the interview when you know it is a trap? Anne yelled at the boy in concern. She could not understand why the boy would stubbornly choose to give the university interview despite knowing it was a trap. Why? Because I am sick of running and hiding, Anne. I am sick of people telling me what I can do and what I cannot do. I am sick of people constantly trying to take my things or trying to kill me. I am sick of not being able to pursue projects for the fear that they will be taken away from me. I finally spoke about the frustration I felt. Though I was free, I wasn't actually free. Wyatt, I know you are frustrated by your situation, but this is how life is. Not everything goes as planned, so it does not mean you put yourself in harm's way by taking unnecessary risks just because a few things did not go your way, and tried to persuade the boy to not risk his life just because a few things did not go the way he expected them to. Anne, that may be how life is for you. But I won't accept such a life. I spoke what I thought and then added, Anne, do you know what Anna said when I approached her with the silver milk powder? She promised that no harm will fall on me within the borders of the southern region. That day, believing her words, I exchanged the silver milk powder with her to live my life the way I wanted in the southern region. Right now I am in the southern capital, the heart of the southern region, and here you are telling me that I cannot go out in the city as it is not safe for me. This was not what I was promised. Anne, it is time for the southern royal family to come through with their promise. Tomorrow I am going to the university interview regardless of what you, your family, and anybody else think. Nobody can dictate the way I live my life. I am done being tolerant. Date the 13th of April 2321 time 025 location southern region, southern capital, southern royal palace, royal guest palace number 1, Wyatt, the southern royal family will spare no efforts to protect you, I hope you know this. But why take unnecessary risks? Why test fate? Anne continued to persuade the boy. Anne, stop, my decisions are not up for debate nor am I interested in arguing with you. Here, take these 20 million VR slime cards and leave, I said, handing Anne a storage card filled with 20 million VR slime cards that the southern royal family ordered for 300 devil-grade ingredients. Quote. Taking the storage card from the boy, Anne wanted to continue persuading him but stopped and tried to understand why the boy wanted to attend the interview despite knowing it was a trap. If Anne did not understand why the boy was doing what he was doing, she would never be able to persuade him not to do what he was planning to do. Thinking hard, Anne did not understand why the boy would take unnecessary risks. He stubbornly wants to attend Morningstar University in the central academic city, knowing that the Circle, the Pa clan, and the central government was after his life, and his only allies, the southern royal family, couldn't do much there to protect him. Now he stubbornly wants to attend the early admission interview to Morningstar University despite knowing that it was a trap laid out by Morningstar University and the central government to capture him. Anne did not understand what the boy was trying to achieve by taking these unnecessary risks. Was he an adrenaline junkie? No, he wasn't. From the time Anne had spent with the boy, she had learned a lot about the boy, especially that he would not claim or do anything without thinking it through. The boy's battle with the Circle in the Sun Blossom City and his deal with the devil were the perfect examples of how the boy doesn't take any impulsive decisions. Even if he did, he sees them through. So, does this mean the boy was planning something again? Otherwise, without a plan, it would be stupid to walk into a trap, and the boy was not stupid. Thinking of this, Anne's eyes shone with brilliance and she asked the boy, Okay Wyatt, you win. I will no longer question your decision, but you have to tell me what you planned. Don't act ignorant, you definitely are up to something, aren't you? Tell us what you are up to so that I and my family can help you to the best of our abilities. What the hell, Anne? What fuck are you babbling about? Jill exclaimed, seeing Anne suddenly agree with the boy's decision. The reason Jill was quiet so far was that she did not want to be the bad guy who ordered the boy what to do and what not to do when Anne was filling in the role perfectly. But seeing Anne suddenly go along with the boy's decision, she could not continue to play the cool friend and yelled out. Jill, I don't have to explain myself to you. You're from the enemy faction, it's best if you leave while I discuss strategies with Wyatt. Now that Anne got the information from Jill, she had no more use for her, so she planned to send her packing. What strategies? Have you two gone mad? The central government alone has deployed 2 demigod-level teams to capture Wyatt, who knows how many teams Morningstar University has developed for this mission. Let me tell you, in the face of absolute strength, no strategies will work. So, whatever wild idea you have in your mind, please kill them right away. Jill said what needed to be said to drag the boy back to reality. Having said that, Jill could not help but wonder how brave a card master has to be for him to think he can take on a group of demigods. Only the ignorant can be brave in this situation. The boy wasn't ignorant, nor would he be facing the enemy by himself. He had the southern royal family to face, but still, what business did a card master have in the fight against demigods? The boy should be trying his best to avoid the fight. Instead, he was directly walking into the eye of the storm. Jill, chill. This is the southern capital. No matter how many demigods come, if they create trouble, they can forget about leaving the city. Wyatt, Whatever you are planning, the Southern royal family will fully back you up. But I want you to share your plan with us so that there aren't any surprises and we can better adapt to it." After realizing the boy was up to something, Anne stopped trying to persuade the boy because she knew if the boy sets his mind to something he will not listen to anyone. Therefore, it was better for her and her family to become a part of his plan so that they can pull out in case things get out of hand. Anne, the demigod teams I speak, please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos. Thank you are no ordinary demigods, they are the best of the best, trained and groomed for these kinds of missions. They have taken part in far more difficult missions and have successfully completed them. These guys will not rest until their mission is complete. Jill warned Anne to not underestimate the demigods sent by the central government just because the Southern royal family has the home field advantage and were more in numbers. However, Jill's warnings fell on deaf ears as both Anne and the boy ignored her. "Anne, I don't know what you're talking about. All I want to do is attend the early admission interview held by Morningstar University. But I will be depending on you to make arrangements. For my transportation and security." Anne was right. I did have a plan, but I was not going to share it with the Southern royal family as they will never agree to crazy stuff I have planned to achieve my real agenda. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 043, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Royal Palace, Royal Guest Palace number 1, Wyatt. Stop trying to be mysterious and just tell me what you have planned so that we can make proper arrangements. Anne had already compromised to follow the boy's arrangements, but the boy would not budge about letting her in on his plan. "Anne, listen, in the morning I will be counting on you and your family for my security. Leave the rest to me," I stressed my words. But Anne wanted to argue but was interrupted by the boy. "Anne, your family is in charge of my security and if possible capturing the culprits. That is all you guys have to focus on, leave the rest to me. Trust me, I can take care of myself." Quote. Anne swallowed the words she was about to say and reluctantly nodded her head, agreeing with the boy. "Good, if that is all, now go and make the necessary preparations for the morning," I said, preparing to head back into the seed world. "Wyatt, wait," Anne called out, to which I responded with my brows frowned. "What now?" "My mother has promised the royal families of other regions and the noble families of the central region that she will help them purchase and acquire VR slime cards within a month, to lobby them to vote against the central government's proposal to make the VR slime cards fall under public domain for the greater good of humanity. Before you ask, yes, they have agreed to your condition to not resell the VR slime cards they purchase," Anne reported to the boy and then added, "and also she had the central government increase your privilege rank. You will be notified about it by concerned authorities soon." Thank your mother for me. I appreciated that Anne's mother stepped up and helped me maintain the VR slime cards' current status quo. "Don't mention it. And what about the VR slime cards?" Anne inquired, because if her mother failed to deliver on their promise, not only will the royal families and noble families be pissed, but it will also ruin her mother's reputation for failing to keep her word. "Don't worry about the cards. As long as I have enough devil-grade ingredients, I can increase the VR slime card production line to meet any number of bulk orders within the given time constraints," I assured Anne. Since Anne's mother stepped up to help me maintain the status quo of the VR slime cards, regardless of her interest in this matter, she did do me a huge favor, and I planned to do everything in my power to make sure that she was able to keep her word to the royal families and the noble families. Especially, since it served my purpose. By selling 4 million VR slime cards for 60 devil-grade ingredients, I would be making a profit of 26 million VR slime cards. Not to mention all of the royal families and noble families wanted the cards within a month, which meant they could not wait to equip their forces with VR slime cards, which was also in line with my interest. Once all the royal families and noble families' forces are equipped with the VR slime cards, I will have one of the world's biggest information networks at my fingertips. Up till now I have released about 10 million VR slime cards in the market, and it had already created a considerably large-sized information network. This was possible mostly because the 1.5 million cards that Anne gave away for free during the auction were mostly bought by world leaders at a steep price from the Card Apprentice that were lucky enough to get the free VR slime cards. Thanks to the information network, I was already aware that Morningstar University had collaborated with the central government to capture me. It also helped me learn that the central government had sent 2 teams of demigods because they had 2 targets, the Dual Gate Dungeon and me. That wasn't all. I also knew that the leader of the freedom fighters was also planning to take advantage of the opportunity created by Morningstar University and the central government's joint effort to kidnap me, exactly like how he stole the D-ranked Silver Beach Gate dungeon right under the noses of the central government and the Southern royal family. Lastly, Matron and the Supreme Leader both had equipped my VR slime card. Though I could not collect much info about the Supreme Leader, it was a different story for Matron. Color me surprised when I learned that Sansa Baylor, aka Matron, who was declared dead by the central government, was alive and kicking as Professor Sansa Orion in Morningstar University. I wasn't surprised that Sansa was alive, but about the new identity she had assumed. And according to the illusionists of Morningstar University who were conducting experiments in the VR universe, Professor Sansa Orion not only backed the idea of Morningstar University collaborating with the central government, but she was leading this collaboration. Thanks to the fools who talked about classified secrets in the VR universe believing no one was listening or watching, I was able to gain a lot of secret information which people would be willing to pay a fortune for. One of the informations that I would be willing to pay a fortune for was that Professor Sansa Orion, aka Matron, would conduct my early admission interview for Morningstar University. Regardless of her overpowered origin card, Matron was resourceful by herself. She not only used her position in Morningstar University to gain a group of capable demigod subordinates to do her bidding, but also managed to create an opportunity to meet her target in person where she could use her origin card on the target or just kill the target. Meanwhile, her temporary allies, the central government, would be busy holding off the Southern royal family forces. No wonder this woman was able to take over and rule both the northern and southern regions. Despite knowing all this, I still planned to attend the interview this morning because it was about time I paid back Matron some of the interest I owed her. Thanks to the information network created by the VR slime cards, I basically knew almost all the conspiracies brewing in the city and the conspirators that would be targeting me tomorrow. Using the information I had in my hands, I was going to show the world that Dalton Wyatt was not to be underestimated or messed with. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 054, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Royal Palace, Royal Guest Palace number 1. The VR universe was in my personal realm network, where my presence and abilities were omniscient, allowing me, my mutant souls, and Hive AI omnipresent within the VR universe, which made it very easy for Hive AI to gather information on a large scale. As of now, I did not plan to share the information I had gathered from the VR Universe Information Network with my allies, regardless of how convenient it would be for my upcoming plans, because a smart person would easily be able to put 2 and 2 together to figure out that I was able to learn so many secret and classified information by monitoring the Card Apprentice visiting the VR universe. While I was mulling over my plans, Anne and Jill were staring daggers at each other. Come to think of it, Anne, your mother is responsible for this mess. Her actions have not only managed to piss off the central government pretty badly, but sent Morningstar University into their arms. If your mother had let the government successfully change the VR slime card status to the public domain, then Morningstar University would never have collaborated with the government to capture Wyatt to get the knowledge behind the creation of VR universe. Instead, they would have tried something else to get what they want. Maybe have me honey trap Wyatt, which is a far cry from sending a team of demigods to capture him. Jill spoke her mind without even thinking that she was bad-mouthing the true southern princess in her home, which visibly pissed off Anne, the ideal daughter, who loved and respected her mother the most. Big surprise, you will say that, you central government goon. Is this why you are here? To lay discord between my family and Wyatt? Well, guess what, that's not happening. Tisk, what was I thinking? I should have known better. A leopard never changes its spots. It took great restraint on Anne's part to not tear Jill's mouth apart for criticizing her mother and blaming her for the collaboration between Morningstar University and the central government that now has become a threat to the boy. However, this did not stop Anne from using Jill's words against her by blaming Jill for trying to decrease the boy's confidence in the Southern royal family to sabotage the relationship between the boy and the Southern royal family. She then used Jill being a part of the central government faction to further legitimize her doubts about Jill's intentions. By using the phrase "a leopard never changes its spots," Anne was implying that Jill might have revealed the plan of the central government and Morningstar University to them out of care for the boy, but in the end, she was still from the central government faction. When push comes to shove, Jill's priority will be the central government, not the boy. Anne believed this to be true about Jill because it was true for herself. Recently she might have started to put the boy's interest above the royal family's interest due to his feeling for him, but her priority remains the same, to please her mother. I would never do anything to harm Wyatt, Jill defended herself after being accused by Anne that she was from a central government faction and will always be a central government goon. Time will tell. Anne scoffed at Jill for claiming that she would never betray the boy because believed she had figured Jill out, that in time Jill will backstab the boy for the central government. Since Jill dared to blame her mother claiming that her actions had put the boy's life in danger, Anne did not hesitate to sow seeds of doubts about Jill's loyalty towards the boy in the boy's mind. Will you two stop bickering? Let me tell you one carve it in your mind. I trust both of you equally and it will not change anytime soon, so stop trying to sabotage one another and carry on with your work. See you guys in the morning. Informing Anne and Jill they both were equally important to me. I prepared to head back into the seed world. However, Jill said, Wyatt, here, take this storage card, it has 1200 devil grade ingredients. And when should I be expecting the 80 million VR slime cards? 80 million VR slime cards, a month at max, I answered. Wyatt, what about the VR slime cards for the royal families and the noble families? Anne reminded the boy in concern. Don't worry about it, just get me the payment for the VR slime cards from the royal families and the noble family up front and I will deliver the cards in time, I assured Anne. Since Anne's mother stuck her neck out for me, I planned to do everything in my power help her keep her promise to the other royal families and the noble families. I placed the storage card that I took from Jill in my grimoire, wondering if I should consider expanding my VR slime production line. Again, after all, with 1200 devil grade ingredients I would be able to create 520 million VR slime cards. My current VR slime card production line was fully capable of producing these many cards, but given the time constraint and considering the future orders from other royal and noble families, it would be best if I increased the number of VR slime card creation arrays. Or I can try something new. I can employ the help of the Devil Merchant Code to help set up demigod grade card creation array formations for the VR slime cards. I know employing Devil Merchant Code will be steep, but in the long run, I think that the demigod grade card creation arrays created by the Devil Merchant Code will pay for themselves. Though Devil Merchant Code was expensive, it does a quality job. With this, I decided to employ the Devil Merchant Code to set up a few demigod realm card creation arrays for the VR slime cards and excitedly headed into the seed world to get to work. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 1:11, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Royal Palace, Royal Guest Palace number 1. After the boy vanished into his space card lab, Anne and Jill were left alone in the room. Without the boy acting as a buffer, Anne and Jill had nothing to discuss and the atmosphere in the room quickly turned awkward. Just so you know, I will never betray or let any harm befall Wyatt, Jill explained to Anne. Listening to the boy say that they, Jill and Anne, were equally trusted by him, Jill felt it would be best if she tried to get along with the boy's other confidants. Especially with Anne and Anna, because the boy was more dependent on the Southern royal family and it would factor into her getting closer to the boy. This was why Jill felt the need to make it clear to Anne that she would never betray or let any harm befall the boy. Unfortunately, Jill did not know about the relationship between the boy and Anna, and how far their relationship had progressed physically and emotionally. Had she known, maybe she would have rethought her approach. At the risk of repeating myself, time will tell, Anne repeated herself, not bothering to consider where Jill was coming from or if she was being genuine. Anne strongly felt that all of Jill's actions so far may stem from concern for the boy, but the real question was, when it matters, will she prioritize the boy over the central government? Recently this question has been bothering Anne a lot. As an ideal daughter, Anne could never see herself betraying her mother and family, but since the boy entered her, Anne was contemplating if she could prioritize him over her mother. For Anne, the answer was obvious, a big old no, as she could never put somebody else's interest before her mother's interest. However, now she wanted to make the boy her priority, yet her condition did not allow her to do so. This pained her, realizing that she was never actually free. And these feelings of pain Anna projected onto Jill, who supposedly claimed to be in a similar dilemma as her. However, Jill was easily able to turn her back on the central government and run to embrace the boy. This was one of the reasons why Anne was pissed at Jill. You know what? Believe what you want to, I have nothing to prove to you. I went against my father's will to warn Wyatt about the trap laid by the collaboration of Morningstar University and the central government. I do not regret what I did, and if I had the opportunity to do it again, I will do it without even a second of hesitation, Jill said before jumping onto the only bed in the room. Seeing Jill jump on the boy's bed late at night, Anne frowned. Even though the boy wasn't using the bed at present, still the bed was allotted for the boy's use, and seeing Jill get comfortable on it irked Anne. So she asked Jill, with a stern expression and smoke coming out of her ears, "What are you doing?" "I plan to spend my night here, as it will be a pain in the ass to go to my hotel room and return tomorrow morning," Jill explained to Anne as she smelled the sheets on the bed. The sheets were fresh, meaning they had been recently changed, which was why they did not have the boy's scent. "Why will you be returning to the palace grounds tomorrow morning? Your work here is done, go home," Anne asked Jill in surprise. "As the faculty of Morningstar University, I plan to attend the boy's early admission interview for my university with him. I guess my recommendation will give him an easier time getting selected," Jill explained to Anne how she plans to tag along with the boy to his early admission interview for Morningstar University. "No, you can't do that," Anne immediately rejected Jill's idea to follow the boy to the interview venue. "Why not? I can do anything I want. If I want to accompany the boy to his interview, then I will. Who are you to say no to me and stop me from doing as I please?" Jill made it clear that Anne's opinion did not matter to her on this. "Me and my family are in charge of the boy's security, so I do get to decide who tags along with the boy and who doesn't. And considering your ties with both Morningstar University and the central government, I have enough reasons to stop you from doing so. Now get off the bed and head back to your hotel room." Anne briefly explained that the boy had made her and her family in charge of his security while he attends the early admission interview for the Morningstar University. So, she had every right to decide who got to accompany the boy on his commute to the interview. "Whatever, we may be within the premises of the Southern Palace grounds, but this bed and room are designated to Wyatt. Unless he asks me to leave, I will not get off this bed." Jill was surprised by Anne's counter. However, that was not enough to scare her off. "Why you? Fine, do as you please." For now, Anne stamped her feet on the floor in frustration and sat on the couch. There were many ways for Anne to throw Jill out of the southern capital, let alone the royal palace grounds. Anne did not resort to any of those actions because she still clearly remembers that the boy claimed that he trusted them equally, showing how much importance he attached to Jill. Anne was also aware that though the boy was in his space card lab, he could still monitor what was happening outside, so she did not want to cause a commotion and end up revealing her ugly side to him. This was why Anne decided to tolerate Jill even though she wanted to be the one to occupy the boy's bed. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 1:11, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Royal Palace, Royal Guest Palace number 1, Seed World. Entering the Seed World, I immediately accessed the Demon Merchant Codex to check how much it will cost me to employ the Devil Merchant Code to help me set up a demigod grade array formation. Dear Demon Merchant, an offering of 5 devil grade ingredients is required to set up the demigod grade VR slime card creation array formation. Would you like to proceed with the offering? Yes, no. Note: the offering has been selected based on the Demon Merchant's previous offerings. The Demon Merchant can change the offering to something of equal value. Learning that it would take 5 devil grade ingredients as an offering to get the Devil Merchant Code to set up 1 demigod grade card creation array formation, my first reaction was that the offering demanded by the Devil Merchant Code was a lot less than I thought it would be. I do not think that any demigod realm array master would sell their services for such a cheap rate. Yes, 5 devil grade ingredients to set up a demigod grade card creation array formation was indeed very cheap. Especially considering that the quality of the work done by the Devil Merchant Code would be the best. Considering my requirement and the cost of setting up the array, I decided to offer 100 devil grade ingredients as an offering to the Devil Merchant Code to have it set up 20 demigod grade card creation array formations for my VR slime card production line. However, there was something I wanted to check on the Inter-Realm network before I placed my order with the Devil Merchant Code. Entering the Inter-Realm network, I searched for each ingredient required for the creation of an F-rank VR slime card and then checked out their prices. There was a reason I was doing this, and as I suspected, the prices of the ingredients required for the creation of the VR slime cards had almost doubled. I bought nearly 190 million sets of ingredients required for the creation of the VR slime card within the span of 3 days. Inter-realm networks consist of myriad markets of myriad realms, so buying this amount of the same set of ingredients shouldn't have affected the market in any way. Yet, it did. There could be many reasons for this, but I believe it was mainly because of the following 2 reasons. First, this was Devil Merchant Code. Here, devil merchants do not come here to buy or sell a ton of F-rank ingredients. So there weren't many F-rank ingredients used in the creation of the VR slime card in the Inter-realm network, to begin with. Hence, explaining that there was a shortage of the required ingredients in the inter-realm market when I suddenly bought 190 million sets of the ingredients. This sudden shortage created a demand for the set of ingredients, raising their price by almost double. Secondly, the devil merchant code was filled with many cunning devil merchants who most likely might have figured out that someone was buying a particular set of ingredients on a large scale in the inter-realm network, and they were manipulating the devil merchant code's market to make a quick buck. If, of the two reasons, the latter were to be true, I could report this matter to devil merchant code and seek justice, but I did not have any definite proof to do so. Not that I need proof to report malpractice in the inter-realm network to the devil merchant code, but if I were to do so and it was proven there was no malpractice going on in the inter-realm market, then I will be punished for making a false complaint and wasting the time of the devil merchant code and everyone involved. I could make a decent offering to devil merchant code to get a lighter punishment or escape any accountability for that matter if I were to be willing to make a very generous offering. Not choosing to go down that path, I decided to think of a better solution for my current problems. Normally with 60 devil-grade ingredients, I would have been able to make 30 million VR slime cards, but the prices of the ingredients increased by almost twice as much as their original cost, so now with 60 devil-grade ingredients I can only create 15 million VR slime cards. This meant that my profits had halved. But the scary part about this wasn't the decrease in my profit, but that if I continued to create the VR slime cards using the same ingredients, then the cost of the ingredients would only increase further. Meaning the ingredients used to create the VR slime card could see a rise in their prices by about another 2 to 3 times. If now I could only create 15 million VR slime cards using 60 devil grade worth of ingredients, then once that happens I may only be able to create 4 million VR slime cards or even less. Then I would not be making any profit but a sizable loss every time I take an order. This was the worst thing that could have happened. Now how am I going to help Anne's mother keep her promise to the other royal families and the noble families of the central capital to help them procure VR slime cards in a month? There was only one valid solution to this problem, and that was for me to create another recipe for the creation of the VR slime cards. I could make use of other F-rank ingredients with similar effects but cheaper price tags as the new ingredients for the new recipe of the VR slime cards. However, this was easier said than done because the current recipe of the VR slime card was already the cheapest it could be for a card with the soul energy digestion effect. Since replacing the ingredients of the card recipe with cheaper alternatives was out of the question, I decided to replace the effects of the ingredients with the help of the microarray formations. My plan was simple. I would use cheaper ingredients as alternatives even though they do not have as good an effect as the original ingredients. Then I plan to make use of the microarray formation in the card creation to make up for the lacking effects. But I have near to no knowledge of microarray formation and their use in card creation, but I knew a place where I could find the knowledge I was looking for, the Infinity Library. Enter Sector DSO 909, I command the Demon Merchant Codex. Dear Demon Merchant, insert your entire spiritual body in the Spirit Transfer Array to travel to the Inter-Realm City. Note: Spirit Transfer Array takes the Demon Merchant's spiritual body that has entered it and transfers them to the Inter-Realm City. Following the instructions, I placed my entire spiritual body into the Spirit Transfer Array, preparing myself. A second later, an invisible force gently carried my spiritual body into Sector DSO 909 of the Inter-Realm City of the Spiritual Plane. Dear Demon Merchant, welcome to Sector DSO 909, note: behave. Arriving next to the Rainbow Fountain, I was greeted by the sight that I could only see here: myriads of species living in harmony regardless of their origin, busy with their daily life. Dear Demon Merchant, an anonymous demon merchant is trying to access your information. Note: anonymous demon merchant is using the Inter-Realm Network's privacy feature to keep their identity private. Dear Demon Merchant, an anonymous demon merchant is trying to access your information. Dear Demon Merchant, an anonymous demon merchant is trying to access your information. Dear Demon Merchant, the Inter-Realm Network's privacy feature has successfully kept your identity private 29 times. Note: the privacy feature is not provided with Inter-Realm Network service access time. It was good to see that the Inter-Realm Network's privacy feature was working fine. Without further ado, throwing myself into the non-stop moving crowd, I head straight to the Darius Merchant Mall, to enter the Infinity Library. Hello, Demon Merchant Wyatt, welcome back to the Infinity Library. I am Dredre the Pixie, your assigned library guide. In case you forgot, walking into the Infinity Library I was immediately greeted by Dredre the Pixie, my designated library guide. Hello, Dredre. I remember you, after all, who can forget someone as cute as you, I greeted back. Which caused the pixie's face to blossom with joy. I could tell that the current smile on her face was genuine compared to the professional one she greeted me with. Seeing the pixie show joy over such little things, I could not help but feel for her. It seems the world of the pixie was too simple, or the Infinity Library had exploited them so much that even such small gestures were a benevolence and luxury to them. Thank you, Demon Merchant Wyatt, how can I help you today? Dreadray thanked me for remembering her, causing me to feel a lot more than before. I need books on basic and intermediary microarray formations. I told Dreadray what I was looking for so that she can help me better by getting me all the related books. Basic and intermediate books on microarray formations, correct? Yes. Date the 13th of April 2321. Time, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Royal Palace, Royal Guest Palace No. 1, Seed World, Inter-Realm City, Sector DSO 909, Wyatt. There are about 180,456 books on basic microarray formations and 117,678 books on intermediate microarray formation in your preferred languages. That is a total of 298,134 books matching your request, Dreadray informed me after going through the Infinity Library Index. Please share the list of titles and the synopsis of the books that were left after removing the other language copies of the same books. With my Demon Merchant Codex, I asked Dreadray to remove the duplicate books with the same title but in different languages of the 16 dark languages I set as my preferred language. That leaves us with 118,978 books of basic microarray formations and 78,576 books of intermediate microarray formations. A total of 197,554 books meeting your request. I shared a list of their title and synopsis with your Demon Merchant Codex, Dreadray replied after a fraction of a second. Okay, then I along with my Hive AI went through the list of 197,554 book titles and synopsis to sort out those that weren't relevant to my current need. I could just read all the nearly 200,000 books on basic and intermediate microarray formations, but I only had a certain amount of free reading period and I saved until the last day of validity. Because one can never know what they want to learn next. And also because the hour of free reading time given by the Infinity Library to its members only gets refreshed once every month, so due to the time difference between Sector DSO 909 and Card World, I will have to wait 10 months to get another free hour of reading if I exhaust my current free reading time. Therefore, I had to be clever about how I use my free reading hour. Therefore, I decided to stick only to the books that will make me adept in microarray formations and also be relevant to help me with the creation of the VR slime cards. The number of books soon went down to 5,989 books. Most of these books were mostly the basics of microarray formation. I could not skip them if I wanted a solid foundation in the topic. After creating a list of these 5,989 books, I shared it with Dreadray, ordering, "You know the drill, Deborah, bring me to those books." Soon the space surrounding me warped and I appeared in front of a familiar area with a simple layout filled with an expensive set of tables and chairs which were surrounded by bookshelves. Pointing at the books, Dreadray said, "These are the books you requested. And like the previous time, will you prefer 4 tranquility drinks before you begin reading the books?" "No, this time around give me 12 tranquility drinks. Here 24,000 low-tier soul jades worth of phantom sword mushroom. This should cover the 12 tranquility drinks. The last time I was here, my mutated soul only had 4 consciousnesses, but today my mutated soul has 12 consciousnesses, 1 original and 11 mutants. I think you should take a look at this." Was why I was not worried about reading 5,989 in the least possible time frame. 12 of me equipped with Hive AI can easily copy all 5,989 books in under 5 minutes. Here are your 12 tranquility drinks. With the way of Dreadray's tiny cute hand, 12 glasses of tranquility drink appeared on the table beside me. "Thank you, Dreadray." My spiritual body split into 12 identical spiritual bodies and each of us grabbed a glass of tranquility drink and slammed them on the table after emptying them in our stomachs. Then we all rushed toward our designated bookshelves and began to copy the books using the Hive AI. Each of my 11 clones, and I included, had to copy nearly 499 books each to completely copy the 5,989 books on the bookshelves. Considering that it took me and my 3 clones about 4 minutes to copy nearly 2,000 books the last time I visited the Infinity Library, I estimated that it would take nearly 4 minutes for me and my 11 clones to copy all of the 5,989 books. So far I have spent about 10 minutes of my free reading hour, leaving me with 50 minutes of free reading hour. I used 4 minutes of the free reading hour to gain knowledge about the intermediate soul energy, rule power gathering and enlightenment arrays along with the books on how to cultivate phantom sword mushrooms. A little over a minute on myriad realm myriad race records and nearly 5 minutes on the books listing the price of various ingredients and items in the Devil Merchant Code Market. Dreadray, I am done reading all the books. Stop my free time, I yelled, informing Dreadray that I was done reading and she should stop the clock. 4 minutes and a second. That's how long it took me and my 11 other spiritual bodies to copy all 5,989 books. Wow, this a new record, Dreadray cheered as she stopped my free reading timer. Then added, at this pace, you will run my boss out of business. Run the librarian out of business, yeah sure. I brushed off Dreadray's joke and did not take her words seriously. The librarian had so many copyrights in his hands that as long as Devil Merchant Code was there nobody could run the librarian out of business. Let alone my neat little trick to copy as many books in as little time as possible. Honestly, considering the librarian's predatory business model which solely focused on preying on poor and ill-informed newbies, I was surprised that the librarian was letting me use my cheat to continue and copy their books exploiting the loopholes in their law. I do not know why the librarian had not called me out yet, but I decided to continue using my cheats to exploit the Infinity Library as long as I can. Date the 13th of April 2321 Time, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Royal Palace, Royal Guest Palace No. 1, Seed World, Inter-Realm City, Sector DSO 909, Wyatt, you have 46 minutes of your free reading hour remaining, Draber reported then asked, is there anything else I can help you with? No, that is all for today, I answered, then Dreadray used the array of the Infinity Library to bring me back to the entrance of the library. Before leaving, I thanked Dreadray for help. Dreadray, good job, you were a great help today. I was not going out of my way to be nice to Dreadray, I just made it a point to compliment her more often for doing a good job. What job? All she did was use the Infinity Library's array system to provide me service, anybody could do it. If you are thinking this then you wouldn't be more wrong. Dreadray wasn't just a good guide, I appreciated her company the most. She did not make me feel uncomfortable for being a human or a demon merchant who was not from the dark realm like other demon merchants would in the sector DSO 909. Really, thank you, please visit us again. Dreadray spun in the air out of joy being complimented for doing a good job. I paid a small fortune for the library card, I plan to get the full worth of my money. So, you will be seeing me quite often, I replied, not feeling even an ounce of guilt over exploiting the Infinity Library's free reading hour with the help of my cheat, all because of the predatory business model the Infinity Library followed. It was either me, or the library. If I did not cheat, then the Infinity Library would cheat me of my money with its sky-high price for renting the books. Moving on, walking out of the Infinity Library I headed back to the Seed World, Hive AI, process all the books on basics and intermediate microarray formation, then transfer the data to me. Soon I arrived at the Seed World, but nearly 3 hours had passed despite only spending less than 20 minutes in the sector DSO 909 of the Inter-Realm City because of the time difference between the Dark Realm and the Card World. I think you should take a look at it. It did not take long for Hive AI to process the data of the books I copied and share it with me. I and my 11 slave consciousness went through the processed data word by word and comprehend them within the next 4 hours. With this, I could call myself adept in the basic and intermediate microarray formation theory part. As for the practical part, with the help of the soul pupils I believe I could work miracles. With my newly comprehended knowledge, I plan to come up with a few sets of VR slime card recipes so that I can rotate between the card recipes or distribute the ingredient load between these card recipes such that the prices of the ingredients we use for the creation of these VR slime cards does not increase as it did with ingredients used to create the VR slime card using the original card recipe. It did not take long for me to think of 15 alternative ingredients for the VR slime card recipe. Then with the help of the Hive AI, I simulated these different card recipes by using their new alternative ingredients for the creation of VR slime cards. The resulting VR slime cards in the Hive AI simulation were subpar and below satisfactory. However, I had already expected this, and that was why I decided to learn microarray formations at short notice. I plan to use the microarray formations to make these subpar VR slime cards into better VR slime cards. But out of these 15 alternative VR slime cards that Hive AI emulated, about 5 of them were so bad that they could not be improved even with my current knowledge of microarray formations. So, I was left with 10 subpar VR slime card recipes which could be further improved with the help of the microarray formation. This time I used Hive AI to stimulate the new VR slime card recipes and modified them using microarray formation. The results were quick, but what was surprising was that the effects of all 10 of the subpar VR slime cards had increased by a huge margin thanks to the microarray formations. It would not be far-fetched to say that the effects of the alternative recipes might be even better than the effects of the original recipes. Taking my time to learn about microarray formations was starting to prove that it was worth it. After finalizing the 10 alternative card recipes for the VR slime cards, I decided to go ahead and employ the Devil Merchant code to help me set up the demigod grade card creation array for the 10 alternative recipes. But now the question was how many demigod grade card creation arrays I set up for each of the alternative recipes. After a long thought, I decided to set up 2 demigod grade card creation arrays for each of the alternative recipes for now. Before tasking the Devil Merchant code to set up 2 demigod grade card creation array formations for each of the alternate VR slime card recipes, I used the Devil Merchant code to help me buy the ingredients of the 10 alternative card recipes using the 1100 Devil grade ingredients on me. Then I offered 100 Devil grade ingredients to the Devil Merchant code so that it will help me set up 2 demigod grade card creation arrays for each of the 10 alternative recipes, setting up a total of 20 demigod grade card creation array formations. Yes, surprisingly the Devil Merchant code only charged me 5 Devil grade ingredients to set up a demigod grade array formation. The price of the Devil Merchant code to set up a demigod grade array formation remained unchanged. It stayed the exact to set up any type of demigod grade array formation. Now this was just ridiculously cheap pricing. Card apprentices and array masters would go nuts if they knew that it would only cost 5 Devil grade ingredients to set up any sort of demigod grade array formation. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 5:45, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Royal Palace, Royal Guest Palace No. 1, Seed World. Dear Demon Merchant, in light of your recent offering to the Devil Merchant code, you have been granted to select an exclusive privilege. Exclusive privilege is a way for demon merchants to use the power of the Devil Merchant code to do a certain thing by making an appropriate offering. Would you like to select the exclusive privilege, now, later? Note: demon merchants will have to make an offering to use their exclusive privileges. The nature of the exclusive privilege can be anything from using the Devil Merchant code to null any form of soul contract or resurrecting anyone once they are killed or dead. Killed or dead here specifically means the soul of the person has entered the river of the souls in the cycle of reincarnation. The offering for using the exclusive privilege will vary with the nature of the privilege. For example, the offering required to use an exclusive privilege that allows you to use the Devil Merchant code's power in resurrecting yourself or your loved ones once you or they are killed or dead is 100 million Devil grade ingredients. The offering required to use the Devil Merchant code's power to break a soul contract will cost 1 million plus Devil grade ingredients based on the strength of the other parties involved in the soul contract and the witness of the soul contract. The limits of the nature of exclusive privilege are the demon merchant's wealth. Warning: every action has a consequence. Similarly, the consequence of the exclusive privilege will be borne by the demon merchants themselves. Hence the demon merchants are asked to be very cautious about what they select as an exclusive privilege. Quote. I was speechless reading the prompt that I received in my Demon Merchant Codex. It appears that by spending 1200 Devil grade ingredients on shopping for ingredients on the Inter-Realm network and setting up demigod grade arrays, I have once again attracted the attention of Devil Merchant code. And like the previous times, the Devil Merchant code was very generous. I think you should take a look at, however, the explanation of exclusive privilege was confusing. Can't I already get the Devil Merchant code to do anything I want as long as I have an appropriate offering to offer the Devil Merchant code? No, turns out I cannot. There was something the Devil Merchant code would not do no matter how many offerings you offered, as there were some things that would have repercussions for even the great Devil Merchant code. However, the Devil Merchant code found a way around it. Instead of being a direct participant in such actions, it planned to be an indirect participant in them to avoid getting penalized for them. That was by leading its power to the demon merchant so that they could do that specific thing and themselves bear the repercussions that followed, all while the Devil Merchant code gets paid for lending its power. It was assuring and chilling to know that even an entity as powerful as the Devil Merchant code had to be cautious of its actions in this universe. But it was not shocking as the fact that an entity as powerful as the Devil Merchant Code was trading its power for offerings that were likely pennies for someone with its power. The Devil Merchant Code was powerful enough to take whatever it wanted, but it still used trade to get what it wanted. Was it because of the code its creator, the ancient dark races, wrote in its spell frame? Or was there something else that was stopping the Devil Merchant Code from using its power as it pleased? Thinking of this, I was reminded of an article one read about the ants, back on Earth, that the ants are not aware of the existence of humans even though they lived among us. Despite their excellent senses, these fascinating creatures seem to perceive us more as a terrain and a threat. I wonder if we were also like the ants, unable to perceive the existence of greater entities among us which the Devil Merchant Code could perceive thanks to its power. My mind paused for a moment to let this thought sink in, and then I consoled myself by thinking if there were such entities my soul pupils would notice them. Moving on to the Devil Merchant's exclusive privilege and what it meant for me, honestly, I don't know yet. Because using the Devil Merchant's power was not cheap, not to mention we would be the sole bearer of the repercussions of our actions that would follow, and the Devil Merchant Code will not help us with that. Who would be wealthy enough to pay 100 million devil-grade ingredients to have their loved one's soul from the cycle of reincarnation and revive them? Most importantly, were there even 100 million devil-grade entities in the Dark Realm? Not in the Dark Realms, but maybe in myriad realms. Besides the cost and consequences of the exclusive privilege, there were other limitations to it that the notification sent to my Demon Merchant Codex was not specific about and failed to mention. These limitations I speak. Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos. Thank you. Were that the exclusive privilege limited what a Devil Merchant can do with the power of the Devil Merchant Code to a predetermined action selected by the Devil Merchant. Hence, it was termed as exclusive privilege. Meaning if the Demon Merchant selected their exclusive privilege to instantly teleport to any place in the universe for an appropriate offering based on the distance of teleportation, then they can only use the power of the Devil Merchant Code they gained through exclusive privilege to teleport and not anything else. The offerings required to use exclusive privilege were too much, and it seemed like this was just another way for the Devil Merchant Code to empty the pockets of its rich Devil Merchants. However, if I were to select an exclusive privilege wisely, it would become a life-saving grace in desperate times. So I had to be smart here to outsmart Devil Merchant Code in its own game. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 6:07, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Royal Palace, Royal Guest Palace number 1, Seed World. Select exclusive privilege to borrow Devil Merchant Code's power to enhance Demon Merchant's physical strength. After thinking for a while and considering my current situation, I felt like this was the best exclusive privilege I could ask for. Dear Demon Merchant, if you select your exclusive privilege to borrow the power of the Devil Merchant Code to enhance your physical strength, you will have to offer offerings starting from 100,000 devil-grade ingredients based on the amount of power you are borrowing in the period you are borrowing it for. Will you select this exclusive privilege? Yes, no. Warning. The Demon Merchant will be obliterated after the effect of the exclusive privilege is over because the Demon Merchant's physique is not strong enough to hold even 0.001% of the Devil Merchant Code's strength. The minimum cost of borrowing the Devil Merchant Code's power for the minimum period was 100,000 devil-grade ingredients. That was, if I select this exclusive privilege, then I will have to spend 100,000 devil-grade ingredients just to use the exclusive privilege for a second. Keeping the question that if I could afford to use this exclusive privilege aside, the warning for selecting this exclusive privilege was more worrying, as it warned me that I could only use this privilege once, then I would be dead since my physique wasn't strong enough to hold even 0.001% of the power of the Devil Merchant Code. This was enough to stop me from even considering selecting this exclusive privilege. However, this made it clear to me that I could not borrow the power of the Devil Merchant to enhance my strength. Then my mind raced and said, why dirty my hands when I could directly order the Devil Merchant Code to kill my enemies? Previously, while exploring what all Devil Merchant Code would and could do, I tried to assassinate Carl and Sansa by making an appropriate offering to the Devil Merchant Code. Unfortunately, the Devil Merchant Code did not expect my request regardless of how much I was willing to offer as an offering. However, now I could just select an exclusive privilege that would allow me to kill anyone I want by making an appropriate offering to the Devil Merchant Code. The more I thought of this, the more I felt that this exclusive privilege to borrow the Devil Merchant Code's power to kill my enemies would be more handy than borrowing the Devil Merchant Code's power to enhance my strength. With the assassination type exclusive privilege, I could kill anyone from the comfort of my room, which was just amazing. Hopefully, the offering to use this exclusive privilege will be reasonable. Even if the offering required to use the assassination type exclusive privilege was high, the assassination type exclusive privilege will be more relevant and handy than the strength enhancement type exclusive privilege. Considering my situation, the assassination type exclusive privilege would set well with the information network I was creating using the VR slime card. I could use the information from my information network to spot my enemies and then use the exclusive privilege to get them assassinated. With this, I would have no enemies and opponents in myriad realms, especially the card world. Select exclusive privilege to use the power of the Devil Merchant Code to assassinate specified targets. I propose to the Demon Merchant Codex. I think you should take a look at Dear Demon Merchant. The exclusive privilege you are selecting has a very wide range of variables, making it difficult to calculate the offering, so please clearly specify the parameters of your exclusive privilege. Note: please give the Demon Merchant Code more details on the exclusive privilege you are selecting to calculate an appropriate offering. Select exclusive privilege to use Devil Merchant power to assassinate the specified target in the card world, the Dark Realm, and the Realm of the Yellow Plane. I gave the Demon Merchant Codex more details on the exclusive privilege I planned on selecting. The reason I chose the card world, the Dark Realm, and the Realm of the Yellow Plane as the locations to use my exclusive privilege was because, according to my current knowledge, all my enemies were within these three locations. Dear Demon Merchant, if you select your exclusive privilege to borrow the power of the Devil Merchant Code to assassinate a specified target in the card world, the Dark Realm, and the Realm of the Yellow Plains, you will have to offer offerings starting from 10,000 devil grade ingredients based on your distance from the target, the time zone difference, and power difference between you and the target. Will you select this exclusive privilege? Yes, no, interesting, I blurted, seeing that there was not any warning prompt this time around. However, the price of a minimum of 10,000 devil grade ingredients to assassinate my enemies did not sit right with me. With that cost, I could just hire a bunch of demigods to assassinate the targets. However, the factors like loyalty factor, convenience factor, and the guarantee of getting the job done, etc. were priceless. One could not put a price tag on these factors. Well, the Devil Merchant Code did. I guess that's why one pays the Devil Merchant Code the big bucks. The assassination type exclusive privilege was exciting and all, but it was very costly. It would take me 10,000 devil grade ingredients to kill a card master next to me using the exclusive privilege, when I could kill the card master with a flick of my finger. Considering the distance between me and my target, the time zone difference, and the power level difference, the price of assassinating a target with my exclusive privilege would only increase. I had no idea how long it would take me to collect 10,000 devil grade ingredients, let alone more devil grade ingredients. Financially speaking, selecting this assassination type exclusive privilege right now would be a very bad idea. It would be a different story once the money of VR universe and silver milk powder starts pouring in. Until then, I better think of something more useful but cheaper. I got it. That's it. Dear Demon Merchant, if you select your exclusive privilege to borrow the power of the Devil Merchant Code to you will require to make an offering of 1,000 plus devil grade ingredients to use this exclusive privilege. Will you select this exclusive privilege? Yes, no. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 6:40, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Royal Palace, Royal Guest Palace number 1. Coming out of the seed world, I uprooted it from space and returned it to its card. In about 3 hours I will be leaving for the university interview, so this was me preparing for the worst. This right here was one of the reasons why I built a mobile subspace in the first place. Wyatt, you are up early. Feeling the presence of the boy, Anne awakened from her half-asleep state and greeted the boy. Anne never left the room as she could not trust Jill alone in his bed. After all, Jill was the one who popped the boy's cherry. I have a big interview in 3 hours, I have to prepare for it, I answered Anne as I summoned my grimoire. Good morning, Wyatt. Jill too woke up feeling the presence of the boy and greeted him. She never left the bed because she knew that once she left the boy's bed then Anne would quickly occupy it. Good morning. Returning Jill's greeting, I took a storage card containing about 180 million VR slime cards and handed them to Anne, saying, after taking the royal family's share, distribute the rest to every high school and university card apprentice in the southern region. There is more where it came from, so do not worry about there being enough cards. Just distribute these and I will give you more soon. The Southern royal family had placed an order of 20 million VR slime cards for 300 devil grade ingredients, while on the same day, the art family paid 60 devil grade and took the 4 million VR slime cards. With the 360 devil grade ingredients, I created 180 million VR slime cards, of which 20 million belong to the Southern royal family and the rest I plan to give away to the high school and university card apprentices. Considering the current tensions, I decided to currently focus on equipping the Southern population with VR slime cards first, and then if I am still alive and have my freedom, I can expand the giveaway to their regions. Since the VR slime card was already popular across the world, I no longer need to waste time with it. Currently, my primary focus was increasing the user base of the VR slime card. 180 million VR slime cards, Anne exclaimed the boy after learning the total number of VR slimes cards, and then asked, "Wyatt, how did you create so many cards in such a small period?" "Anne, what have we talked about asking questions?" I reminded Anne of the time when she agreed not to ask questions. Quote. Listening to the boy reminds her of their agreement. Anne's head drooped down in disappointment. Seeing Anne knew better than to ask a follow-up question to my explanation, I added, "I want those cards to be distributed by the end of the day." "Is that possible?" "Yeah, it is possible. My mother seems to have expected that you will do something like this, so she had already made all the preparations. Now with these cards, I can deploy her plans. So don't worry, by the end of the day each of these cards will have a young owner," Anne replied with great confidence. "Okay, then I will go take a good relaxing bath in preparation for the interview." Saying that, I left the room, but feeling a shadow follow behind me, I frowned. The shadow was none other than Arya, my bodyguard. This little girl silently followed me everywhere, and since arguing with me would not take me anywhere, I decided not to bother to stop her from following me to the bathroom. Thankfully, I did not make the mistake of asking Arya to not follow me to the bath, as Anne and Jill did that for me. If anything, I could count on these girls to get jealous. "Little girl, where do you think you are going?" Jill asked Arya to see her follow the boy as he informed her that he wanted to take a bath. I think you should take a look at the reason Jill was so cautious about Arya was that this little girl has been standing in the corner of the boy's room, hiding her presence, the entire night without taking any rest. The last time Jill was here, the girl was doing the same thing in the meeting hall. This behavior of the girl freaked Jill out, mostly because she did not understand the girl's obsession with the boy and believed she was some kind of stalker bothering the boy. Jill was okay with the girl following the boy around and waiting in his room with the rest of them, but when she tried to follow him into the bathroom, that did not sit right with Jill. Quote. Being stopped by Jill, Arya turned to look at Anne for help. Only to hear Anne relieve her of her bodyguard duty. "Arya, you've done a good job as Wyatt's bodyguard so far, however you are no longer required to be Wyatt's bodyguard anymore, since I will be his bodyguard henceforth. After all, the enemies we are going to face today are of another level. Now go back to your post and report to your superior." "Yes, Your Highness." Having followed the boy around, Arya was aware of the situation and knew that the current peace was nothing but calm before the storm. So she was not surprised that Anne relieved her of her duties as the boy's bodyguard. Still, Arya quickly followed the boy and called out to him, "Master Wyatt, please wait." "What is it, Arya?" I asked. "About my physique. You said you had a solution to it." "I wanted to make an appointment with you regarding that." Arya did not bother with small talk, knowing that the boy already had a lot on his plate, and directly talked about the matter she approached him about. And that was her bloodline, which has been messed up due to the lack of synergy between the bloodline of the Heat family and the Art family running in her body. Arya trusted the boy to solve her issue because he was the only one who was able to correctly tell the symptoms of her problem at first glance. Appointment. I am sure you have heard what is happening here. There are a few teams of powerful demigods in the city after my life. It isn't clear if I will live past today. Yet, you want to make an appointment with me regarding your physique. Where do you get this confidence from? I asked Arya because even though I had all the information and the Southern royal family's manpower at my disposal, I could not guarantee my survival today, as one cannot control all the variables. They can try but will ultimately fail. Yet, Arya had such confidence about my survival that she wanted to make an appointment to meet with me in the future and consult regarding her. Which surprised me, and I could not help but ask where her confidence stemmed from. "Master Wyatt, I know you are going to face strong enemies today, but you are also going to be protected by a few of the strongest beings I have ever gotten the chance to meet, the Southern royal family. I know from experience when I say that you are in safe hands." Arya sung the praise of the Southern royal family like any extreme loyal subordinate of the Southern royal family. Well, we will see about that. The reason I was skeptical about the abilities of the Southern royal family was because they have already let them down more than once on several occasions. Therefore, I was kind of expecting them to kind of drop the ball today too. The Southern royal family only had themselves to blame for my low opinion of them. If they had managed to keep their promise so far, then I would not have such skepticism about their abilities. So, when can I visit you to talk about solving the issue with my physique? Arya did not continue to argue about the abilities of the Southern royal family with the boy and began to speak. Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos. Thank you. About solving the issue with her physique with him. How about this? If I survive and am still a freeman after this ordeal, come meet me and I will help you with your situation. Sounds right. I proposed and Arya agreed to my agreement as she did not have much choice in it. Sure, I will meet you in a few days. Saying that, Arya took her leave. After Arya left, I found Anne following me to the royal guest palace bathhouse, but before I could say anything to Anne about her actions, Jill stopped her and asked, "Where do you think you are going?" "I am the boy's bodyguard now. The protocol dictates that I should always be with him to act fast in case someone tries to assassinate him." "Now, move, you are stopping me from doing my duties," Anne explained with a straight face. "The only thing Wyatt needs protection from, right now, is you." Date the 13th of April 2321, time 9:25, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Royal Palace, Royal Guest Palace number 1, ready? Anne asked the boy, who was dressed neatly and looked extremely presentable. Yes, the boy nodded and followed Anne's lead as she was in charge of his security detail as he attended the early admission interview for Morningstar University. "Anne, where are we headed?" "This is not the way to the Royal Palace ground exit," Jill asked, seeing that Anne was not leading them toward the exit. "Do you think I am stupid to exit through the regular palace gate knowing that enemies are lying in wait to ambush us?" "Shut up and follow me. We will be leaving the palace grounds through a hidden passage." Anne explained that she will not be taking the boy to his interview venue through the regular route but through a hidden passage. Listening to Anne say that we will leave through a hidden passage, I frowned because I wanted chaos to ensue as different forces fought to kidnap me, allowing me to commence my plan, and also because that would be more fun. Which was not possible if I headed to the interview venue through a hidden passage. I wanted to ask Anne to take the regular route to the venue but didn't say a word, seeing that Anne had led me and Jill to a huge golden gate covered in numerous demigod grade arrays that had been woven together into a cluster array formation which can display the capabilities stronger than the grades of the arrays it was made of. "Is that the Southern Capital City Core Array, the Golden Gate Cluster Array Formation?" Jill exclaimed, looking at the huge golden gate. "Yes," Anne nodded, hinting that Jill's guess was correct. Quote. I blankly stared at the Golden Gate Cluster Array Formation. Yes, it was majestic and awe-springing, but I was not dumbfounded by the appearance of the Golden Gate Cluster Array Formation but by what I heard it was capable of and the implications of Anne bringing me to it. I heard of the Golden Gate Cluster Array Formation, the infamous city core array of the Southern Capital, when I was doing a deep search on the Heatsend royal family. The last time this array was used was a millennium ago, when one of Anne's ancestors plotted an army coup to overthrow his brother as the ruler of the southern region. Everyone knows that if not for the Golden Gate Cluster Array Formation, the Southern Capital City Core Array, the army coup would have been successful in infiltrating the southern capital. However, no one knows what exactly the Golden Gate Cluster Array Formation did. Every information regarding the abilities of the Golden Gate Cluster Array Formation had been wiped from the Grimoire network and its history. The name Golden Gate Cluster Array Formation was known to everyone and everywhere as the strongest defense of the southern capital, but somehow its capabilities and abilities were either erased or never mentioned. This was unbelievable. Everyone knows it exists but not what it does, and for a period longer than a millennium no one bothered to ask what the southern capital's strongest defense did. And just believed it was the strongest defense. How the Southern royal family managed to keep information regarding such a public topic a secret out in the open was beyond me. "Southern Emperor, you are here." About half a dozen demigods were guarding the Golden Gate Cluster Array Formation. "Southern Emperor, all the preparation has been done. I have powered up the Golden Gate Cluster Array. We are waiting for you to start the formation," the keeper of the Golden Gate among half a dozen demigods that were guarding the Golden Gate Array Formation informed Anne immediately after greeting her. Then waited for her further orders. "I think you should take a look at." "Good," Anne nodded, seeing that the Golden Gate cluster array was powered up for her to use. Then she asked, "What about other teams? Have they taken their positions? Should I begin the roll call?" "Yes, Southern Emperor. Please do," the demigod answered Anne politely. Anne nodded and summoned her grimoire. Then she began the roll call. Roll call, Team 1. Team 1, in position, the demigod form earlier reported. Turns out of the half a dozen demigods guarding the Golden Gate cluster array formation, 5 of the demigods belong to Team 1. As for the remaining demigod, he was the keeper of the Golden Gate cluster array formation. Team 2, in position. Team 3, in position. Team 4, in position. Team 15, in position. All teams stay alert, commencing operation in 5 minutes. After the roll call, Anne asked all the demigod teams to stay alert as they were beginning the mission in a few minutes. "Anne, did you assemble all of your family's forces in the southern capital? Is there someone left at the way beyond to keep the supreme beings in check?" Learning that Anne had gathered 15 teams of demigods in the southern capital as the security detail for the boy, Jill was dumbfounded. A team has a minimum of 5 members, for 15 teams it was about 75 members. This meant Anne had gathered about 75 known demigods, who knew how many hidden teams there were. It was apparent that Anne had gathered a small army of demigods to protect the boy and was prepared to go on a full-scale war for him. 75 demigods, I blurted in surprise, because compared to the southern royal family's 75 demigods, the numbers of the enemy demigod that were conspiring against me was small. I was sure of this because of the information I gathered through my information network. Why was I worried? Shouldn't my allies outnumbering my foes be happy news for me? Yes, it was, but I had different plans in store. All of that would not come to fruition if the southern royal family guards outnumber my enemies and gain an easy victory. By my current estimate, the demigods of the southern royal family had not only outnumbered the enemy demigods, but they also were not hesitant to use deadly secret weapons such as the Golden Gate cluster array formation. It seems the southern royal family would not hesitate to do whatever it takes. Now they were seeming reliable. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 9:30, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Royal Palace, Secret Passage, Golden Gate, Southern Emperor, please, the keeper of the Golden Gate said, handing Anne some sort of ceremonial knife. Taking the ceremonial knife from the keeper, Anne walked toward the Golden Gate. Stopping a foot from the Golden Gate, Anne used the ceremonial knife to cut her left wrist and bathed the ceremonial knife in her blood. Anne's action did not surprise the demigods of Team 1 or the Golden Gate keeper or Jill. It appears Jill knew about the Golden Gate cluster array formation more than what was known to the general populace. Once the blade of the ceremonial knife was covered in blood, Anne used her soul energy to close the cut on her left wrist and stop the bleeding. Anne then inserted the blood-covered blade of the ceremonial knife into the small opening in the Golden Gate that looked exactly like a keyhole and rotated it. As a result, the numerous demigod grade array formations that were woven together to form the cluster array formation, Golden Gate, began to shimmer and vibrate rhythmically as if an unknown power was coursing through it and its metaphorical wheels were set in motion. The Golden Gatekeeper looked at the Golden Gate cluster array with great emotion, like someone who had to maintain a supercar for years and finally got the chance to ride shotgun in it. After a few seconds, a book-shaped opening appeared on the Golden Gate, where Anne placed her diamond grimoire and took full control of the Golden Gate cluster array formation, the strongest defense of the southern capital. Taking control of the city's cluster array formation through her blood and grimoire, Anne turned the page of her grimoire to the grimoire network and accessed the city map. Seeing this, I shook my head in disappointment. The royal family spent so much money, resources, and manpower to create, maintain, and secure something so powerful, yet they made use of the grimoire network in its control. This was just pathetic because anybody would hack into the cluster array formation through the grimoire network. Considering that it was the strongest defense of the southern region's capital, this was just shameful. Gatekeeper, will you please make the announcement? Anne turned to look at the keeper of the Golden Gate array formation and asked respectfully. Others must not be clear of the greatness of the Golden Gatekeeper, as he had given his entire life to protect and maintain the Golden Gate cluster array formation and hadn't interacted with the outside world for centuries, but Anne was aware of his origin and history. The Golden Keeper was one of the oldest members of the Heatsen branch family alive, who had sacrificed his marital life and social life for the main family. I think you should take a look at, therefore, as the progeny of the Heatsen main family, it was Anne's duty to not forget his sacrifice and spread it to the future generation. Thank you, Southern Emperor. The gatekeeper was not polite and thanked Anne for the opportunity. Then the gatekeeper arrived next to Anne and announced in a deep voice, "Brave citizens of the southern capital, I am the keeper of Golden Gate. The city will soon be under attack from dark forces. In light of that, Her Highness Southern Emperor is activating the Golden Gate Cluster Array Formation. So do not resist as the Golden Gate Cluster Array Formation covers you. Please, do not panic and cooperate." The Golden Gatekeeper made the same announcement a total of 3 times and returned to his original spot after nodding at Anne. I watched in confusion as the situation unfolded, as I had no idea what Anne was up to activating the Golden Gate Array Formation right off the bat. And I did not like this feeling. However, I did not have to wait for long to understand what Anne was doing as soon an apparition of the entire southern capital city appeared in the middle of the room. The apparition was a very accurate and detailed scaled map of the southern capital city. It also showed the accurate location of every citizen in the southern capital in real time. The apparition looked exactly like a hologram. Though the apparition was accurate and detailed, it was missing one thing: the royal palace grounds in the middle of the city. I could only assume that it was purposefully omitted by the creators of the Golden Gate Cluster Array Formation. "Southern Emperor, you sure I need to be here? I don't feel like I should be here. I will take my leave." Though Jill knew what exactly the Golden Gate Cluster Array Formation was and what it did, she did not want to witness Anne use it any further because a question suddenly appeared in her mind. Why did Anne bring her to a classified site like the Golden Gate? It was understandable for Anne to bring the boy to the classified site as he was their ally. But why her? Jill's misunderstanding further deepened when she began to think that all of this was Anne's plan to have the Southern royal family throw her into prison for having witnessed one of the highly classified secrets of the southern region. Thinking this, Jill yelled in her mind, "This bitch is trying to get me killed." Anne ignored Jill and continued to optimize the Golden Gate Array Formation to her convenience, and then, having made all the preparations, she declared, "It's time." Soon the citizens of the entire southern capital felt an unknown but gentle energy covering them, and remembering the announcement of the Keeper of the Golden Gate, they did not resist the unknown energy from covering them and their family members. This change could also be seen in the apparition as well, as a bright white color shade slowly began to cover the entire southern capital and the citizens within it. Then the bright white color that had filled the apparition of the city suddenly vanished, and with it the citizens of the southern capital.